Chapter 751, Skywalker Sword. Alex also considered the way he had killed the gorilla Alpha wasteful. He could have achieved the same result with a spell. The only reason he had not was because he wanted to test both the Warlord's sword art and the Skywalker sword. Ignoring the silently grumbling Kavikin, Alex examined the sword in his hand. Although he knew the weapon had originally belonged to the Sword Emperor rather than the progenitor of House Skywalker, that was about all he knew. He did not even know its true name. In fact, he doubted the Sword Emperor had ever bothered naming it. As a result, he simply continued referring to it as the Skywalker sword. As the weapon of a Class 7 expert, the Skywalker sword was far from ordinary. From what Alex could determine, the blade was virtually indestructible, forged from an alloy that neither he nor Sugud could identify, though both were certain it contained more than a few legendary-grade materials fused together. At the very least, it would require more than ordinary legendary power to destroy it. Unfortunately, while the sword itself could withstand legendary levels of force, the wielder would not be nearly as fortunate if they lacked comparable defensive capabilities. Beyond its incredible durability, the sword could also accept virtually any form of energy: mana, internal energy, combat energy, berserk energy, and more. In theory, that meant anyone could wield it. Reality, however, was somewhat different. This adaptability had not been designed primarily for the user's benefit. Rather, it existed to support the sword's greatest ability, energy absorption. Somewhat similar to Alex's Plate of Happenstance, the Skywalker sword could absorb residual energy from the battlefield and convert it into power for its attacks, thereby reducing the wielder's energy expenditure. For example, the Rain of Swords technique Alex had just used was powered entirely by energy the sword had absorbed from the surrounding battlefield, supplemented by the blood and energy from the Gorilla Alpha's body and Beast Core respectively. With sufficient control, Alex could potentially utilize the sword's energy absorption ability both defensively and offensively. For instance, he could direct the sword to absorb the mana contained within a spell or combat technique launched at him. However, accomplishing such a feat would require extensive practice, as well as considerable spiritual force. Fortunately, Alex possessed a natural advantage in the latter, while the former was simply a matter of time and practice. That said, it's still a little lackluster for the weapon of a Class 7 expert, Alex thought. Then again, we're talking about the Sword Emperor, an expert of the sword who couldn't even be bothered to create actual sword techniques. It's already a feat that he crafted a sword at all, and didn't fight with on a random stick, for example. Alex recalled the Sword Emperor's training during the weapon steel trial. The man had simply instructed him to swing his sword over and over in whatever manner felt most natural, correcting only minor wasted movements and inefficiencies. He was the very embodiment of returning to simplicity. I wonder what he'd think if he knew the progenitor of House Skywalker created a sword art from his teachings. The thought amused him. According to the introduction of the Warlord sword art, the Patriarch-exclusive combat technique of House Skywalker, the house's progenitor had created the sword art after studying the sword marks the Sword Emperor left upon the entrance to his cultivation chamber. That same cultivation chamber had later been converted into the Skywalker family's most important vault. Being a genius swordsman in his own right, the Skywalker progenitor had drawn inspiration from those sword marks and eventually conceived the Warlord sword art. While this ensured that some of the Sword Emperor's methods were passed down to future generations, Alex wondered whether the man himself would appreciate the technique. After all, the Sword Emperor had vehemently believed that formalized sword arts were the wrong way to learn the sword. Then again, the Warlord sword art was not necessarily a technique for swinging a sword. Rather, it was a method of controlling the energy within the sword to enhance one's attacks. The Warlord sword art was divided into 3 strikes, or, as House Skywalker referred to them, 3 swords. The first sword taught the principle of channeling energy through the blade in a manner that created a shield-ignoring effect against energy-based defenses. Meanwhile, the second sword focused on generating a material shield-piercing effect capable of penetrating physical protections. Whether it was the first sword or the second sword, both could be incorporated into virtually any sword attack, be it a slash, thrust, sweep, or otherwise. Their true focus lay not in the movement of the blade itself, but in the effects created by the user's energy as it left the sword. The first sword manifested the user's sword energy in a manner that allowed it to phase through an opponent's active or passive energy defenses, whether a mage's mana shield, a warrior's energy coating, or simply the natural energy barrier possessed by all beings infused with mana. As for the second sword, it compressed the user's sword energy to such an extent that it could penetrate material defenses, most commonly armor. While it was possible to utilize these two swords with any form of sword strike, Alex found that he preferred using the first sword with a slash and the second sword with a thrust. Hence why he had developed his own variation. First sword, slash. Second sword, thrust. The third sword was somewhat special. It could not be used without the Skywalker sword, as it was fundamentally a method for controlling the energy absorbed by the weapon. In fact, the first and second swords of the Warlord sword art were also most effective when used with the Skywalker sword. That was why the sword art was considered a Patriarch-exclusive combat technique. Only the Patriarch of House Skywalker could wield the Skywalker sword and, therefore, utilize all three swords to their fullest potential. The Reign of Swords Alex had just used was not truly a technique in its own right. Rather, it was simply an application of the third sword, using the energy accumulated within the Skywalker sword to create an attack. Alex could just as easily have unleashed a single slash, pouring all of the stored energy into the released sword energy. Essentially, the third sword was comparable to an elemental sorcerer's mystic art, allowing him to shape the Skywalker sword's stored energy into whatever attack he desired. The synergy between the Skywalker sword and the Warlord sword art was remarkably similar to the relationship between his dragon Commute and the Plate of Happenstance. Come to think of it, there's also potential synergy between all four. If used properly, it might be possible to improve my mana efficiency even further. Alex continued mulling over the possibility as he walked back towards the way station where the convoy was resting. Chapter 752. Assassins and an overeager War-Tiger. Good work, leader. Your mastery of House Skywalker's sword art has improved once again. Soon, no one will be able to doubt or fault your cover, Saul said. The Skywalkers have been gone for 100 years. Does anyone even remember their sword art anymore? Alex shrugged. Do not underestimate this, leader, Saul cautioned. There will no doubt still be people alive who recognize the sword art. Even if there aren't, there will certainly be records that speak of it. Alex nodded, finding Saul's reasoning sound. About an hour later, the group had finished sweeping the battlefield and resumed their journey towards the beating heart of the frontier march, or at least whatever remained of it. A few hours later, the convoy drew close enough to their destination that even Senu, soaring high above, could make out the outline of the settlement in the distance. We are almost there, Alex announced to the group. We should arrive before sundown. Finally, we'll get to sleep in a warm bed again, someone muttered from within the convoy. Similar sentiments echoed throughout the group. They had spent weeks traveling, with most of that time spent camping in the wilderness. Alex shared their feelings. In fact, his wives had long since grown weary of the journey, so seeing their destination finally within reach noticeably improved their moods, which, by extension, improved his as well. Their subtle verbal jabs and pointed glances would finally come to an end. However, as they approached the settlement, Alex suddenly felt several nefarious gazes settle upon them. He barely managed to stop himself from immediately looking around in search of the source. Instead, he discreetly signaled to his wives, Saul, Kavakin, and Mogul. They responded with subtle nods, confirming that they had sensed the same hostile intent. The group moved positions subtly within the convoy, allowing Alex to survey the surroundings while appearing to engage them in casual conversation. Soon, he found the source. 6 individuals to our left, Alex whispered quietly. Surprisingly, they're mounted. I wonder who they are. He muttered to himself. But before he could issue any instructions on how to deal with them, Kavakin suddenly squeezed his legs around his mount's abdomen and spurred the horse forward. Wait! Kavakin charged towards the 6 individuals concealed within the tree-line before Alex could stop him. Seeing the War-Tiger bearing down on them atop his mount, 2 of the unknown assailants immediately notched arrows and fired. Kavakin held the reins with one hand while wielding one of his twin axes with the other. Without slowing his charge in the slightest, he casually knocked both arrows aside and continued closing the distance. One of the hostile riders urged his own horse forward to intercept him. As the two rapidly approached one another, the man unsheathed his sword, a silver-colored combat aura enveloping his body. The narrowing distance caused the two mounted archers to hesitate, unwilling to risk hitting their ally. Contrary to the swordsman's expectations, Kavakin did not wait for a direct clash. The moment they came within range, the war-tiger made his move. Leap. Despite his massive frame, Kavakin moved with unnatural agility. He sprang onto the back of his horse and used it as a platform to launch himself at the incoming rider. His axe swept through the man's body, cleaving him in half vertically. Kavakin crashed to the ground a moment later, the swordsman's corpse cushioning his landing. The instant he touched down, he exploded back to his feet. Before the mounted archers could recover, take aim, and fire, he hurled both of his axes at them. The spinning weapons struck true. Each axe split a hostile skull in two, pinning the bodies briefly against nearby trees before they slumped to the ground, leaving the axes in the woods. Leap. Before the remaining three enemies could properly react, Kavakin snatched up the sword dropped by the slain swordsman and launched himself towards them. Boom. He landed amidst the three mounted hostiles with enough force to startle their mounts and throw the riders from their saddles. Whirlwind. Kavakin spun in a vicious circle, instantly decapitating the two unfortunate hostiles who had fallen closest to him. However, the sword proved too fragile. Unable to withstand the strain of the attack, the blade shattered. Kavakin sneered in disgust and tossed the broken weapon aside before reaching for one of his axes. Stop. Don't kill all of TH. Unfortunately, Alex was too late. Kavakin hurled the axe once more, pinning the final hostile to the ground. The war-tiger awkwardly maintained his throwing stance as he sheepishly looked towards Alex, who was approaching from behind. Alex did not bother addressing him. Save him, he said hurriedly to Eleanor, momentarily forgetting that he could cast the spell as well. Greater heal. Eleanor reacted instantly, releasing the spell before Alex had even finished speaking. The healing magic barely managed to keep the hostile alive. Dread moved to the man's side, allowing Alex to dismount and step forward. Who are you? Alex asked. Who do you work for? You do not belong here. The man rasped. Nobles only make things worse. The man's head slumped to one side as he drew his final breath. The injury had simply been too severe. Still, Alex had managed to learn something. I am sorry, boss. Kavakin apologized sheepishly, his head lowered. What's done is done. Alex shook his head. He no longer cared about Kavakin's action, or, arguably, mistake. His attention was focused instead on the implications of the man's dying words. Alex looked in the direction of their destination. It seems we're going to receive a worse welcome than I anticipated. A frown formed on his face. A couple of the Silver Wolf guards searched the corpses of the other slain hostiles, but found no identifications, insignias, or markers on them. Alex shook his head. He had not expected much anyway. A group bold and prepared enough to assassinate a noble would hardly be foolish enough to carry evidence that directly revealed their origins. Nonetheless, 6 silver-ranked fighters are not insignificant in a frontier region like this. Their disappearance surely won't go unnoticed. Alex pondered the matter quietly. He signaled to the group, and they reconvened before continuing on their way, deliberately leaving the corpses behind to the elements and beasts. Most likely, someone will come looking for them later. Once their associates realize they're dead, they may grow angry and react rashly, exposing themselves. The thought was cold, but practical. The convoy resumed its journey. Finally, just as Alex had predicted, the group arrived at their destination shortly before the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Alex looked up at the placard above the gate and read the name of their destination. Fonterra Bastide. Chapter 753, Fonterra Bastide. The Fonterra Bastide was a major fortified settlement within the frontier march, planned and built by the empire itself to house and coordinate the people sent to settle the region. It was essentially a fortified town intended to grow into a major city within the border buffer zone, or at least, that was what its layout suggested. It had likely been named a bastide rather than a town during its early years to demonstrate the empire's commitment to the settlement's future. Tall, sturdy brick walls. Strategically placed defensive structures designed to keep beasts at bay. This is better than I expected. At the very least, these walls show that the Empire was once serious about holding the line here. I wonder what changed. Alex studied the defensive installations surrounding the settlement. They were far more impressive than he had anticipated. Even though this southern gate faced away from the great berserk beast forest, it still bore the scars of countless battles, evidence that it had done its fair share of keeping hostile beasts at bay and protecting the town's inhabitants. Halt! A shout suddenly rang out from above. Looking away from the walls and towards the gatehouse, Alex saw a man in a guard's uniform staring down at them. "Identify yourselves," the guard ordered. "I am Count Alex Fury." Alex produced the House Skywalker token and channeled mana into it. The crest engraved upon the token immediately projected itself into the air. It was a common proof of identity among the nobility, as only nobles possessed the means to create such tokens. It was one of the few noble customs in Verdantis Alex genuinely appreciated. The guard's expression visibly changed. Shock and fear flashed across his face. "Open the gates and inform the magistrate that I wish to see him," Alex ordered coolly. At once, Count," the guard stammered. "Open the gates." Shouts echoed from behind the walls. Slowly, the massive fortified gates swung open, revealing the settlement beyond. The guard who had been standing in the gatehouse hurried down to greet them. "My name is Barkley, my lord. I am the captain of the town guard," he introduced himself. "I have already sent someone ahead to inform the magistrate." He gestured towards the town. "Please follow me. I will lead you inside." Alex nodded and guided his convoy through the gates and into the town. The first thing that struck Alex and his convoy about the town was its stench. "What is that horrible smell?" Eleanor said aloud. Alex had already come to terms with the fact that, outside major cities such as the capitals of higher-ranking noble fiefdoms and above, settlements in this world would never be as clean as those from his previous life. He accepted the reality that hygiene and smell would be poor. However, Fonterra Bastide was different. It did not merely smell, it stank horribly. Even several members of his convoy, some of whom were natives of this world, wore expressions of disgust. A few looked as though they wanted to turn around and leave the town altogether. "We gather beast feces and spread them around the town," Barkley explained seriously. "We discovered that the strong smell helps keep the beasts away." He quickly added, "Do not worry, my lord. The stench is strongest around the walls. It gets better further into the town." Left with little choice, the group circulated their respective energies, mana, internal energy, and combat energy, to dull their sense of smell. Only then were they able to tolerate the appalling odor. Unfortunately, their horses were not so fortunate. Dread was the only mount intelligent enough to imitate his rider's actions. The remaining horses had no choice but to endure the horrid smell as they proceeded through the town. A large open area stretched behind the gate where no one dared, or wished, to build due to the overwhelming stench. The space existed because the land enclosed within the walls was unusually large for a town. Considering how sparse the population was relative to the settlement's size, the empty ground was hardly surprising. As they moved deeper into the town proper, Barkley's words proved true. The stench was noticeably weaker here than near the walls. Nevertheless, it remained obvious enough to be unpleasant for newcomers. The first order of business will be dealing with this smell. Alex silently made a note of it. Most of the buildings within the settlement were constructed from wood. The majority were simple single-floor, bungalow structures, with only the occasional two-floor building scattered among them. Most of those taller buildings housed shops on their ground floors. Overall, the atmosphere reminded Alex of the medieval towns from numerous games he had played in his previous life. And like most medieval settlements, the streets were practically deserted at this hour. Night had already fallen, and the townsfolk had long since retreated indoors, leaving only the patrolling guards outside. The settlement was so underdeveloped that it did not even possess the most basic magical lamps to illuminate its streets. Barkley carefully observed Alex's every movement and expression, as well as those of the people accompanying him. He believed he was being discreet about it, but little did he know that none of his actions escaped Alex's notice, or amusement. It was obvious that the man was extremely tense about dealing with a noble. He had undoubtedly heard stories about how fickle nobles could be. In fact, had he not been the captain of the guard, and the only person with sufficient rank to properly receive someone of Alex's standing, he likely would have pushed the responsibility onto someone else the moment Alex introduced himself at the gate. However, neither Alex nor any of his companions made any effort to reassure him. It was better to establish a strong first impression now. Doing so would make the man easier to deal with later. The group had just passed through the town's main square when they were met by a middle-aged man flanked by two guards who had clearly hurried over on foot. A hint of surprise flashed through the man's eyes seeing how young the noble was before he composed himself and introduced himself. "I am Ralph Hahn. I serve as the magistrate of this territory in service to His Imperial Majesty. May I know the identities of your esteemed selves?" he asked respectfully. Alex dismounted from Dread's back. "I am Alex Fury. I am a claimant to the deceased House Skywalker. By the will of the Emperor, and under the authority of my title as Count, I shall now assume control of this march." He retrieved a scroll. "Receive the Emperor's edict." "I receive the Emperor's edict." Ralph Hahn immediately dropped to one knee. The two guards followed suit without hesitation. Ralph raised both hands respectfully to receive the document from Alex. Alex placed the edict into the magistrate's hands. Ralph Hahn carefully examined the imperial seal and the document itself, confirming its authenticity before opening it and reading its contents. Meanwhile, Barkley and the other guards continued studying Alex. None of them seemed entirely sure what to make of the young noble who had arrived to take charge of the domain. Chapter 754, Fonterra Bastide II. This was not the first time in the century since the fall of the northeastern fiefdoms and the great berserk beast forest's encroachment upon the imperial border that a noble had been sent to rule the frontier march. However, every noble who had come before had been sent there as a form of punishment and had done everything possible to leave as quickly as they could. This noble and his entourage, however, seemed different. At the very least, they had shown no obvious disdain or disgust towards the state of the territory. The most they had displayed were evaluative glances. The guards knew what genuine disdain looked like. They saw it on Ralph Hahn's face almost every day. The magistrate had spent 5 years serving in the territory, and he could hardly wait to leave. As expected, the moment he finished reading the edict and realized he had been relieved of his duties as administrator of the territory, his face brightened noticeably. The middle-aged man, now in his late 50s, then quickly tried to hide his reaction. Unfortunately for him, everyone had already seen it. "The wisdom of the Emperor is boundless. His will shall be done," Ralph Hahn said in a hastily adopted solemn tone before carefully storing the edict within his robes and rising to his feet. The edict also served as his official discharge letter, summoning him back to the imperial capital for reassignment. Having endured one of the most undesirable postings within the empire, he would undoubtedly return as a veteran of frontier service and likely receive preferential treatment when assigned his next position. "Please come. You must be tired from your journey," Ralph Hahn said. "Rest for now. The handover will take some time to prepare." Alex studied the man for a moment before shaking his head lightly. "There is no need to delay matters with ceremonies. Simply hand over the necessary documents, and you may be on your way. You have already sacrificed much for the Empire. There is no reason to extend your term by even a single day unnecessarily." A gentle smile appeared on Alex's face. He stepped forward, shook the man's hand, and then embraced him briefly while whispering into his ear. "I have a chest prepared with your name on it. Consider it a gift in recognition of your years of service and a little support as you begin your new life in the capital." Ralph Hahn's eyes watered. Alex's words had touched the bitterness buried deep within his heart. "Thank you for your consideration, Count Skywalker. I will have the necessary documents before you by morning," Ralph Hahn said as they separated. The man moved as though a spring had been added to his step as he ushered the group back to his residence, a relatively lavish manor that served as the magistrate's official residence. Compared to the other buildings in the town, it might as well have been a fortified castle. Indeed, it was a residence befitting a noble. More importantly, the stench that permeated the town was greatly diminished within the estate. Fresh flowers lined the corridors, filling the air with pleasant scents that could make one forget about the town's foul odor entirely after living there long enough. The manor also doubled as the territory's administrative headquarters, and, surprisingly, there was more than enough space within the grounds to accommodate the 100-man force Alex had brought with him, especially with them taking over the manor guard responsibility and rotating amongst themselves. The magistrate, having received prior notice of the handover several days earlier via messenger bird, had already tactfully vacated the manor's master bedroom, allowing Alex and his wives to move in immediately. After casting several clean spells to bring the room up to their standards, they were finally able to sleep in a proper bed for the first time in quite a while. Watching Zora and Eleanor change into their nightwear and sit together at the bedside, chatting softly, stirred something deep within Alex. He felt a familiar warmth rise within him as blood rushed between his legs. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he approached the two women. Wrapping his arms around them, he planted affectionate kisses upon their lips. The women immediately understood his intentions. Though they felt a little sorry for Yudara, who was still out in town gathering information, they soon returned Alex's affection. Before long, the three of them spent the rest of the evening enjoying each other's company and celebrating their arrival in their new home. Alex woke late the following morning. The sun had already risen high into the clear blue sky before he finally stirred awake. He had undoubtedly overestimated his stamina, daring to spend the evening with not only Zora, but Eleanor as well. That said, the time spent with his wives had washed away the weariness accumulated from their long journey, leaving him refreshed and ready to face the challenges of a new day. When Alex rose from bed, he realized his wives were nowhere to be found. Judging by what remained of their lingering scents within the room, they had been gone for quite some time. He got up, freshened himself with the water that had already been prepared for him, and then left the room. "Sir, the madams asked me to bring you to the study when you wake up." Sergeant Lopota saluted. Alex nodded and followed the Silver Wolf Guard leader to the manor's study. Upon entering, he found Zora and Eleanor reviewing documents alongside an unfamiliar elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s. "You're here," Zora said, her eyes lighting up when she saw him enter. "How was your training?" Alex immediately caught on to the excuse they had given for his absence. "I didn't manage to break through yet, but the fatigue from the journey is gone," Alex replied bitterly. "I've conquered that wall before. It won't be long before I do it again." Eleanor blushed, while Zora smiled teasingly as both women understood the hidden meaning behind his words. They might have bested him in the training the previous night, but he was determined to get a win over them later. The old man, however, remained completely oblivious to the conversation's true nature. Instead, he assumed Alex was referring to a cultivation bottleneck. Alex turned his attention towards him. "You are." "This one is called Milton, Sir Count." The old man quickly introduced himself after assessing the young noble. "I am the Vice Magistrate of the Frontier March." "The Vice Magistrate? Where is Magistrate Han?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "We figured you wouldn't want to see him anymore, so we sent him off on his long journey back to the Imperial capital," Zora said. "Besides, Elder Milton here is the real brains behind the Magistrate's office. He's been keeping the Frontier March running for nearly 4 decades. Is that so?" Alex's eyes lit up as he looked at the old man with newfound appreciation. "This one has merely done what he could to make the lives of the citizens a little easier," Milton replied. "Their lives are already difficult enough." Though his tone was humble, the subtle message hidden within his words did not escape Alex. "That is commendable. I hope you will continue doing so. At present, there is no greater asset within the Frontier March than the people who call it home." Milton's eyes widened slightly in surprise at the response. Chapter 755, Disillusioned Fonterra Townsfolk. Alex turned towards Eleanor and Zora. "How are the books?" he asked. The expressions of both women immediately darkened. "Terrible," Eleanor said. "The magistrate's finances are a complete mess. There's little doubt that Ralph Hahn embezzled a portion of the imperial funds entrusted to him." "That's not even the worst part," Zora added. "He essentially turned the magistrate's office into a proxy domain for the frontier stronghold. On top of that, he left a serious cancer festering within the territory for us to deal with." Her expression hardened. "If not for your instructions to leave him alone and allow him to depart peacefully, I would have ordered someone to drag him back and hang him. We expected as much, didn't we? Alex replied calmly. There's no need to get worked up over it. We simply need to fix the problems. He gestured towards the documents. Please prepare a summary for me. I'll begin considering solutions while reviewing everything. After a brief pause, he continued. In the meantime, there's something more important we need to address. Turning towards Milton, he asked, do the people know about my arrival and assumption of control over the territory? Word has spread, sir, Milton replied with a nod. Do they care? Alex asked, his gaze sharpening. Milton hesitated. Don't worry. Speak freely, Alex said. I already have a fairly good idea of what you're thinking. I simply want to hear you say it. Unfortunately, that only eased the old man's hesitation slightly. Before I answer, may I ask you something frankly, my lord? Milton asked. Go ahead. If I may ask, what are your intentions for this territory? Alex smiled knowingly. You want to know whether I'm like every other noble who has come here before. Another exile sent to the frontier against his will. Milton neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. Well, I chose to come here, Alex said. I am a pioneer knight. The border is where I belong. Expanding the Empire's territory is part of my duty. He paused briefly before continuing. For now, the only intention I can openly share is that I intend to reclaim the lands lost to the great berserk beast forest. As for my other intentions, they won't mean much even if I tell you now. You'll have to form your own impression of me first. His gaze shifted towards the window overlooking the town, just as everyone else in this settlement will have to as well. Alex did not bother telling Milton that he intended to build a territory unlike any the continent had ever seen, nor that he wished to create a better future for its people. Such promises were likely rhetoric the experienced old man had heard countless times before, only to be disappointed by the reality that followed. After enough disappointments, even the most inspiring words lost their meaning. Milton had probably grown numb to such declarations, much like many of the town's residents. Rather than spout lofty ideals that would be dismissed as empty lip service, Alex chose to give an answer that was more in line with what Milton would expect from a noble. With time, once he had built a positive reputation amongst the townsfolk, those seemingly unbelievable ambitions would carry far greater weight. Milton studied Alex intently. To be honest, he had been deeply disappointed in the Empire when he first learned of Alex's appointment. On one hand, he was pleased that the tumor known as Ralph Hahn was finally gone. But on the other, he feared the Empire had simply replaced him with someone even worse. To Milton, it had seemed as though the Empire had completely abandoned the territory. After all, how else was he supposed to interpret the decision to send a youth who had only recently come of age to assume the position of domain lord? What could a child possibly accomplish? However, after speaking with the young man in person, Milton realized that, beyond the obvious difference in age compared to the nobles and magistrates previously sent by the Empire, Alex was remarkably different. As he looked into the youth's eyes, something strange happened. For reasons he could not explain, Milton felt something stir within him. A feeling he had abandoned many years ago. Hope. It made little sense to him. Alex had not yet said anything extraordinary, nor had he accomplished anything noteworthy. Yet it was as though his aura, his very presence, carried something that awakened the long-buried hope within the old man. To answer your question, my lord, Milton began. The citizens have seen many nobles and magistrates come and go over the years. As a result, they are largely indifferent to your arrival. He paused before continuing. They believe you are merely here to build your reputation and accumulate merit. Once you have achieved enough to secure a better posting, they expect you to leave as well. As expected, Alex nodded with a wry smile. The reaction surprised Milton. The old man had half expected Alex to throw a tantrum, at least, anything other than simply accepting the situation. He had seen other nobles lose their tempers over far less. Well, in that case, we'll just have to make it difficult for them to remain indifferent to me, Alex said. I thought you'd say that. Zora nodded knowingly. I've already ordered a town gathering for this evening. You can address the people then. You know me well. Alex smiled. Of course. Zora returned the smile. My lord, I do not think a mere speech is going to convince the people. Milton began hurriedly. However, Alex cut him off. I know. I have no intention of convincing them with just one speech. A faint smile appeared on his face. I'll simply be announcing my arrival. That's all. He paused briefly. For now, he added. Later that evening, most of the adults in town gathered in the main square. While they might have been indifferent towards the arrival of a new noble, they were not foolish enough to risk offending him by failing to attend. Alex looked out over the assembled crowd and felt a trace of nervousness. This would be his first public appearance as the domain lord of the Frontier March. Knowing that, he forced down his nerves. The turnout is better than I expected, Eleanor remarked. Do you know what you're going to say to them? Zora asked. I don't, Alex admitted honestly. I'll just come up with something on the spot while gauging their reactions. The people who knew him best, Eleanor, Zora, Mogul, Kavikin, and Saul, accepted his seemingly reckless attitude without much reaction. Milton, however, was another matter entirely. His doubts only grew. For a brief moment, he even considered canceling the gathering altogether before Alex could further disappoint the already skeptical townsfolk. Fortunately, reason prevailed. Attempting to undermine a noble in such a public setting would only create greater problems. Stepping forward, Milton addressed the crowd first, calming the restless murmurs that had begun spreading through the square. Once the gathering had settled down, he turned towards Alex. Alex nodded back, signaling for him to continue. People of Fonterra, Milton announced, his voice carrying across the square. By the will of the Emperor, I present to you your new lord, Count Skywalker, Alex Fury. Chapter 756, Silver Tongue's Fonterra Address. Hearing the name Skywalker caused a ripple of murmurs to spread through the crowd. Even here, people still recognized the fame and glory once associated with the former rulers of the Empire's north. Alex stepped onto the podium to address the gathering while Milton withdrew to the side. He took a moment to study the faces before him. He found no excitement, anticipation, or even the slightest embers of hope. The crowd simply watched in silence. A silence of people who had heard too many promises. People who had become disillusioned by years of disappointment. People who believed there was nothing he could possibly say that would move them. Alex swept his gaze across the assembled citizens one final time before speaking. Many nobles have stood where I stand today. His voice carried clearly across the square. They would have spoken of prosperity, duty, and sacrifice, but when all was said and done, they leave. They leave the very first chance they get. He paused. His opening caught many off guard. A few bitter laughs escaped from members of the crowd before they could stop themselves. Alex nodded. In truth, many of the nobles before me saw this place as a burden while the others saw it as a punishment. His gaze hardened slightly. As such, none of them ever intended to stay. They had already decided to leave from the moment they arrived. The crowd grew even quieter. His words were a cruel reminder of a reality they knew all too well. Alex's eyes drifted northwards towards the distant expanse of the great berserk beast forest. They ran away. His voice remained calm. Not only from you, but from the great berserk beast forest that looms over this territory. A brief pause followed. But it is not only them. For nearly a century, even the Empire has retreated from this place. And during that time, the forest has advanced because of it. Each retreat allowed it to push further south, forcing the Empire to retreat once again. His gaze returned to the crowd. Villages have fallen. Great houses and prosperous territories have vanished. What were once thriving lands are now little more than names preserved only in history books. He paused. Even my house, Skywalker, he added. Fresh murmurs spread through the square. Alex allowed them to linger. Only after they gradually faded did he continue. Those who bore the Skywalker name before me once ruled lands that now lie beneath the claws of beasts within the great berserk beast forest. The banners of House Skywalker were torn down, its people were scattered, and as the Empire retreated, the Skywalker name became little more than a reminder of how far the consequences of failure can spread. Alex's expression remained calm. And yet, unlike many of the nobles who came before me, I did not come here as punishment or exile. Suddenly, his aura changed. The regality and dominion inherent to his Oromir bloodline spread outwards, subtly tugging at the heartstrings of those gathered before him. I am Alex Fury, Count of Skywalker, a pioneer knight of the Empire. His voice rang clearly across the square. And I have come to reclaim what was lost to my house. The pressure in the air intensified. I did not come here to save this frontier. I did not come here merely to defend it or preserve it. His voice hardened as he raised a hand and pointed towards the north. I came here to push it forward. His finger remained aimed towards the distant Great Berserk Beast Forest, back to the very gates of the beasts. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Even he paused for a moment, giving them time to absorb what he had said. Then his gaze softened once more. Do you know why I chose to come here, of all places? The question was rhetorical. For generations, the Empire has called this place a buffer zone. His eyes swept across the crowd. A buffer zone is something you sacrifice when necessary. It is something you abandon, something you expect to die. A place in which no one expects life to flourish. Alex slowly shook his head. I say to you, no more. He pointed towards the gathered townsfolk. In my eyes, you are not a buffer zone. You are not cannon fodder. You are not the unwanted destitutes discarded by an empire that has forgotten you. His voice rose. No. In my eyes, you are the people who have stood between civilization and annihilation for 100 years. The square remained silent. You buried your dead. You endured the beast tides. You fought for your place where others have fled. And most importantly, you survived. His voice carried immense conviction. If anyone has earned the right to call themselves the frontier, it is you. Alex lowered his hand. The will you possess. The will to survive even after being abandoned. The will to endure after being written off. That is why I came here. His gaze became unwavering. That will is what I seek. For the first time, Alex saw a change in the crowd. The deep indifference that had dominated their eyes began to crack. Doubt now surfaced, wonder followed. And beneath both, something else struggled to emerge. Hope. The moment Alex noticed it, he pressed forward. I can guess what many of you are thinking. Alex's voice was steady. You doubt that I am any different. You wonder whether I will leave, just like all those who came before me. A faint smile appeared on his face. That is not a question I can answer with mere words. He slowly shook his head. So, I ask of you. Watch me, then judge me for yourselves. His gaze swept across the crowd. Judge me by my actions. Judge me by the walls I build to halt the forest's advance. Judge me by the beasts I kill. Judge me by the lands I reclaim. He spread his arms towards them. And then decide for yourselves, each and every one of you, whether I am worthy of your trust. His eyes sharpened. But understand this. The words echoed throughout the square. Whether you stand with me or not. Alex pointed towards the distant Great Berserk Beast Forest. I am going. A ripple spread through the crowd. I will cross that border. I will hunt the beasts that plague this frontier. His aura erupted. I will reclaim the land stolen from both my house and yours. The concepts of subjugation and dominion born from his Velker bloodline surged forth. And I will push this frontier back into the depths of the forest. Golden flames suddenly spiraled into the sky above him, lighting up the already dimming late evening sky. The fire twisted and coiled, taking the form of a colossal 5-clawed divine dragon emerging from the blazing inferno. Spirit magic, 5-clawed divine dragon. The majestic yet intimidating golden dragon gazed down upon the crowd as it pushed away the encroaching darkness as they approached nightfall. The light created a scattered halo above Alex, giving the illusion that the heavens themselves were bearing witness to Alex's declaration, perhaps even endorsing it. Gasps erupted throughout the square as the blazing creature loomed overhead. The dragon's golden eyes turned towards the distant forest as Alex pointed north once more. His voice rang out again, drawing every wandering gaze back to him. For a century, men have feared what lies beyond that horizon. The divine dragon raised its head haughtily. I do not. Roar. The dragon unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the entire square. I cannot promise you an easy life. Alex's voice remained firm. I will not promise you safety. And I certainly cannot promise that every person standing here today will live to see victory. His gaze traveled across the crowd. But I can promise you this. If you follow me, Your children will not inherit a shrinking frontier. They will inherit an expanding territory. His voice grew stronger. They will not grow up as cannon fodder. They will grow up as conquerors. The dragon ascended higher into the night sky. The forest has taken enough from us. Alex's voice rolled across Fonterra Bastide like thunder. Now. He paused. It is our turn to take everything back. His eyes blazed. Fortune favors the brave. Boom. A terrifying blast suddenly echoed across the distant horizon. The five-clawed divine dragon's explosion briefly lit up the night sky, as if the noon sun had returned. Like a light at the end of a dark tunnel, it dispelled the encroaching darkest of nightfall. In the crowd, a father looked at his wife and child beside him. The glow of the explosion lit up the child's face in his mother's arms, revealing the look of awe and excitement in the boy's eyes. It was the first time in a while the father had seen such an expression in his son's eyes. Such was the bleakness of their lives. The father turned around to look at the youth. No, the man standing on the podium who made this possible. He began to wonder, what if? What if he could really do what he said? Like the father, many others in the crowd also thought the same. What if? Like seeds planted in fertile ground, this question planted themselves in the minds of the townsfolk. Now, only time would tell what would grow from the seeds planted this night. But for the first time in many years, the people of Fonterra found themselves asking the question they had long forgotten. What if? Chapter 757, True Noble. The people of Fonterra came to the town square without any expectations in their hearts. They planned to simply listen to the new noble's lip service and leave once he was done listening to the sound of his own voice. However, when the speech was over, each of them found themselves confronted with a decision they never expected they would ask themselves again, not after the many setbacks they had endured. Should they ignore the noble and continue to live their lives as they currently were, or should they take the risk and believe this new noble might be different from those who had come before him? Should they hope or not? Hope was a great motivator, driving people to persevere and achieve a great many things. However, hope was also one of the cruelest things in the world, for arguably there was no experience more cruel, more evil, than having one's hope rekindled and nurtured, only to have it crushed once again. After saying his piece, the young noble didn't say anything else. He made no attempt to further convince or coerce them. He didn't even hand out food or other supplies to bribe and win their favor like the nobles before him. He simply left. This forced the townsfolk to confront the merits of his words, forced them to consider what he was offering on its own merits, unswayed by any temporary or impulsive outside influence. Many in the crowd remained silent even minutes after Alex had departed, lost in thought. Those who left were no different as they woodenly walked back to their homes, their minds also racing. Milton observed the townsfolk's reaction to Alex's speech. The speech wasn't the best he had ever heard, but it was perhaps the most sincere he had heard from any noble in his 40 years working for the town, perhaps in his entire life. Milton wondered why he felt this way. Is it because I know he didn't plan the speech ahead of time? Or is it because he doesn't act like those before him? The old man found himself confronted with a new sight in these twilight years of his life. While it was obvious to him that Alex's speech hadn't instantly won over the people, the young noble had indeed achieved his goal of establishing his position as domain lord in their minds. They could no longer ignore him, as they now each had to make a decision, whether to support him or oppose him. The complete indifference from before was no longer an option, especially since he has shown himself to be a powerful sorcerer, Milton mused. The biggest factor working against Alex wasn't merely the fact that he was a noble. It was the fact that he was also a young noble. Being a noble was already bad enough. Being a young one created a first impression that made it difficult for the already indifferent people of Fonterra to take his words seriously. They would not only dismiss his words as the hollow promises of a noble, but even worse, as the words of a child who didn't understand the immensity of what he was saying. An untamed ambition he lacked the power to achieve and the wisdom and experience to keep in check. The mystic art was cast at the right time, shattering that impression. Milton sighed inwardly. Although sorcerers were untouchable enigmas in the eyes of most people, it was widely known that becoming a high-level sorcerer required a great deal of wisdom. By displaying such a mystic art, Alex had shown them that he was a high-level sorcerer, taking advantage of the common folks' high regard for sorcerers to establish a stronger impression of himself in their hearts. If a high-level sorcerer required great wisdom, then in the eyes of the people, Alex, as a high-level sorcerer, must possess great wisdom as well. In a single move, he not only created the impression that he possessed the wisdom to potentially tame any wild ambition, but also the power to even begin pursuing the ambitions he had spoken of. In Milton's eyes, Alex's strongest move today hadn't been his speech, which hadn't pandered to the people as they had expected, but the final, 5-claw divine dragon, spirit magic spell. The speech was nothing but the foundation. Perhaps his plan had always been the mystic art, Milton wondered. Life in the frontier march was hard. People worried about their safety every day. So, having a powerful leader was a welcome prospect. Milton couldn't be sure whether it had indeed been part of some grand scheme by Alex, but what was clear was that the young noble had achieved his intended result. Even he had lost his indifference towards Alex and couldn't help but want to watch what the youth would do next, exactly as the youth had requested only moments ago. We fell into his hands completely, Milton sighed. Is this what it means to be a true noble? That even a child? Milton recalled something from a long time ago, something his mentor and predecessor, the man who had held his current position in Fonterra before him and taught him everything he knew about administration during his youth, had once told him. You want to know why I don't hate nobles? Milton's mentor had laughed. It's because those who have come here are not real nobles. They are just fools with a title. Why should I bother myself with hating a fool? A true noble doesn't need to force people to obey or respect him like these fools do. This is someone whose charm and charisma are enough to win the hearts of his people. Someone whose words and subtle actions are all it takes to change the course of their territory and the direction of their people's lives. Never mind his power. A true noble is someone who makes their title, not someone who is made by their title. You might not understand now. It is, after all, something I only understood after meeting one myself. When you meet someone who embodies their standing before their title ever does, then you'll know you have met the right person. Milton wondered if he had indeed met the right person. In Fonterra, Alex's title as a noble was of little to no help to him. In fact, rather than an advantage, it was more of a demerit. Yet despite this, Alex had managed to convince the people to at least see him as their domain lord and take him seriously. Whether they chose to willingly follow him was another matter entirely, but he had achieved that much. And just as he had said in his speech, it was all he cared about. He hadn't tried to convince the people of anything more, choosing instead to let his future actions speak for him. Having said his piece, he left decisively, demonstrating that he was a man of his word. Since you have shown your conviction, Sir Count, then as you requested, I will watch you closely and decide for myself, Milton thought. Unbeknownst to him, his attitude towards Alex's arrival had already begun to change, and the seed had been sown. Milton had thought Alex left the square immediately after finishing his address and returned to the Lord's Manor a few meters away because he wanted to show that he had no intention of using more words to convince the people. But that was not actually the case. It was true that Alex had finished his speech and was preparing to leave, but he had actually intended to stay a few more minutes to gauge the people's reactions before departing. Something else had changed his plans and forced him to leave as quickly as he did. Alex was afraid that a showy phenomenon might occur, as he felt the fortune-suppressing dragon stir and sensed that it was about to do something major. Chapter 758, Underwhelming Birth of Territorial Providence. After giving his address to the people, Alex immediately felt an impulse rise within him. A quick inspection of his body with his spiritual force revealed that the fortune-suppressing dragon within him was trying to do something. He had no control over the fortune-suppressing dragon, so Alex didn't waste time trying to stop its actions. He gave a knowing glance to Zora and Eleanor, who noticed that something was amiss, before quickly turning around and returning to the manor, leaving his wives to handle any matters arising from the speech. Unbeknownst to him, his swift departure actually lent even more credibility to his speech, so Zora and Eleanor didn't need to do anything. Instead, they also left the square to find out what had happened. The fortune-suppressing dragon is acting up. I think it's about to do something. I'll be in the study. Please run interference for me. Alex informed his wives through the comms. Alex quickly entered the study and locked himself inside. To those not in the know, it appeared as though Alex had immediately thrown himself into his duties as domain lord. After all, he had already ordered a number of records and documents to be prepared for him on the table. The moment Alex locked himself in the room, he let go of the final inhibitions he had, which he doubted had been restraining the fortune-suppressing dragon anyway, and allowed the miniature fortune divine dragon to do as it wished. The fortune-suppressing dragon's form appeared above Alex's head, accompanied by a bright but not blinding golden light that radiated a warm aura. Fortunately, this existed only within Alex's perception, as he was the only one capable of seeing the dragon. The small serpentine dragon slithered through the air and floated before Alex's face. It stared into the youth's eyes, and for a moment, the dragon's serpentine slits transformed into familiar ruby red, human-like pupils ringed with gold. Alex had the strange sense that he was the dragon, and that the dragon was him. The moment this feeling settled in his mind, and he accepted it, Alex felt something leave his body and move towards the dragon, though he initially didn't know what it was. Unbeknownst to him, a number of ephemeral threads slowly stretched out from his body and latched onto the miniature serpentine dragon. The threads resembled newly formed blood vessels as they spread across the dragon's body. Slowly but surely, the vein-like patterns extended over its scales until they completely covered its form. Roar! The dragon suddenly released a roar that echoed imperiously through Alex's mind. Only then did he realize what had left his body. The true name's concepts. Regality and dominion from his Solmir true name, domination and subjugation from his Velker true name, and something more. Limitless and written wisdom? Sage. Alex frowned as the understanding surfaced within his mind. Indeed, written wisdom, a concept he hadn't known he possessed, one that enabled him to innately form a deeper understanding of power and magical glyphs from his sage true name. The absorption of Alex's true name concepts caused a change in the fortune-suppressing dragon. Its form subtly morphed to reflect the pieces of the concepts it had absorbed. While still a serpentine dragon, the fortune-suppressing dragon now looked more savage, terrifying, and domineering. Yet within that savagery was a captivating beauty that naturally drew one's gaze. It had gone from a generic serpentine dragon to a form possessing its own unique blend of savage beauty and dominating charm. Furthermore, within the dragon's eyes, one could now see orbs of wisdom that seemed capable of peering into the concepts, rules, and laws forming the fundamental principles of the universe. A sight that was as beautiful and captivating as it was domineering and eerie. However, the dragon wasn't content with merely changing its appearance. The small serpentine dragon suddenly shot out through the window, flying into the sky above the Fonterra Bastide. Roar! It once again released a dragon's cry that filled the heavens and the land, but was audible only to Alex. Suddenly, another set of ephemeral thread rose, but this time, from the lands below, from every corner of the frontier march, towards the fortune-suppressing dragon. Each thread latched onto the dragon's body, after which seemingly copious amounts of an ephemeral substance flooded into it, causing the dragon to bloat and swell. What are you doing? For a moment, Alex feared that the dragon would overfeed itself, bloat, and explode. But that fear never came to pass. Instead, the dragon simply expanded its size exponentially to accommodate the incoming flood, reaching an absurd length of nearly a kilometer as far as Alex could tell. After what felt like an eternity to Alex, the dragon finally finished absorbing everything. Then its figure began to shrink once more. As it shrank, its body released a dark, sticky, smoke-like substance. Impurities? Alex wondered. The dragon, which had grown to nearly a kilometer in length, eventually shrank back down to roughly the size of Alex's forearm. Alex looked at the smoke-like substance dissipating into nothingness, and a frown formed between his brows. This discarded, dark smoke-like substance appeared to account for more than half of the total ephemeral substance the dragon had absorbed. Roar! Once again, the dragon issued another cry. Alex immediately felt a vivid connection to the land upon which he stood. The sensation caused him to instantly recognize what the dragon had absorbed. Territorial providence. By condensing both Alex's providence and the territory's providence together, the fortune-suppressing dragon granted him access to a new source of power. Alex opened and clenched his fist, feeling a new sensation of power surge within and around him. It is weak, he evaluated. Too weak, he added, shaking his head. The power was much weaker than he had expected. He doubted relying on it would allow him to defeat a Class 3 opponent. Never mind the above legendary threats which he would eventually have to contend with. More than that, the power is not flowing smoothly, as though something is impeding it, he realized. As Alex thought this, the fortune-suppressing dragon floated down from the sky, returning to the study and coming to a halt before him. Alex carefully examined the changes to the dragon and noticed something else. Its scales, they are duller, Alex observed. If length corresponds to the volume of providence, then the vividness of its body must correspond to the quality of the providence it condenses, he mused, rubbing his chin. Being a large swathe of land, it makes sense that it would produce a considerable amount of providence, but my true control over it is minimal. That makes sense, I suppose. I don't yet have the full support of the people living here. Heck, I might even have opposition to my rule, Alex deduced. Then he recalled the dark, ominous substance the fortune-suppressing dragon had ejected from its body. Though visually somewhat different, the eeriness surrounding the substance reminded Alex of the berserk property, Gumo's divinity. It is also likely that the influence of the great berserk beast forest on this land is undermining my claim to it. Surprisingly, Alex smiled. He reached out and rubbed beneath the dragon's chin with his fingers. Well, these are the usual starter problems when one takes over a territory in many kingdom-building stories. Fortunately, thanks to that, I have a myriad of methods for dealing with early-stage challenges. His eyes shone with a determined light. The fortune-suppressing dragon circled around his arm for a moment before passing through his head and returning to the sanctuary's sealed space. Back to its nest atop Lord Bonsai's crown. Alex realized that far more time had passed than he had thought while observing the dragon's actions and experimenting with his newfound power. Much of the town, including his wives, had already gone to sleep. However, Alex felt remarkably refreshed and had no desire to sleep. Instead, he walked over to the study desk and began examining the documents that had been placed upon it. I should familiarize myself with my domain. What kind of domain lord would I be if I knew nothing about the place and the people I rule? Chapter 759, The Shy Charmer Eye. When Alex sat down at the study desk to read the documents left for him, he initially found the reports difficult to follow because they had been very poorly filed. Fortunately, he noticed annotations inserted by Zora and Eleanor that helped him make sense of the format and template used to compile the reports. Once he figured that out, reading them became much easier. Even so, he made a mental note to update many of the clerical methods used within the domain to standards more akin to those of his previous life. Like many things, while the humans of his previous life were weaker than those of his current one, they had refined many everyday practices to a level that surpassed their counterparts in this world. Perhaps it was precisely because of humanity's weakness in his previous life that they had been forced to optimize their methods as much as possible in order to maximize the results of whatever they did. Whatever the reason, Alex saw it as proof that every civilization excelled at something, showing that one could learn from anyone, anywhere, and any civilization. Shaking his head, Alex pushed those idle thoughts aside and focused on the documents before him. As one might expect, the reports were quite dry. However, Alex felt right at home thanks to his past life experience as a multinational corpo worker. He had read documents far drier than these, making what he was currently reading seem like a D-grade novel. Not particularly interesting, but not entirely boring either. Soon, Alex lost himself in the paperwork. Being the workaholic that he was, once he started, he lost all sense of his surroundings, only pausing from time to organize his thoughts and ponder something he had read. It was only when his body instinctively sensed a shift in the ambient mana that he was snapped out of his focused state. It was almost dawn. Solar mana was rising while darkness mana was receding. Having an exceptionally high affinity for both mana types meant Alex's body was extremely sensitive to the changes brought about by the transition between day and night. Alex stood up from the desk and stretched. Fortunately, he had managed to get through all the documents in a single night. Of course, this was largely thanks to Milton, Zora, and Eleanor already doing the heavy lifting by sorting through the records and ensuring that only the documents he actually needed to review reached his desk. For example, Alex didn't need to know exactly how much every individual peasant earned, but he did need to know what peasants in each industry across the domain earned on average. Likewise, he didn't need detailed information on the living standards of every individual within his territory, but he did need broad statistics regarding the living conditions of the population in order to gain a clearer understanding of the domain's overall standard of living. After stretching, Alex sighed. As expected, there are some low-level cliché problems gripping the domain due to the poor management of past domain lords and magistrates. The last two, in particular, dug a very deep hole for me. I can't begin reclaiming territory from the Great Berserk Beast Forest and, more importantly, building an interplanar gate back home to Pangaea without first removing the rot and cancers within the territory, he thought to himself. His eyes narrowed. I cannot build a skyscraper if I do not first ensure the foundation is firm. Alex walked to the small balcony attached to the study and looked out over the townscape. There was little to see compared to the larger cities he had visited, let alone the metropolises of his previous life. But in its own way, Fonterra Bastide possessed a certain charm. Developing the territory is going to take time. So, should I take my time solving the festering problems left behind for me, or should I flip the board? Slowly and steadily take over the game, or overturn the entire board and start anew. The former has the advantage of stability, while the latter offers speed. He shook his head, deciding to clear his mind for a moment. Alex took a deep breath of the morning air. Had anyone been present, they would have seen small blazing flames within Alex's nostrils as two splinters of ether kindle settled there, purifying the air and mana he drew in with every breath. Alex had made the primal origin flame break off splinters of itself so many times that the semi-sentient, draconic-shaped flame had learned to reattach or regrow its broken splinters, usually a claw, by consuming free providence around Alex. Fortunately, unbeknownst to Alex, a great deal of waste providence was released to every special entity within or attached to his body whenever Lord Bonsai absorbed providence from divine statues. Otherwise, at the rate Alex used Ether Kindle splinters, even though he recovered and reused them, Ether Kindle might have already broken down. After all, primal origin flames were never intended to be used in such a manner. It went to show that the Heartwood tree had indeed made the right decision by tailoring itself into an energy tree for Alex, instead of becoming the wisdom tree the youth had originally wanted. Too bad the youth remained oblivious to this, and believed it was simply something Ether Kindle had always been capable of doing. Then again, if he had known otherwise, or if Ether Kindle hadn't adapted to its host's unusual methods of usage, Alex might have stopped using it this way once he realized the damage he had been unknowingly causing. However, none of that mattered, as everything had aligned beautifully in his favor. As Alex remained on the balcony, letting the morning air and ambient mana wash over him, he sensed a particular person using the comms network. Eudara, where are you? Alex asked through the comms. At an inn in town, Master, Eudara replied. Are you busy right now? No. Good. I'm coming over to see you. What? No, don't. I'll come to the manor instead. Eudara's flustered voice sounded through the link. Alex felt the comms connection to Eudara cut and reconnect multiple times. Most likely, she was using Shadow Dash to rush over immediately. And as expected, only a few minutes later, she emerged from the shadows within the study. What are you thinking? Why would you want to come over? Don't you know you're the most talked about person in town right now? You'll draw attention to us if you come over, Eudara said. Alex chuckled to himself. He hadn't actually intended to go either. He had only been teasing Eudara. After all, she was the one tasked with subtly establishing an intelligence network within the town. It was already a delicate operation given that they were outsiders. Having people connect him to Eudara and her agents would only make an already difficult task even harder, especially considering his current ambiguous standing with the townsfolk. Still, Alex wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to have a little fun at Eudara's expense. Well, what other choice did I have? A certain someone decided not to call, text, or reach out. I thought you'd abandon me. Alex said pitifully. Master, I was busy, Eudora replied hurriedly. She wanted to explain herself, but she was too flustered to know what to say. Then she noticed the cunning smirk tugging at Alex's lips. Master, you. Before she could finish speaking, Alex closed the distance, pulled her into an embrace, and kissed her. Eudora immediately melted in his arms, giving him the opportunity to scoop her up in a princess carry and set her down on the long sofa within the study. Her ears had turned completely red, looking soft and delicate, so much so that Alex briefly felt the urge to nibble on them. Fortunately for Eudora, he restrained himself. Ears were particularly sensitive for women with elven bloodlines, and thanks to her quarter-dark elf bloodline, Eudora was no exception. In fact, her succubus and dryad bloodline inheritances seemed to amplify that sensitivity even further. Since he didn't intend to push things that far, he held himself back. Even so, he found an odd, possibly unhealthy, amount of enjoyment in watching a woman blessed with 4 different, bold bloodlines become so shy and vulnerable in his arms. The contrast between the natural charm Eudora radiated because of her bloodlines and her own reserved personality stirred something within him. It's probably because of the domineering traits of my Führer bloodline and Velker true name, Alex told himself. Yeah, right. Chapter 760, The Shy Charmer 2. On the sofa, Alex had Eudora give him a rundown of everything she had noticed in town since arriving a week ahead of his unit. His hands roamed over her body mischievously, teasing and stimulating her without crossing a certain boundary. Previously, Eudora's body would instinctively twitch and shiver. Now, after undergoing many such therapy sessions at the mercy of Alex's wolfish paws, she had become somewhat accustomed to it. She managed to deliver her report through it all. However, it seemed she had finally reached her limit. Eudora suddenly turned around and pushed Alex down, pinning him to the sofa. For a moment, her eyes glowed with a strong amorous light, her succubus bloodline traits threatening to take hold. However, in the very next moment, Eudora regained control of herself. She leaned down and bit Alex's shoulder. Ouch! Alex exclaimed, caught completely off guard. That's for almost triggering me, master. She lightly pounded his chest. Alex laughed sheepishly. Eudora lowered herself onto him once more, but this time she kissed him instead. It was then that Alex noticed the amorous glow had not completely vanished from her eyes. The couple continued to make out on the sofa until the sun fully rose, bathing the study in warm morning light. Only then did Eudora finally escape Alex's naughty paws. I am leaving. I need to oversee the operation, she said. Okay. Alex nodded with a wry smile. Then his expression turned serious. It is possible I might need your help with a problem in a few days. Understood, master, Eudora replied, equally solemn. Alex flashed her a reassuring smile. Eudora kissed him goodbye before departing. Alex ran a hand through his hair before getting up and returning to the desk to look over the documents one more time before the others arrived. They were going to discuss the plans and future direction of the domain. Milton lived alone, not because he didn't have a family, but because they were all dead. Almost 3 decades ago, Milton had lost his wife and 2 children to beasts that attacked Fonterra during a beast tide. That year, men from the frontier stronghold had come to Fonterra, claiming they intended to establish a defensive line deeper within the frontier march in preparation for the expected beast tide. Usually, the townsfolk would have retreated to the stronghold months in advance to wait out the tide before returning to rebuild their damaged town. However, because the commander of the frontier stronghold wanted to earn an impressive military merit for himself, he devised a hasty plan to establish a forward defensive line and prevent the tide from ever reaching the stronghold and the new imperial border. The stronghold forces compelled the townsfolk to remain in the town and help maintain a supply line for the defensive position. Unfortunately, the defensive line collapsed, and the soldiers were forced to retreat to Fonterra, where they turned the town itself into a battlefield in order to stop the beasts. Officially, the stronghold commander's plan was deemed a success and enabled him to rise in status. Unofficially, however, that battle cost Fonterra many of its citizens, including Milton's wife and children. Back then, Milton had worked tirelessly to support the stronghold soldiers, establishing the most efficient supply line he could manage. all in the hope of drawing the commander's attention and finally escaping the cursed town he had been born into through no fault of his own. And he succeeded. He earned the commander's notice, and the man even offered him a position as a direct retainer. However, before he could accept, news reached him of his family's death. Worse, he later discovered that the stronghold soldiers had not only failed to save his family when they easily could have, but had even used them as bait to kill several powerful beasts. After learning the truth, Milton lost his reason for living, and his reason for leaving. He turned down the commander's invitation, earning the man's displeasure. But Milton no longer cared. How could he serve the man whose soldiers had caused the deaths of his family? As for any retaliation from the commander, Milton couldn't have been bothered. He felt dead inside anyway. The commander would only have been doing him a favor by punishing or killing him. However, the man left without taking any action. Milton remained trapped in that state for another 5 years until he received a wake-up call in the form of a noble who was oppressing the townsfolk. Not wanting the people he knew, some he had grown up with, others he had watched grow up, to suffer as he had, Milton returned to the towns and domains administration, subtly easing some of the townsfolk's burdens under the noble's nose. And before he knew it, he had grown old in that position and could no longer imagine any other life for himself. Milton placed a hand on the trinkets resting atop the cupboard. Maida, my lovely wife. Vilmer, Stefan, my boys, rest well. I will watch over the new noble and ensure he does not harm our people, Milton muttered. Then he walked out of his home and headed towards the town manor. Along the way, the townsfolk greeted him warmly. In their eyes, the old man was the true leader of their settlement. Many people tried to stop him and ask what they should think or do about the new noble, but Milton merely shook his head, refusing to comment. All he told them was to do as the noble had requested. Watch him. After all, that was exactly what he himself was doing and intended to continue doing. Upon reaching the manor, he saw that the noble's men had completely taken over the building. Even without much military knowledge, a layman like him could immediately see the difference between the noble's men and the town guard garrison. The contrast between a ragtag guard force and professional soldiers from an army unit could not be concealed. He doubted any threat originating from within Fonterra could reach the new domain lord. He made his way to the second story, where the lord's study was located, under the scrutinizing gazes of the guards, which he tried his best to ignore. Arriving at the study door, Milton knocked. "Come in." The domain lord's voice sounded from within. Taking a steadying breath, Milton entered the study. However, the moment his eyes landed on the new domain lord, he froze. In his vision, a serpentine dragon coiled around Alex's figure, similar to the one he had conjured into the sky the previous night. This dragon, however, was somewhat different. It was as beautiful as it was eerily savage, radiating an aura around the domain lord that was not forceful, yet somehow carried a sense of absolute domination that compelled all others to bow in submission and fealty. Coiling divine dragon. The term flashed through Milton's mind in that instant. And before the old man knew it, his knees were already beginning to bend. Thankfully, before he could fully kneel, the youthful yet powerful voice of the domain lord sounded out, seemingly dispersing the pressure. "Welcome, Vice Magistrate. I trust your night was pleasant." Chapter 761, State of the Frontier March I. Regality, Dominion, Subjugation, Domination. Unbeknownst to Alex, the overpowering concepts of his true names were subtly leaking into his surroundings, causing a faint yet powerful pressure to pervade the entire room. It was only after Milton entered the study and nearly buckled under that pressure, to kneel in fealty before him, that Alex realized what was happening and instinctively reined it in. "Welcome, Vice Magistrate. I trust your night was pleasant," Alex said. "Yes, thank you, Sir Count," Milton answered absent-mindedly, still wondering what had just happened to him. Did I just mistake Sir Count for the Emperor? Why? Milton pondered deeply. Have I already chosen to swear fealty to him? No, that's not right. Please, take a seat. Alex's voice sounded once more, breaking the old man out of his thoughts. Acting as though nothing had happened, Alex calmly motioned towards the chair opposite him, inviting the old man, who had almost prostrated himself and was still recovering, to sit. Only after taking his seat did Milton finally regain his composure, convincing himself that what he had experienced had merely been an illusion brought about by old age and the mystical events of the previous night. He carefully observed Alex and noticed that the noble was still wearing the same clothes from the night before. He also noticed that the stack of documents he and his assistants had left on the table had been moved to one side. "Did you stay up all night going through the documents, Sir Count?" Milton asked in surprise. "Yes." Alex nodded. "If I'm going to get this domain on the right track, I need to understand its current state. Missing one night of sleep is nothing," he added nonchalantly. "Sir Count, my apologies. I didn't think. I had planned to summarize." Milton hurriedly tried to explain himself, but Alex cut him off. "You didn't do anything wrong. I was the one who asked for the documents, and you delivered them. If I wasn't going to read the reports or was bothered by them, I wouldn't have requested them," Alex said with a reassuring smile. Huh. Milton didn't know how to react. Just how badly did the nobles and magistrates sent here treat him for him to be this afraid of me working? Alex wondered. Then his demeanor changed slightly. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table while supporting his chin with interlocked fingers. His ruby-red eyes fixed sternly upon Milton. "We'll break everything down when my wives arrive, but you should know this. My preliminary impression of the domain is not good. Or rather, I should say that I am not satisfied with the way the domain was managed before my arrival." Alex pushed a document towards Milton. "This is my summary of the reports concerning the domain's trade, taxes, and fixed expenditures. I had expected to find a significant number of workshops in the town, metalworking, lumber processing, pottery, and perhaps even textiles. But to my surprise, after reviewing the reports, I found that the only significant industry we possess is mining, primarily metal and gemstone mining. Sure, there is also a quarry, but that is still essentially a form of mining. There is no agriculture of any kind, nor any organized industry. Most businesses, even those that are complementary to one another, operate independently. As a result, they remain small-scale enterprises that generate only meager earnings." Alex pushed another document across the table. "The population data and settlement distribution are also highly irregular. Aside from Fonterra Bastide, we have two other towns, one of which grew around the territory's primary mining site. We also have a number of smaller villages established to provide specialized services, such as the lumbering village mentioned here. In that case, why do we not possess proper population records for these settlements? Why does the Fonterra administration receive only meager taxes, levies, and revenues from these locations? Because of this, the magistrate barely has enough funds in its coffers to cover its own administrative duties, never mind fund civic projects and public infrastructure." Alex looked pointedly at the old man. "This represents an astounding level of neglect and a severe failure of the magistrate's fiscal responsibilities," he concluded. Old Milton was stunned and afraid. He didn't know what to say. Everything Alex had said was correct, and it was a constant problem he had struggled with for years. Unfortunately, none of the previous nobles and magistrates had been willing to put in the effort required to rectify these issues. Instead, they had allowed matters to continue unchecked while the problems worsened. Could Milton say that to Alex? Wouldn't it simply sound as though he was shifting blame onto others? Onto nobles and imperial-appointed magistrates, no less? Milton couldn't find the words to defend himself. Alex carefully observed the old man's reaction. After noticing that he had cornered him sufficiently and achieved his objective, he leaned back slightly and offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Vice Magistrate. I can tell from your reports that you are a meticulous person, and such gross oversights would not have occurred if things had been left entirely in your hands. That means these failings most likely originated from the previous lords and magistrates who governed this domain. There was very little you could have done about it. I understand that, and I have no intention of holding you accountable for their mistakes," Alex said benevolently. Milton looked up at the youth in surprise. He saw the young lord looking back at him with genuine recognition in his eyes. Milton's eyes unknowingly moistened. "Thank you, Sir Count," old Milton said with sincere appreciation. "It's nothing." Alex waved the matter aside nonchalantly. Then his eyes sharpened once more. "However, it is undeniable that these things happened under your watch, even if you lack the authority to stop them. So, I expect you to give it your all as we work to rectify both the causes and the consequences." The people deserve at least that much given the amount of faith they have in you. Please rest assured, Sir Count. I will do everything within my power to make up for this now that I finally have the opportunity. I won't be able to face either you or the townsfolk if I don't, Milton vowed. Good. I'll hold you to that. Alex nodded. Knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Just in time. Alex muttered. Come in, he called aloud. As Alex expected, Zora and Eleanor entered the office. Zora instantly read the room, noting the postures and expressions of Alex and Milton. A knowing look flashed through her eyes as she glanced at Alex. Alex responded with a similarly subtle smile. The silver tongue strikes again, Zora thought, shaking her head slightly. Looks like you've started without us, she said. No, the vice magistrate and I were merely exchanging a few slightly unrelated words, Alex replied. He gave Milton a meaningful look. Yes, indeed. Milton nodded. Worry not, madams. Sir Count was merely exhorting me on the determination that I and the staff must uphold for the necessary growth and development of the magistrate. Upon hearing the old man's answer, even Eleanor immediately sensed that something was off. She looked at Alex and then at Zora, whose faintly teasing smile confirmed her suspicions. Eleanor smiled wryly. Please, take a seat, and let's begin, Alex invited. The ladies took their seats, and the meeting began. I am certain we have all read the reports regarding the state of the administration and its coffers. I do not want us to dwell on that for now. Instead, I would like us to focus on solutions to the problems currently facing us. Alex glanced at the paper containing the agenda he had prepared for the meeting. Let's start with the territory's trade. Of particular importance is our food situation. Chapter 762, State of the Frontier March 2. Alex looked around the room, and Eleanor kicked off the discussion. The fiscal revenue of the domain over the last few years has consistently been close to zero. The trade records show only a handful of transactions, most of which involve small quantities of metal goods traded with settlements immediately surrounding the frontier stronghold. The small scale and seemingly hasty nature of these trades lead me to believe they were not planned in advance, but rather carried out opportunistically alongside larger trade caravans heading to the frontier stronghold. As she spoke, Eleanor looked towards Milton for confirmation. Milton nodded. We were operating at a deficit last year, so I asked members of the convoy to make a last-minute stop at several farmsteads and villages around the stronghold to conduct some quick trade and earn a little extra income for the administration, the old man revealed. This was also how we managed to acquire some additional food for the domain, he added. Eleanor nodded before continuing. That brings me to agriculture within the domain and our trade relationship with the stronghold. The domain is completely lacking in agriculture, any form of it, and relies almost entirely on the frontier stronghold for its food supply. However, after reviewing the figures, I have noticed that our dealings with the stronghold can hardly be called trade. Calling it an exchange would be more accurate, and even then, I would be generous. No matter how much or the domain provides to the stronghold almost always sends back the same quantity of food in return, just enough to feed the domain until the next exchange, and almost never equivalent in value to the or being traded, Eleanor pointed out. Alex's brows furrowed slightly. He had also noticed the same issue while reviewing the trade records. He turned towards Milton, feeling there was more to the matter than what appeared on paper. Feeling the inquisitive gazes of the young count and his wives upon him, Milton sighed before explaining. The situation stems from the great berserk beast forest, Milton said. How so? Alex prompted. Decades ago, just before the penultimate major beast tide from the forest, it was discovered that most of the agricultural land within the domain had been corrupted by the miasma spreading from the forest. Any food grown in that soil became poisonous or generally unsafe for consumption. While there were still some plots of land unaffected at the time, people were unwilling to cultivate them because no one was willing to take the risk of eating the produce. This was when the commander of the stronghold at the time stepped in to help. He provided food for the domain for the next 2 years on the condition that we assisted with a plan to drive back the forest and its beasts. The plan achieved some success, and the expansion of the forest was halted. However, the contaminated land remained unusable. As a result, the stronghold continued supplying us with food while we supplied them with, or, Milton explained. He paused for a moment to steady himself before continuing. This arrangement continued until about a decade ago, when the commanding officer was promoted to a higher position and a new commander was assigned to the stronghold. Around the same time, a new magistrate was appointed to oversee the frontier march. The two men did not get along, and the frontier stronghold began withholding food supplies from the domain. By then, nearly everyone within the domain had transitioned to mining, meaning our agricultural sector was effectively dead. Without food shipments from the stronghold, the people would have starved. So the magistrate petitioned the former commander to intervene and persuade the current commander to honor the previous agreement between the stronghold and the domain. The former commander stepped in and eventually brokered a compromise between both parties. The frontier march would continue to deliver a minimum amount of ore each year, and in exchange, the stronghold would provide the food necessary to keep the citizens of the domain alive, Milton revealed. Were those the exact terms of the agreement? Alex suddenly asked. Yes. Milton nodded. You got played, Alex said, shaking his head. The former commander of the stronghold set a trap for the domain, and everyone fell right into it. He imposed a minimum obligation on the domain, while leaving the stronghold's obligations entirely to its own discretion, Zora added. I doubt the magistrate failed to see through it, Eleanor said, her eyes flashing with understanding. Since you said the former commander was promoted to a higher station, he must have reached at least the rank of count, if not higher, given that count is generally the ceiling for a commander of a frontier stronghold. In that case, the magistrate wouldn't have had much choice but to agree, considering he was dealing with a high-ranking noble while being nothing more than a civil servant. Let me guess, the two men involved were Viscount Dunhill and Marquis Bramford, right? Alex asked. Old Milton looked at the trio and sighed. It is exactly as you've all said, Milton nodded. Inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder if this was the difference between noble education and his own peasant upbringing. He hadn't expected the trio to dissect the heart of the issue so quickly. Under the pressure exerted by the Marquis, the magistrate was forced to accept the arrangement. Not long afterwards, he was reassigned elsewhere and replaced by a baron who did not dare oppose either the Viscount or the Marquis. Since then, it has become the norm. We've been forced to hand over almost the entirety of the ore extracted from our mines in exchange for food rations that barely last a year, all at prices far below market value. The last magistrate before your arrival, Magistrate Hahn, not only failed to address the problem, but actively colluded with the Viscount to profit at the domain's expense. That was what ultimately forced me to arrange those smaller trades with nearby villages and farmsteads in order to earn at least a little income for the domain's daily operations, Milton explained. After Milton finished speaking, silence settled over the room. Subconsciously, the others turned towards Alex. His stance on the matter would determine the direction of whatever plans they formulated next. Chapter 763, Domain Trade Plans. Alex looked towards his wives and then at Milton. He rested his interlocked hands on the table. We cannot allow this to continue, he said. According to the limited data we have, almost, if not all, of the citizens within our domain have their livelihoods tied to the mines. If we do not secure fair value for their ores, then it is no different from denying them the bare minimum they deserve for their labor. This is not even about giving them a better life. It is about giving them the life they have already earned through their efforts. Never mind the former. We have no right to call ourselves their leaders if we cannot even accomplish the latter. Effective immediately, cease all trade and exchanges with the stronghold, Alex ordered. Sir Count, are you certain about this? The stronghold. Milton attempted to caution him, but Alex cut him off. There is no other way. Men like Viscount Dunhill and Marquis Bramford are predators. Show them even the slightest hint of weakness, and they will descend upon you and strip you of everything you have. The only way to have any chance of survival is to stand your ground. It is already too late to sit down and negotiate a fair arrangement with them. Never mind the Marquis. Even the Viscount likely views the frontier march as part of his and the stronghold's sphere of responsibility. He does not see this place as an independent domain outside his authority, not to mention that such authority should be beyond his station in the first place. Since he views this territory as subordinate to the stronghold, he sees no reason to purchase anything from us. In his eyes, he merely needs to take what he wants while providing enough rations to keep his workers alive and productive. You need a bold statement to shake a mindset like that, Alex said. He paused before fixing Milton with a firm gaze. I will say this again, Milton. I am not like the other domain lords you have served. I do not care about Viscount Dunhill's opinions, nor do I fear Marquis Bramford. The Viscount is a lower-ranking noble. He is obligated to respect my arrangements. As for the Marquis, I am an honor count and a pioneer knight of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor James P. Carr 13. He would do well to think twice before moving against me. And if he dares to play any tricks, I would like to see for myself the strength of a Marquis, Alex added inwardly. He was confident in both the strength of his armed forces and the top-tier combat power required to hold off a Marquis. Saul was a saint-ranked combatant. That alone spoke volumes. Alex doubted the Marquis could boast an expert of that caliber. Notwithstanding, it was a card Alex preferred not to reveal. Even if the Marquis lacked a saint-ranked expert, he likely possessed combatants at the combat master, or veteran, level. Yet, not counting the 4 combat masters from the former Battle Bane, Fortuna itself had at least 4 people capable of reaching the combat master level, even if only temporarily. As for military strength, by the time his 1,000-strong force had fully assembled, and the group's force multipliers, the Silver Wolf Guard's rune tattoos, the Providence Army tokens, the link spells, the crossbows, and countless other advantages, were brought into play, the Marquis would find himself facing a very difficult opponent. And that was assuming this hypothetical conflict occurred before Alex completed construction of the interplanar gate and returned to Pangaea to restock supplies and gather reinforcements. Sir Count, forgive me for saying this, but even if you are capable of resisting the Marquis, that does not mean the people of this domain can do the same, Milton said. Something as simple as a dispute between the two of you could have disastrous consequences for us. Alex's eyes flashed. A powerful aura descended upon Milton. You still do not understand, Milton, he said. You and the people of this domain are now my people, and I am very protective of my people. At the very least, I have never allowed my actions to bring unwanted consequences upon those under my protection. I intend to point my blade towards the north and, if necessary, towards the near south as well. However, I will not do any of that without first establishing a strong foundation here. By the time I am finished, the domain will be capable of defending itself from threats both to the north and the south, even without my direct presence, Alex said confidently. Without waiting for Milton's response, Alex turned to Eleanor. This falls under your purview. What do you suggest, he asked. If we are ceasing the ore for food exchanges with the stronghold, then our first priority must be establishing trade elsewhere for the ore. I suggest trading the ore for currency with the various territories of the northeast outside the stronghold's influence and beyond the Bramford Marquisate. In particular, I believe Baron Corbin's harbor, as well as Mapletown just northwest of our crossing point on the Rotbark River, would be good places to start, Eleanor proposed. However, be warned that in order to make such trade attractive to those settlements, we will likely have to sell below market value. I estimate somewhere between 50 and 70% of market price, she added cautiously. That's fine. It would still be night and day compared to what the domain currently receives from the stronghold, Alex nodded. Besides, it helps us capture market share. If those domains use up their ore reserves and later manage to resell any surplus at a profit, they'll return to us for more. I wouldn't be so optimistic, Alex. Eleanor shook her head. Don't forget that when we passed through the various settlements and domains, most of the domain lords had already given up on any meaningful expansion. I doubt they will take the kind of risks necessary to create the demand you're hoping for. What this initial round of sales should accomplish is generating a large amount of currency that we can inject into the domain's economy and use to stimulate short-term growth. After that, we will need alternative methods to expand our reach and explore new markets. Perhaps we will need to reach out to our friends across the Rotbark River, or even beyond the Empire itself, she added. She gave Alex a meaningful look. Alex immediately understood what she was implying. She was suggesting that they take advantage of his spatial solutions to move the ore beyond the confines of the Northeast and into more prosperous and receptive markets. Chapter 764, Silk Road Plan. While this was indeed a smart solution, it wasn't the one Alex was looking for. It relied too heavily on him personally and was not sustainable in the long run for the domain in its current state. They needed another solution, even if it would take the medium to long term to implement. Alex recalled an idea he had recently considered. Turning to Milton, he asked, "According to my observations, the Rotbark River is a rather large river. Not only is it wide, but it also appears quite deep and, if I am not mistaken, flows through the northeast region towards the heartlands of the empire." "You are correct, Sir Count," Milton nodded. "The river does run through the northeast of the empire, the old northeast. However, it does not pass through our domain. Only a much smaller tributary does. The nearest access to the main river lies within territory currently controlled by berserk beasts, west of the domain. That's not a problem. We will need time to prepare before we can exploit it anyway. That should give us enough time to reclaim that region from the beasts," Alex said. "You are planning a maritime route?" Zora immediately caught on. "Yes, I am," Alex confirmed. "Since we have such a convenient route leading towards the heartlands of the empire, I see no reason not to make use of it. But, Sir Count, there is a reason nobody uses the river. Its currents are too strong, and it contains many sharp bends that make navigation extremely difficult for larger merchant vessels," Milton pointed out. "I am aware of that. However, that is merely a limitation of existing technology. All we need to do is develop a superior shipbuilding technology, one specifically designed to tame the unruly Rotbark River." Alex grinned. Since Milton had not known Alex for very long, he failed to grasp the significance of that grin. His wives, however, knew exactly what it meant. It meant Alex already had an idea in mind and was eager to bring it into reality. Eleanor nodded to herself. Once Alex successfully developed the ships needed to navigate the Rotbark, this maritime route would become a far more sustainable source of income than the spatial solution she had suggested. Alex paused for a moment as the idea continued to expand within his mind. Not just over water. The level of transportation technology across the board is severely lacking. If we can improve that technology, then by land, sea, and air, we can create multiple trade routes to and from our domain, opening it up to the outside world, Alex said. "Let's call it the Silk Road Plan," he continued. "This will be a long-term objective for our domain." Zora and Eleanor nodded. To them, if Alex was this confident, then it was already a foregone conclusion that it would eventually become reality. However, Milton couldn't help but remain skeptical. The entire concept felt too surreal to a man who had spent his entire life as an administrator in a backward domain tucked away in the forgotten Northeast. Meanwhile, Alex's mind was already racing ahead. According to the cliché blueprint followed by countless reincarnated kingdom-building protagonists from the novels of his previous life, establishing vast road networks, railways, and maritime routes was practically mandatory. Fortunately, the foundation for a road network already existed. It was merely a matter of rehabilitating and expanding the decaying infrastructure. The introduction of trains would also be essential, meaning he would eventually need to develop a working prototype. If I'm already going to introduce trains, I might as well push for automobiles as well. The current carriages are simply too slow, he added inwardly. "What do you think?" he asked. "Well, if this Silk Road plan comes to fruition even partially as you've described, then it will undoubtedly stimulate growth within the domain for at least the medium term. Not only would we be able to transport our ores to other domains, but the initial income generated would allow us to establish and develop related sectors and industries. That would enable us to export not only raw materials, ores, gemstones, timber, beast hides, and pelts, but also semi-processed and finished products. On top of that, merely constructing the Silk Road routes you've outlined would create entirely new industries and employment opportunities for our citizens, further revitalizing the local economy. All things considered, I believe it is a worthwhile plan to invest in," Eleanor concluded. Alex turned towards Milton. "It seems you have something on your mind," he asked. "If I may, while your plan sounds promising, I would like to point out that the domain has a limited population, most of whom currently work in the mines. If we implement your plan, we will have to divert manpower to these new projects, which would inevitably reduce mining output. Also, I would like to ask that we consider a concrete countermeasure against the stronghold now. This decision will undoubtedly affect Viscount Dunhill's and Marquis Bramford's bottom lines. It is imperative that we incorporate a clear response to their likely reaction into the plan, Milton insisted. Alex stared at the old man, realizing that he was somewhat more rigid than he had initially assumed. Still, since Milton's concerns genuinely stemmed from his desire to protect the townsfolk, Alex chose to let it pass, for now. Output from the mines won't decrease, Alex said. The same technological improvements that will revolutionize transportation on land can also be applied to mining operations, increasing efficiency and freeing up labor for other industries. As for the stronghold, I intend to construct a fort at the mouth of the nameless valley at the border of the domain. The fort will control all access into and out of our territory. It will not only prevent beasts from entering imperial lands, but it will also prevent the stronghold, or anyone else from the south, from entering the domain without our permission. The former removes any plausible justification the stronghold might use to enter our territory, while the latter removes much of their advantage should they decide to ignore that and proceed anyway, he added. Milton was tempted to point out that constructing such a fort would be neither simple nor quick. It would require enormous resources, manpower, and time. Time they arguably did not possess. However, he had enough self-awareness to realize that he was approaching the point where it would seem as though he questioned every decision the young noble made. And regardless of whether one was a noble or a commoner, nobody enjoyed having every action scrutinized and challenged. Thus, the old man decided that particular battle could wait for another day. Chapter 765, Cancers Within I. The meeting continued as other topics regarding the territory's condition were brought up. We need to holistically revamp the domain's fiscal policies. Zora pointed out one of the largest elephants in the room. However, since Alex had made it clear that he did not want to dwell excessively on the failures of previous administrations, she quickly moved on to her proposed solution. To begin drafting a comprehensive framework to address and guide the domain's fiscal responsibilities, we first need comprehensive data on the people living within our territory. We need to conduct a census as soon as possible, she said. Alex nodded in agreement. I would also like to take advantage of the census program to simultaneously create a citizens register. In many ways, the register would be even more useful than the census figures themselves, he said. After careful consideration, Alex had decided to deploy a Runic server to manage the domain's information and administrative records. It would make many of the immediate administrative tasks significantly easier in the short term. And in the long term, it would help ease the population's eventual transition into a digital age. For the register, I will provide an artifact that can be used to record the information of every citizen. As long as we collect each person's data through this artifact, we will be able to efficiently retrieve any additional information we require in the future, Alex explained. Milton nodded in acceptance. If the domain lord was willing to provide an artifact that made life easier for him and the rest of the administrative staff, he had no reason to object. After the census, we will need to begin plugging the tax and revenue leaks throughout the domain. We will also need to prevent individual settlements from operating outside the oversight of the domain administration. Other issues such as corruption and smuggling must likewise be dealt with before they become entrenched, Zora added. She looked intently between Alex and Milton. It was clear that she had something serious, perhaps even controversial, to bring up. What is it? Alex asked. I know you said not to dwell on the fiscal actions of previous administrations, but there is one matter that I cannot help but raise, Zora said. By any chance, is Madam referring to Caston Town? Milton seemed to sense where the conversation was headed. I am, Zora nodded. It is the biggest drain on the domain. Every issue I have mentioned, poor census records, missing taxes, smuggling, and corruption, is at its worst in Caston Town. On top of that, I came across reports stating that several strongmen have declared themselves the rulers of the town, and taxes that should be paid to the domain magistrate are instead being paid to them. Not only did previous administrations fail to address the problem, but they effectively allowed it to continue because apparently it can be traced back to a decision made by a former domain lord, which eventually evolved into the magistrate's official fiscal stance regarding the town. Alex frowned upon hearing this. This was the first time he had learned of the matter, as it had not been included among the documents he had reviewed throughout the night. Still, he wasn't quick to jump to conclusions. Instead, he turned to Milton. "Can you explain what this is about?" Alex asked. Milton nodded. "The domain Lord Madame Zora mentioned was the first ruler of the frontier march, Count Fonterra," Milton revealed. In order to establish the domain, Count Fonterra was given those whom the empire and its noble houses considered undesirable elements of society. This included a mixture of destitute commoners and outlaws. Count Fonterra feared that the outlaws would negatively influence the unfortunate commoners, so he decided to separate the two groups. The poor destitute commoners laid the foundations of Fonterra Bastide, while the outlaws formed the bulk of Caston Town. In order to convince the outlaws to willingly relocate to Caston, Count Fonterra presented the plan as a recruitment drive for a new town garrison. He promised 3,000 square meters of farmland to the family members of each of the 300 guards who joined the garrison. Milton paused, clenching his fists in anger. The Count had obviously intended the promise to apply only to the immediate family members of the guards. However, after the Count's death and the appointment of a new magistrate, members of the Caston Town garrison claimed that the Count had meant their entire family, down to 9 generations. Since the magistrate administration could provide no evidence to refute their claim, while there was documented proof that the Count had indeed promised the garrison that land and fulfilled the agreement, the magistrate ultimately sided with the garrison, Milton revealed. The magistrate didn't want to be seen as opposing a Count who had willingly come to this place at the height of the fear surrounding the great berserk beast forest? Alex commented. Exactly, Milton nodded. However, that decision set the domain on a flawed path. The garrison members married and had children without restraint. In both cases, they added more people to their families and, consequently, laid claim to more land. Even their in-laws were granted land. Eleanor asked in disbelief. Yes, they argued that they were family and therefore entitled to the land, Milton replied wryly. With the precedent established by the first magistrate's ruling, there was little the administration could do except comply. Alex, Eleanor, and Zora exchanged frowns. Milton continued. This continued until a few decades ago, shortly before the penultimate major beast tide, when much of the farmland became unusable because crops grown on it were no longer safe for consumption. The worst affected was naturally Caston Town, which possessed the largest population and the greatest amount of farmland in the domain. Using both the threat of the approaching beast tide and the planned actions of the stronghold as leverage, the domain lord at the time negotiated an agreement with the major powers within the town, which had by then consolidated into 5 dominant clans controlling most of the population and land. The agreement placed a cap on farmland allocations, limiting them to only second-generation family members of serving garrison personnel. In exchange, the domain permanently capped all taxes within the town at 10%. What? Alex and his wives exclaimed simultaneously. Initially, they had thought the domain lord had shown some wisdom by finally establishing clear limits on which family members were entitled to the promised land. However, hearing that he had done so at the cost of permanently capping the town's tax rate at 10% left them stunned. It had to be understood that, depending on the domain and the activity being taxed, peasants like those living within a domain like the Frontier March could face tax rates as high as 50%, or even 70% in extreme cases. Not only was taxation one of the primary ways nobles accumulated their wealth, but more importantly, it was one of the key mechanisms through which they maintained authority over their territories. Such authority was even more important when dealing with a group like the inhabitants of Caston Town, who had clearly harbored ambitions of rising beyond the authority of the domain magistrate. Granting them such favorable terms was no different from nurturing their ambitions. Chapter 766, Cancers Within 2. With that in mind, the sequence of events that had led to the domain's current predicament became painfully obvious to the husband and wives. Even so, they continued listening to Milton in case an even more foolish decision had been made by one of the previous domain lords or magistrates. Milton continued. When the war against the beasts was raging and had reached a critical stage, the commander of the stronghold at the time, Marquis Bramford, requested that the domain lord organize a supply corps to maintain the flow of provisions to the front lines. This would allow the stronghold to redeploy soldiers who would otherwise have been assigned to the logistics duties. With the pressure of the war mounting, the Marquis pushed the domain lord into accepting an agreement with Caston Town. The agreement stated that, due to their inability to farm their lands, the domain would suspend tax collection from the town and provide replacement farmland to the families of the garrison members so they could continue agricultural activities. Milton's expression darkened. Years after the war ended, Caston Town still refused to pay taxes. Whenever the administration approached them, they argued that since they had not been provided with replacement farmland, they remained exempt from taxation. The truth, however, was that the administration had attempted to allocate new farmland to them on numerous occasions over the years. The garrison families simply refused to accept it, claiming that the proposed land suffered from suspected berserk energy contamination. They insisted that they would not accept any land unless they personally confirmed it was safe. A group of peasants dictating terms to their domain lord. Alex suddenly chuckled as though he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. What did the domain lord do at the time? He asked. It happened during the reign of Baron Dick, who was largely viewed as a subordinate of Viscount Dunhill and Marquis Bramford. Since the Marquis had personally brokered the agreement, the Baron did not dare violate it. He allowed Caston Town to reject the replacement lands, which in turn allowed them to indefinitely delay paying their taxes, Milton replied. Just to be clear, Alex said, leaning forward slightly. Did the domain lord during the Beast Tide willingly agree to the arrangement? Or was it the Marquis who effectively forced the entire deal through? The domain lord never verbally agreed to it. However, it didn't matter. Marquis Bramford was the commander of the stronghold at the time, and the leaders of Caston Town were among the strongest powers within the domain. The domain lord had little choice but to allow it to happen, Milton said. So, he never actually agreed to it. Alex pressed. Yes. Milton nodded, still unsure where Alex was going with this. Good. In that case, he wasn't as foolish as I initially thought. Alex nodded. Milton looked confused. Eleanor took it upon herself to explain. No noble has the authority to issue binding rulings within another noble's domain. Even the emperor would not do so directly. Instead, he would compel the domain lord to make the decision himself. Since the Marquis pushed the arrangement through without the express consent of the domain lord, the agreement lacks a proper legal foundation. Especially since the Marquis had no direct authority over this domain. The territory belongs to the Empire and is administered through its rightful domain lord. The Marquis has no right to push an agreement for it, she added. It was akin to the ruler of one country attempting to pass laws that were legally binding within another country. The notion was absurd. Whether a barony or a kingdom, every fiefdom possessed its own authority structure and could only be governed by its rightful ruler, regardless of how powerful an outsider might be. So, what is the current state of Caston Town? Alex asked. The town is controlled by 5 clans who use their influence to ensure that only members of their family are appointed as garrison personnel. Other families descended from the original garrison members have gradually been sidelined and suppressed. As a result, virtually all the land rights and privileges associated with those positions are concentrated within those 5 clans. Using that advantage, they established a system in which nearly all economic activity within the town passes through them. They exploit their tax-exempt status to avoid paying taxes to the domain magistrate while collecting their own share of the profits from everyone else, Milton explained. That's not a case of the town paying no taxes, Eleanor remarked. It's a case of them paying taxes to the wrong people. It is an open secret among everyone, but the 5 clans possess a force powerful enough to rival the magistrate's own. In many ways, they also appear to be backed by the stronghold. Even worse, people from Caston Town have spread throughout the other settlements within the domain and now occupy many influential positions. If a military operation were launched against Caston Town, we fear that these branch members in other settlements could incite unrest, possibly escalating into a civil war. The administration's hands are tied, Milton said. What a mess. Alex shook his head. It is precisely this kind of indecisive, wishy-washy leadership that allowed the problem to grow into what it is today. He leaned back slightly. Send a messenger to them. Inform them that a new domain lord has taken control of the frontier march, one personally appointed by the emperor himself. Inform them that I am ordering them to pay the backlog of taxes owed to the administration. Only after those taxes have been paid will we discuss the matter of the land. The payment of taxes to the domain lord supersedes all other obligations. If they refuse, then they will be seeing me very soon, and not under pleasant circumstances. Sir Count, if the message is phrased this way, they will be even less likely to comply, Milton cautioned. That's exactly what he wants, Zora replied. Cancers like these have a habit of hiding. Let them expose themselves. Once they do, we can remove the entire problem in a single stroke. Let's hope the leaders of Caston Town are reasonable enough to understand their situation, Alex said with a smile. But if they can't, then I wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson about the cruel realities of nobility. The smile sent a chill down Milton's spine, so much so that the old man nearly rose from his seat. At first, he thought it was merely his imagination. Then he noticed something. The young noble's eyes had changed. The gem-like ruby-red pupils had become a deep, unsettling crimson, resembling fresh blood. Milton did not understand what he was seeing. His wives, however, did. Calm madness. Chapter 767, Caston Town. 3 days later. Alex rode through the gates of Caston Town atop Dread as part of a group of 15 escorting a cloth-covered carriage. Inside the carriage sat old Milton, Zora, and Eleanor, who observed the town through the openings as they passed through it. Milton looked between Alex, who rode beside Kavikin while making a show of letting the War-Tiger lead the group, and the two ladies seated beside him. To Milton, the three of them appeared to be people born into nobility, raised amidst the finest luxuries life had to offer. Yet he could not understand how they could be so understated. A comfortable noble carriage had been available at the manor, yet they had chosen to travel in a shabby peasant carriage instead. Alex had gone even further, dressing like a mercenary and riding into town rather than sitting inside the carriage. At the moment, even his mannerisms resembled those of a seasoned mercenary. The powerful noble aura he usually carried was nowhere to be seen. Alex, however, was oblivious to Milton's contemplation. Thanks to the old man's objections, he had eventually decided against sending the hardline message he originally intended to deliver. Instead, he chose to visit Caston Town personally and speak with the garrison leadership before deciding what stance to take regarding both the garrison and the town itself. However, unwilling to make Caston the sole purpose of his journey, Alex decided to tour the settlements under his domain first and see their conditions with his own eyes rather than relying solely on written reports. Starting from the smaller camps and villages, he traveled through each settlement before finally arriving at Caston Town. For the most part, conditions within those settlements matched what had been recorded in the reports, or were only slightly worse. That discovery allowed Alex to breathe a sigh of relief. It confirmed that, despite its shortcomings, the albeit little information that was gathered by Magistrate's administration was largely accurate and dependable. Now that they had finally entered Caston Town under the guise of a merchant caravan, Alex carefully assessed his surroundings. On average, both the town and its inhabitants appeared wealthier than those of the other settlements, including Fonterra Bastide itself, which was supposed to be the capital of the domain. Moreover, unlike Fonterra, the town did not rely on beast dung as a defensive measure to keep monsters away. On that note, one of Alex's first instructions as domain lord had been to have all the foul-smelling beast dung cleared away. Contrary to what many of the townsfolk expected, removing the beast dung did not immediately result in monster attacks. What they did not know was that Alex had instructed his 100 guards to subtly release their auras for a brief instant. However, under the effects of the Fortune Army formation, that single instant had been sufficient to warn all nearby beasts away from the town. It was a far more effective deterrent than relying on beast dung. Shaking his head, Alex continued examining the town around him. As they traveled through the streets, he gradually began to notice something after entering the Western District. There is segregation here, Alex mused. The Western District was clearly more developed than the rest of the town. It's like walking into the noble quarter of a capital city. Every so often, he spotted houses constructed from stone. This was a very expensive building material. Within the domain, only the magistrate manor should realistically have been able to afford both its construction and maintenance. Yet here in Caston Town, there were more than a few buildings built with stone. Stone was one of the resources regularly shipped to the frontier stronghold. What remained behind should have been scarce and prohibitively expensive. Yet here it was, being used throughout Caston. If there was ever a challenge to the authority of the magistrate's administration, this would be it, Alex thought. These buildings were statements. Statements declaring that their owners considered themselves the equals of whoever resided within the magistrate manor. Alex guided Dredd closer to the carriage carrying Milton and his wives. "What is this area?" he asked. "This is the district where the families of the current garrison members reside," Milton replied. "While the northern district is where the families of former garrison members, who have been ousted from here, gathered," he added. "Is that so?" Alex muttered. "So they have turned themselves into nobles and royalty upon land that does not belong to them." He narrowed his eyes slightly. If this is how they carry themselves, then it becomes easy to see how they view themselves. And if this is how they view themselves, then their ambitions is obvious to see. He subtly glanced at old Milton. "Sorry, Vice Magistrate, but these people are a lost cause," he thought. Milton's greatest concern was that any overt action against the five families ruling Caston would trigger a territorial crisis that the frontier march could not afford. In Alex's eyes, however, they already were a crisis the domain could not afford. Still, he decided to humor the old man. That way, Milton would have fewer grounds to complain when Alex eventually did what needed to be done, and it would help preserve the old man's loyalty. Milton was an important piece on the board, one Alex believed he needed on his side. At the very least, ruling the domain would be significantly easier with Milton's support than without it. The group eventually found a clean inn within the Western District. It was easily one of the finest inns in the entire domain, and the quality of its rooms reflected that status. "I am the Count of Skywalker, Alex Fury, the domain lord of this territory. I expect the finest service your establishment can provide," Alex said. To Milton's surprise, Alex announced himself so overtly as he placed 5 complete low-grade berserk stones on the counter, a complete difference from his usual low-key demeanor. The innkeeper could count on one hand the number of times he had seen complete berserk stones instead of fragmented shards. 5 complete stones were more than enough to rent the entire establishment for at least a month. The innkeeper immediately sprang into action, chasing away any loafers and destitute patrons lingering around the building, lest they somehow offend this wealthy young lord. "Why did you reveal your identity, Sir Count?" Milton asked. "Prepared to meet the leaders of the 5 families," Alex replied nonchalantly. He sat down at one of the tables in the common hall alongside his wives. Roughly 5 minutes later, beverages were brought out and served. "Oh, they even have milk and honey here." Alex raised an eyebrow slightly. He had not expected the inn to actually fulfill his request. In truth, he had only ordered those items because he expected the staff to offer substitutes, allowing him to gauge the level of wealth and trade available within the town. Milk, honey, and black tea. These were luxury goods that should not have been readily available in a struggling town located within a downtrodden domain. Chapter 768, Caston Town Garrison's Demands. "Wealth is flowing into this town in ways the magistrate doesn't know about," Alex mused. According to the official records, there was supposedly no agriculture within Caston Town, the very argument the 5 families used to justify not paying taxes. If that were true, then where were they obtaining milk, honey, and black tea? Calm madness. A cold light flashed through Alex's eyes, yet his expression remained composed as he quietly sipped the milk and honey in his cup while he waited. Soon enough, exactly as he had expected, a group arrived. "Sir, a group of people identifying themselves as the heads of the 5 garrison families have come to pay their respects," a silver wolf guard reported. "Bring them in," Alex said. A group of nearly a dozen people entered the inn's common hall. "They are here, Sir Count," the silver wolf guard announced. "These are the heads of the Winkler, Saltz, Allen, and Heisen families. Behind them are garrison squad leaders Winkler, Saltz, Allen, and Heisen. There is also squad leader Dunn." The wolf guard meticulously introduced each individual one after another. Alex glanced at the guard for a moment before shifting his attention to the visitors. So the ruling families of Caston are Winkler, Saltz, Allen, Heisen, and Dunn, Alex thought. To think that commoners would grant themselves family names without the approval of their domain lord. If someone didn't know better, they might mistake them for nobles. "Welcome, gentlemen," Alex greeted. With a graceful gesture, he motioned for them to take the seats opposite him. Meanwhile, Eleanor, Zora, and Milton rose from their seats and moved to a table behind Alex. The 4 family heads present sat opposite him, while the garrison squad leaders took seats behind them. The squad leaders were supposed to be representatives of the domain lord within the town and, by all rights, should have held authority above the family heads. Yet here, the opposite seemed to be true. The head of the Winkler family, a chubby middle-aged man, rose to his feet and bowed towards Alex. "I represent the families of Caston Town in apologizing to the domain lord for failing to present ourselves at Fonterra Bastide. Since news of your arrival in the domain reached us, we have been scrambling to acquire a gift befitting your status before presenting ourselves before you. Unfortunately, we have yet to obtain anything worthy of account. We never expected that you, Sir Count, would be unwilling to wait and would instead grace us with your presence before we could do so. To think that we had to rush over empty-handed after hearing of your arrival. We are ashamed of ourselves." The man spoke with an expression of sincere regret. Alex's eyes flashed coldly for an instant. The change went unnoticed by the family heads as he maintained a pleasant smile. "It is no issue. My appointment as domain lord was unscheduled. It came about only through the wisdom and will of the emperor. How can ordinary men like us possibly move at the pace of His Majesty's wisdom?" Alex replied, sounding every bit the noble of the Selahan Empire. Then he added, "I have no need for gifts. The greatest gift you can give me is your support in developing our domain and making it a better place than it currently is for everyone who lives here." Sir Count is truly magnanimous. The Winkler family head's round face twisted into something resembling a smile. After the initial pleasantries concluded, the Winkler family head spoke on behalf of the garrison and raised their grievances. He protested the magistrate's decision to withhold the land that should supposedly have been allocated to the families of the garrison guards. He also demanded payment of the wages allegedly owed to the guards over the previous 2 years. Each guard was entitled to 10 berserk stone shards every month. For a garrison force of 300 men, the accumulated unpaid wages amounted to approximately 72,000 shards, or 72 complete low-grade berserk stones. These were matters Alex had expected the family heads to raise. However, the Winkler family head soon brought up something Alex had not anticipated. "Sir Count, Caston Town's population has grown tremendously over the past few years. Although we have encouraged many of the younger generation to relocate to other settlements within the domain, there are still more people than available jobs. As a result, a large number of idle citizens remain within the town. We hope that Sir Count can grant us merchant permits allowing these people to travel outside the domain and engage in trade. That would provide them with productive work. Naturally, each merchant group would pay the customary 10% tax to the domain in exchange for this privilege," the chubby man said. The audacity. Behind Alex, old Milton's face reddened with rage. He was about to rise and speak when Zora placed a hand on his arm and shook her head. In front of them, Alex merely nodded as though he were seriously listening to and considering the man's proposal. Inwardly, however, he sneered. "You lot take me for a fool, do you?" Alex thought. "You want me to grant you merchant permits so you can pay only 10% tax? Do you really think I would agree to that?" Merchant groups were not easy to establish. There were countless dangers that could wipe out an entire merchant venture overnight. As a result, merchant companies were usually operated directly by a domain or backed by the domain lord as a form of public enterprise. That said, it was not unheard of for private individuals to own merchant companies by obtaining permits from their domain lord. Such permits did more than merely authorize trade. More importantly, they served as proof of identity and legitimacy when operating in foreign domains. Without one, it was nearly impossible for a merchant company to be taken seriously elsewhere. Other domains would simply not trust them, and trust was the foundation of trade and commerce. However, offering only a 10% tax in exchange for such a permit was laughable. Much like income taxes, the rates imposed on merchant companies typically range from 30 to 50%, while greedier domain lords demanded as much as 70% of their profits. The reason was simple. A merchant permit was not merely an authorization or identification document. It was effectively a declaration that the issuing noble house stood as guarantor for the merchant company holding it. Nobles considered the high taxes a fair price for allowing merchants to use the reputation of their house and domain to open trade opportunities that would otherwise remain inaccessible. The taxes also compensated the noble house for the risks it assumed whenever those merchants acted under its banner. For the Winkler family head to believe that a 10% tax was fair compensation for a merchant permit meant one of two things. Either he did not understand the value of such permits, or he held neither the domain nor Alex's title in high regard, a title whose authority ultimately flowed from the power of the emperor himself. Chapter 769, Alex's Caste and Scheme. I apologize on behalf of the magistrate's administration for the delay in salaries. As you know, the domain is still recovering from the effects of the great beast tide that struck only half a decade ago. Our finances are stretched thin trying to cover a variety of administrative expenses. Revenue leakages and the reduction of income sources, including your town's continued failure to pay taxes, have contributed significantly to the delay in salary payments, Alex said with a small smile. In other words, he was telling them that the reason the guards had not been paid was because the town itself was not paying its taxes. The expressions of the Castan representatives immediately darkened. Alex, however, continued as though he had noticed nothing. However, there is no need for concern. With my appointment, the Empire has seen fit to inject several tens of thousands of berserk stones into the domain to accelerate its development. A mere 72 stones are hardly worth mentioning. As soon as you provide the work logs proving that the garrison members performed their duties during those 2 years, the salaries will be paid. After all, this is imperial money. We would only be inviting an audit from the Empire if I authorized payment for services that were never rendered, would we not? And we certainly would not want the Imperial Treasury and audit departments scrutinizing our affairs. I hear they are every bit as ruthless as the Imperial Army, perhaps even more so. The expressions of the family heads and garrison squad leaders darkened further. Yet Alex continued, seemingly incapable of reading the atmosphere. Regarding the unemployment issue you mentioned earlier, do you happen to know the exact numbers involved? I would appreciate it if you could conduct a census of the town and submit the figures to us. Once we have accurate data, we will be able to formulate programs and initiatives to assist those affected. For example, the land issue concerning your garrison families has been brought to my attention. Well, I find myself in a rather difficult position. The land currently available around the town has been rejected by you due to what you describe as reasonable concerns. Unfortunately, most of the cultivable land still available within the domain lies near the entrance to the frontier march. As such, I intend to establish a new town there and invite the family members of garrison personnel who have yet to receive farmland to relocate there. In addition, the new town will require its own garrison force. Those who choose to serve there will be offered a similar arrangement to the one currently enjoyed by the Castan garrison, with only a slight difference. Oh, and anyone who already possesses farmland here may also choose to exchange their current plots for farmland in the new town if they wish. Alex paused before continuing. To be honest, I am impressed by how you have developed Castan Town. It is well on its way to becoming a jewel of the domain. His words surprised everyone present. Because of that, I am considering introducing a new leadership system inspired by those used in some of the more developed settlements across the continent. Rather than having the magistrate's administration directly manage the town, a new position known as mayor will be created. The mayor, elected by a simple majority of the town's residents, will be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the settlement, while the magistrate's office will merely provide oversight to ensure that imperial laws are upheld. However, for such a system to function properly, we first require a census. We need to know who lives in the town and who is eligible to vote before any valid election can be conducted. For that, I will need your assistance. The family heads immediately began turning the proposal over in their minds. They quickly realized that this represented an opportunity to climb even higher and move one step closer to the ambitions each secretly harbored. The four men exchanged cautious looks with one another before turning back towards Alex. "Leave it to us," they promised. "Good. I will expect the town register, as well as a register of those willing to relocate to the new town by next week," Alex said. "That is my ultimatum. I need to be certain that the people who may one day govern this town in my stead are capable of handling the responsibility." The four family heads' expressions turned solemn. "We will get it done," they promised through gritted teeth. "Good," Alex nodded. "As for the matter of merchant permits, that will have to wait. We first need to resolve our trade situation with the frontier stronghold before any permits can be issued. Bureaucratic bottlenecks and limited personnel are unavoidable realities. That said, even if permits could be issued today, they would not operate under the tax structure to which you have become accustomed. This is an entirely different category of taxation. If anyone wishes to obtain a merchant permit, 50% tax is the lowest rate I am willing to approve." "Sir Count, this," the Winkler family head began to protest. Alex cut him off. "Nothing you say will change that. It is the standard practice throughout the Empire, and since this domain technically belongs to the Empire, there is very little room for negotiation. If you doubt my words, you are free to investigate the matter yourselves." "Of course not. How could we possibly doubt Sir Count?" the family heads hurriedly echoed. "In that case, I shall await your reports." Alex rose from his seat. Then, as though suddenly remembering something, he asked, "What about the head of the Dunn family? Why is he not present today?" Squad leader Dunn immediately rose to his feet. "A squad of the town's strongest hunters recently entered the forest to eliminate several beasts that had begun wandering dangerously close to the town. However, the hunters have since gone missing. Because those hunters belong to our Dunn family, the family head personally led a search party to find them. He had no idea Sir Count would grace us with his presence today. Otherwise, he likely would have remained behind." "No," Alex shook his head. "It is a failing of my administration if people disappear while risking their lives for the safety of the domain. When the family head returns, extend my gratitude to him." "As you command, Sir Count." Squad leader Dunn saluted. Alex headed towards the stairs, with his wives and Milton following behind him. As he ascended, he cast a subtle glance over his shoulder towards the family heads. A cold light flashed through his eyes. "Yudara, you have green light," Alex ordered through the comms network. Chapter 770, Yinbyo Unit. The next day, Alex and his entourage prepared to leave Caston Town for the mining settlement built beneath the mountain range, where the domain obtained most of its ore. Just before their departure, the heads of 4 of the 5 garrison families sent a representative to deliver the work logs Alex had requested for the payment of the guard salaries. Also included was a list containing the first batch of people willing to leave Caston Town and form the foundation of the new settlement Alex had proposed. "Please convey my thanks to the head of the Winkler family, as well as the other family heads, for their prompt action," Alex told the messenger. "Inform them that any citizens interested in relocating to help develop the new town may report to Fonterra in 3 days so that preparations for construction can begin. Also inform them that the matter of the outstanding salaries will be treated as a high priority, second only to the domain's regular or trade during this period. Once the work logs have been processed and verified, the unpaid wages will be issued together with this month's salaries in a single payment." He chuckled. "The garrison can expect so much money that I doubt they'll be able to spend it all." The messenger's face lit up. He laughed along with Alex before quickly taking his leave, allowing the domain lord and his entourage to continue their journey. What he failed to notice was that while Alex's mouth carried a smile, his eyes were icy crimson. Once the messenger had departed, Alex handed the work logs to a still confused Milton. The old man continued reviewing the records as their group passed through the town gates. Only after several minutes did he finally reach his limit. The audacity, the sheer effrontery. Milton exploded in fury. "Do they take us for fools?" "Calm yourself," Vice Magistrate Eleanor soothed. "Don't allow your anger to damage your health. You still have a great deal of work ahead of you if the domain is to be rebuilt. You don't understand, my lady. These ingrates simply fabricated the entire work log. They marked every single garrison member as present on every single day. They expect me to believe that not one guard fell ill or suffered an injury severe enough to miss work for even a single day. Worse still, they didn't even allow the ink to dry properly. Do they think we can't smell the fresh ink on the pages? Milton raged. Can you see now why our husband wanted to deal with them? Zora asked. You were the one who pleaded on their behalf. Can you now see their true colors? Can you see what they really think of you? She looked directly into the old man's eyes. Are you still going to advocate for them? Do you still believe a quiet and peaceful resolution is possible? Milton struggled for words. Eventually, he let out a weary sigh. I understand. I apologize for my naivety. I hope you can plead with the Count on my behalf. I will do everything in my power to help rectify this situation. It's not a problem. Eleanor smiled reassuringly. Alex isn't so petty that he would resent someone for disagreeing with him. In fact, knowing him, he would be more concerned if nobody questioned his decisions and everyone simply followed whatever he said without thinking. Besides, Alex never had any expectations for the family heads from the beginning, Zora added. In addition to showing you what they truly think of you, this entire affair was also meant to set the board for a larger scheme. Soon, the 5 clans of Caston will no longer be a problem for the domain. Elsewhere within Caston town, a shadowy group had gathered inside a modest house within one of the slum districts. As though influenced by an unseen force, the road leading to the building exuded a subtle pressure that instinctively discouraged passers-by from approaching. Had members of Fortuna been present, they would have immediately recognized those gathered inside. It was none other than Yudara and her scout team. We've received Master's go-ahead, Yudara said. How is the preliminary investigation progressing? From what we've managed to uncover over the last few hours, the 5 clans have grown quite wealthy through their control of the town. Of the 5, the strongest is clearly the Winkler family. They've managed to produce a gold-ranked combatant within their ranks, one of the crossbowmen reported. Why are the people in this domain so weak? Havel asked, shaking his head. We saw gold-ranked fighters almost everywhere back in the supposedly uncivilized wildlands. After everything they had experienced there, he found it difficult to believe that the town's greatest powerhouse was merely a single gold-ranked combatant. In the Selahan Empire, access to quality combat energy cultivation methods is tightly controlled by the nobility, Silver explained. The people of Caston Town are descended from outlaws. Most of them have never had access to high-quality cultivation techniques and are forced to rely on widely available low-grade manuals. Naturally, their progress is much slower. I see, Havel nodded. Then this gold ranker must be quite talented, Yudara remarked. After thinking for a moment, she asked, do we know anything else about him? We haven't been able to investigate him thoroughly yet, the captain of the crossbowmen replied, shaking his head. Prioritize him, Yudara ordered. I want a complete profile. Yes, ma'am. The crossbowman nodded before continuing. As for the Dunn family, they appear to be the most corrupt of the 5 clans. They have used all manner of underhanded methods to seize property from weaker garrison families, particularly those whose serving members died or lost their positions and were subsequently pushed out of the garrison network. We also believe they. Master already knows, Yudara interrupted. He sent me a message regarding them. Their fate has already been decided. Dangerous lights flashed through the eyes of everyone present. Master also said he'll be sending us a document soon, Yudara continued. The document will help us accomplish our objective. More importantly, it will come directly from the targets themselves. Really? The crossbowman captain asked. Can we trust the information in it? Have you forgotten who our leader is? Havel replied. Silver Tongue. The name flashed through the group's minds. If there was anyone capable of making a target willingly hand over information about themselves, everyone present believed their leader could do it. Yudara laughed inwardly. She didn't show it on her face, however, maintaining the demeanor of a serious commander. Master cautioned that the information should be treated primarily as a guide. It is highly likely that the targets will conceal certain things, so make sure you uncover everything. The success or failure of Master's future plans will depend heavily on the intelligence we gather. Do not forget that. Yes, ma'am, the crossbowman replied with a salute. Silver nodded solemnly. Havel yawned, but the seriousness in his eyes remained unmistakable. Suddenly, Eudora opened a box filled with animal-shaped wooden masks. A gift from Master, she said. These masks have Master's runes integrated into them, so they are far from ordinary. From this day forward, a new unit will be established under Fortuna, the Assault and Neutralization Black Operations Unit, or ANBO. These masks will identify members of the unit during operations, and everyone present here will become its founding members. The group merely shrugged. None of them had any strong opinions on the matter. One by one, they stepped forward to receive an animal-themed mask from Eudora. 3 days later, exactly as Alex had requested, a convoy carrying those willing to relocate for the construction of the new town arrived in Fonterra. A representative of the 5 Castan clans also arrived and handed the completed census records to the magistrate's administration in the domain capital. Milton was surprised by how quickly the 5 clans had managed to complete the census. Alex, however, merely laughed it off knowingly. He dispatched Milton to help organize and settle the new arrivals. While carrying out the task, Milton gradually noticed a common characteristic shared by many of the people who had been transferred. When he later returned to report his findings, the young count simply nodded and said, "I know." Those 2 simple words shook Milton to his core. As he stared at Alex's calm expression, he suddenly realized something. The 5 clans' decision to send these specific people to Fonterra, it had all played directly into Alex's hands. Chapter 771, Jilted Father. Castan Town. It had been a week since Alex met with the family heads. The population of the town had noticeably declined as a large group of people departed for Fonterra. Despite this, the town remained in high spirits, as everyone expected the substantial sum of money promised by the domain lord, in the form of the garrison's salary arrears, to arrive soon. Caught up in the excitement sweeping through the settlement, the garrison failed to notice a new group of shadowy individuals now operating within the town. One such individual, wearing an eagle-shaped mask, slipped silently into a garrison building. The masked figure moved unseen towards the rear of the structure, bypassing multiple patrols along the way. There, a middle-aged man dressed in a garrison uniform paced back and forth anxiously. "You actually came," the man said as the shadowy figure materialized before him. "Who are you?" "Who I am is irrelevant," the masked figure replied calmly. "What matters is whether the information I shared with you is true. Why should I trust you or your information?" the middle-aged man demanded aggressively. "What's stopping me from raising the alarm and keeping you here until you tell me everything you know and everything you're planning?" "Drop the posturing," the shadowy figure said dismissively. "We wouldn't be having this meeting if you didn't already harbor doubts. Besides, the fact that I came here alone should tell you something. You're not foolish enough to believe I would walk into this place without confidence in my ability to leave. If you raise the alarm, the only person who loses is you. After all, you'll never learn the truth about your wife and daughter." The middle-aged man's jaw tightened. For a moment, anger flashed through his eyes. Then his shoulders gradually slumped in defeat. "What do you want?" he asked quietly. "What are you after?" "I'm looking for an ally of sorts," the eagle-masked figure replied. "And I believe that once you've seen the evidence I possess, we'll discover that our goals are aligned. If that happens, helping each other will become the natural course of action." The masked figure handed over a rolled bundle of documents. The garrison member accepted them and began reading. The further he read, the more violently his hands trembled. "Is this true?" he asked, his voice laced with both wrath and despair. "You can see for yourself that the documents came directly from your clan," the eagle-masked figure replied. "What do you think?" My wife and daughter." The man's voice trembled. Can you save them?" "Yes." The eagle-masked individual nodded. "We can not only free them from the clan's grasp, but also cure them completely." The middle-aged man's breathing grew ragged. If you can do that, then I'll do whatever you want." "It's not merely what we want," the shadowy figure replied. "It's also what you truly want, deep down." The masked individual stepped closer and whispered temptingly into the man's ear. A few moments later, the figure departed as silently as they had arrived. The middle-aged man remained standing there alone. Slowly, he raised his head. His eyes had become cold. The warmth with which he once looked upon the garrison members around him, as fellow clansmen, had vanished. Now, when he looked at them, It was as though he were looking at corpses. Later that night, a sickly mother and daughter disappeared from an infirmary controlled by the Winkler clan without anyone noticing. Most likely, it would not be until the following morning that their absence was discovered. By then, however, neither the Winkler clan nor any of the other clans would have the luxury of worrying about them. For with the darkness of midnight came a retribution none of the Caston clans saw coming. Winkler family estate, Caston Town. The strongest member of the Winkler clan had suddenly called for an emergency meeting, gathering the clan head, elders, and influential members of the family in one place. Those attending arrived expecting the discussion to revolve around the proposal offered by the new domain lord. Opinions varied, but the general consensus remained the same. The new lord had yielded to their influence, and if he yielded once, he would yield again. Once most of the expected attendees had arrived, the person responsible for calling the meeting finally appeared. Alan Winkler. Trailing behind him was a cloaked figure. However, almost nobody paid attention to the stranger, assuming the individual to be one of Alan's personal attendants. Alan greeted the attendees before taking his seat to the left of the chubby clan head. Soon, the final attendees arrived. Alan glanced towards the clan head as though seeking permission to begin. The chubby middle-aged man nodded. Alan rose to his feet, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. I would like to thank everyone for attending this emergency meeting at such short notice, Alan said with a smile. The attendees responded with polite acknowledgments. I am 39 years old this year. Alan continued as he stepped away from his seat and slowly walked through the hall. And for 30 of those years, I have done nothing but serve this clan. In return, the clan has given me many things. Not only was I able to reach the gold rank thanks to the clan's investment in me, I was also promoted to captain within the town's garrison through the clan's support. More importantly, thanks to the help of the clan head, I was able to marry the love of my life despite all the obstacles and opposition that stood in our way. Not long afterwards, my wife and I were blessed with a beautiful daughter. A nostalgic smile appeared on Alan's face. But even then, the clan head's assistance did not end there. He turned towards the clan head and smiled. As everyone here knows, my wife and daughter mysteriously fell ill following the most recent major beast tide from the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Since then, the clan head has worked tirelessly to secure treatment for them, spending a tremendous amount of the clan's resources on their behalf. It is nothing, the clan head replied benevolently. Most of those resources were gathered through your own contributions to the clan in the first place. It is only right that they be used to help you during your time of greatest need. Yes, that is true, Alan agreed. I have indeed contributed greatly to the clan, but I still cannot bring myself to accept that so much of the clan's resources continue to be spent on my family alone. He paused. The family no longer needs to bear such an enormous burden on our behalf. Therefore, I have decided to leave with my family and search for a cure elsewhere. That way, the clan's resources can be put to better use. The declaration caused a stir throughout the hall. What? The clan head shot to his feet. Is there a problem, clan head? Alan asked, feigning confusion. It was not only the clan head who reacted. The elders and other influential members present all looked visibly disturbed. If Alan left, the clan would lose its sole gold-ranked combatant, their greatest advantage against both the other 4 clans and the magistrate's administration. Alan, don't be hasty, the clan head urged. I've already told you that I've invested a great deal of the family's resources and connections into finding a complete cure for your family. You only need to wait and be patient. The other influential members quickly joined in. Most echoed the clan head's sentiments, urging Alan to reconsider. Only a handful supported Alan's desire to leave and seek a cure himself, believing it would save the clan from continuing to expend resources on his family's treatment. Alan suddenly sighed. Tilting his head back, he closed his eyes for a moment. Are you finished with the farce? The cloaked individual he had brought into the hall finally spoke. Yes, I am, Alan replied with a nod. Everyone present was experienced. It did not take them long to realize something was wrong, especially when the cloaked figure casually moved towards the doorway, cutting off the hall's only exit. Alan slowly opened his eyes. I had hoped only the clan head was involved. But it's obvious to me now that many more of you knew the truth. His gaze swept across the room. What was I to all of you? A puppet? A convenient weapon to be controlled and discarded whenever it suited you. A faint aura began to radiate from his body, slowly spreading throughout the hall. I could have tolerated it if your schemes had targeted only me. After all, as I said before, I am grateful to the clan for helping me become who I am today. But to target my wife and child, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. That. His aura exploded outward. I cannot forgive. The pressure of a gold-ranked combatant descended upon the room, forcing many of those present back into their seats. What are you doing, Alan? The clan head shouted. His own aura erupted in response, pushing back against Alan's pressure. Give me your head, you pig. Alan roared. The fury he had concealed for so long finally burst free. At the doorway, the cloaked figure spoke quietly. Begin the operation. The individual pulled back their hood. An eagle-headed mask was revealed beneath. Chapter 772, Yanbio Unit Strikes I. A few moments earlier, the animal-masked members of the Yanbio unit reconvened at their secluded staging location within Caston Town. This time, they had not gathered to exchange intelligence, but to prepare for the operation. The eagle-masked operative stepped forward and placed 2 scrolls on the ground, channeling her internal energy into them. As energy flowed into them, the scrolls disintegrated into countless motes of light, leaving behind 2 intricate runic circles, each roughly 1 meter in diameter and densely inscribed with runes. The circles released vertical pillars of light about 1 meter high. The light seemed to tear open the fabric of space itself, forming 2 spatial gates roughly half a meter wide. Masked figures immediately stepped through. From one gate emerged 7 masked operatives accompanied by a lone eagle. From the other stepped approximately 100 masked and cloaked individuals. The eagle glanced over the waiting Yanbio members as though searching for someone. Her eyes eventually settled on the operative wearing the eagle mask. She beat her wings and rose into the air. As she flew, her body shrank slightly before gliding gracefully onto the eagle-masked operative's shoulder. The eagle lowered her beak, allowing the operative to stroke it gently. Satisfied, she lifted her head proudly towards the sky, once again assuming her usual imperious and somewhat arrogant bearing. Everyone already knew the plan before arriving. As such, the operations commander, the eagle-masked operative, didn't waste time with unnecessary words. She simply raised a hand. The force immediately moved out. The eagle soared into the sky, taking up an aerial observation position over the town. Meanwhile, the Yanbio unit split into 5 groups, each advancing towards one of the 5 major family estates in Caston Town. As they neared their respective objectives, roughly 20 cloaked operatives dispersed around each estate, quietly taking up concealed positions. From the eagle's vantage point above, however, the pattern became obvious. The cloaked operatives had established a complete perimeter around each estate. An inescapable net had been cast. No one inside would be escaping what was about to unfold. With the excitement in town surrounding the domain lord's agreement with the 5 families, nobody noticed the shadows moving into position. At the Salt's estate, the 7 individuals who had stepped through the spatial gate alongside the eagle approached the rear perimeter wall. Working in perfect coordination, the 7 operatives, each wearing a unique canine-themed mask, scaled the wall with ease and silently infiltrated the estate. Already possessing detailed layouts of the grounds, the 7 hounds split up and descended upon their assigned objectives. Moving from building to building, they employed whatever method best suited the situation: swords, crossbows, knives, or even their bare hands to silently break a target's neck from behind. Whatever accomplished the mission. One by one, they quietly eliminated roughly 15 silver-ranked members of the clan. After sweeping the estate and confirming that every designated silver-ranked target had been dealt with, the 7 hounds regrouped before advancing towards the estate's main building. It was the most heavily guarded structure on the grounds, so they proceeded with greater caution. Unwilling to risk alerting the estate through a missed roll call, the hounds decided against eliminating the guards stationed outside the building. Instead, they relied on more creative methods to bypass them. Exiting through a lower floor window, They climbed the exterior wall to the uppermost level before slipping through a nearby room adjacent to their target, the study. Thanks to the runic enhancements embedded within their masks, which greatly heightened their senses, the hounds detected the presence of 3 guards standing outside the study door. Re-equipping their pump-action crossbows, they stepped out of the room. Twang! 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 3 bolts flew almost simultaneously, dropping the guards before they had a chance to react. The sound of the crossbows wasn't completely silent. Knowing they had only moments before the disturbance was discovered, the hounds immediately surged forward and kicked open the study door. Inside, the clan head and the clan elders had been discussing their plans for the upcoming mayoral election. Although the strange sound outside had caught their attention, it was unlike anything they recognized as an immediate threat. Consequently, they had not fully raised their guard. The hounds made sure they never had the chance. Thwack! 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 Without waiting for an invitation, the hounds burst into the room and opened fire on every target within sight. Within moments, most of the elders had been struck down. Only the clan head and 2 clan elders remained alive. They had reacted just quickly enough to evade the incoming bolts. The hounds had emptied the magazines of their pump-action crossbows and needed to reload. The surviving clan head and elders gave them no such opportunity. They immediately charged. Casting aside their crossbows, 2 of the hounds drew their swords in a single fluid motion and met the 3 attackers head-on. To the Salt's clan head's astonishment, the 2 masked operatives successfully held their ground. The clan head and both elders were all peak silver rank combatants. Although no colored aura surrounded the hounds, their pressure and methods identified them as silver rank fighters as well. That was precisely why the Salt's leaders were so shocked. 2 silver-ranked opponents should never have been able to withstand the combined assault of 3 peak silver-rank combatants. What the Salt's family didn't realize was that it wasn't merely 2 people resisting their attacks. It was all 7. The runes engraved upon the hounds' bodies emitted an almost imperceptible resonance, linking the energies of all 7 operatives together and allowing them to reinforce one another. The instant the 2 hounds halted the trio's advance and locked them in place, the remaining 5 struck. Moving with flawless coordination, they swept around the Salt's leaders and closed the trap. Their fangs, gleaming swords, pierced through the surviving Salt's clan higher-ups in nearly the same instant. The 3 Salt's leaders collapsed to the floor, lifeless, as blood pooled beneath them. Elsewhere, a lone operative wearing a fox mask approached the Heisen family estate. The Heisen clan was renowned throughout Caston Town for the exceptional toughness of its members and their formidable defensive abilities. It was often said that once a member of the Heisen clan chose to turtle up and fight defensively, defeating them became nearly impossible. The lone ANBO operative wearing a fox mask calmly approached the estate through its front gate. They intended to put that legend to the test. Chapter 773, Yanbio Unit Strikes 2. How? Before the 2 guards at the gate could finish speaking, the fox operative's sword flashed from its sheath, decapitating them both. Without so much as a pause, he strode through the estate gates. He made no attempt to avoid the guards. Every guard he encountered, he beheaded. Heads, bodies, and blood littered the fox operative's path. It made no difference whether they were bronze or silver rank. The outcome was always the same. Every combat warrior he encountered within the Heisen estate lost their head. In fact, he seemed less like an assassin eliminating specific targets and more like a methodical psychopath carrying out a calm, meticulously planned massacre. Unfortunately for Fox, the Heisen clan had concluded their preparatory meeting for the upcoming election earlier that day, preventing him from catching all of his targets in one place. That simply meant more of the family's combatants had to die as he hunted down his targets one by one. As expected, before Fox could eliminate all of his targets, members of the Heisen clan discovered the trail of corpses he had left behind and sounded the alarm. Even then, Fox did not hurry. He continued advancing at the same steady pace, allowing the clan to gather its forces into consolidated defensive positions. They didn't expect that a single individual had caused such devastation, believing it was an invading armed force. Hence, the defensive position would hold such a force off. By concentrating their forces, however, They merely made Fox's task easier. One defensive line after another fell before him. Every position he approached was utterly annihilated, leaving behind yet more headless corpses. Eventually, the clan head and the few surviving elders rallied what remained of the family's warriors into a final defensive line they believed could withstand any assault. Shields slammed into the ground. Combat energy gathered together, forming both a solid physical barricade and a powerful energy barrier. Sweat dripped from the temples of every warrior standing behind the wall as they awaited the terror drawing ever closer. Contrary to their expectations, however, it wasn't an army that emerged. It was a single man, a lone swordsman. The Heisen warriors wanted to dismiss him. However, the trail of blood and corpses left in the man's wake made that impossible. As he approached their defensive position, one of the shield-bearing warriors charged forward with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. The man led with his shield, earth and silver ranked combat energy enveloping his body. Contrary to the Heisen's expectations, there was no prolonged duel. With a single overhead slash, Fox cleaved through the Heisen champion's shield and his body. The two halves fell silently to the ground. Terror gripped the defenders as they realized that this incarnation of death had set its sights upon them. Fox's figure suddenly vanished. The next instant, he reappeared just a few feet before the shield wall, standing in a low stance with both hands resting upon the hilt of his sword. Copious amounts of energy gathered within the blade. Then his arm flashed. The strike moved so quickly that the defenders couldn't even follow it. Crack. Shatter. The Heisen clan's famed defensive formation shattered beneath a single blow. And with it, the fighting spirit of the Heisen clan was broken as well. What followed was nothing short of a massacre as Fox methodically cut down every Heisen combat warrior in his path. Soon, the clan elders had all been slain, leaving only the retreating Heisen clan head. The man collapsed onto his knees before scrambling backwards on the ground as Fox steadily approached, his sword lowered to one side, while blood trickled from the grooves of its blade. "Why?" the Heisen clan head cried out in anguish. "How have we offended someone like you?" "You dared offend my liege," Fox replied coldly. His figure blurred. The next instant, he stood beside the clan head. As Fox slowly returned his sword to its sheath, the Heisen clan head's head slid from his shoulders before tumbling to the ground, a jet of blood erupting skywards. By the time Fox departed the Heisen estate, those bearing the Heisen name who remained alive were almost entirely women, children, and the elderly. Nearly every military-aged man of the Heisen bloodline had been wiped out. At the same time, a group of 6 AMBO operatives wearing masks themed after different birds of prey approached the Dunn family estate. Using grappling hooks fired from modified crossbows, the 6 bird-masked operatives scaled the estate walls. Unlike the other assault teams, they maintained their distance throughout the operation. Armed with relatively long-range bolt-action crossbows, there was little reason for them to engage their targets in close combat unless absolutely necessary. However, as they swept through the estate, they made a surprising discovery. None of their targets were present. The Dunn family was known to possess 10 silver-ranked combatants. 6 had reportedly disappeared under mysterious circumstances, while the remaining 4 had supposedly left to search for them. Yet after news of the domain lord's meeting with the other clan heads spread through Caston, Yimbio intelligence had confirmed that the Dunn clan head and the other silver ranks had already returned to the estate. But upon arriving, the bird unit found only women, children, the elderly, and a handful of inconsequential bronze-ranked combatants. The bird-masked operatives did not engage them. Instead, they headed directly towards the last known location of the Dunn clan head and the remaining silver-ranked members. Their search led them to the estate's ceremonial hall, a building reserved exclusively for the clan's leadership. Ordinary members of the Dunn family were only permitted inside during a handful of ceremonial occasions each year. Slipping silently past the guards, the bird unit entered the hall. It was empty. The discovery puzzled them. According to the intelligence they had received, this should have been where their targets were gathered. The squad immediately began searching the room. One of the operatives soon noticed that a large wooden wall panel had recently been disturbed. The team quickly pried it open. To their surprise, a hidden chamber lay behind it. At the center of the chamber was a large hole descending downwards into pitch darkness, with a thick rope hanging into its depths. "This is Bird Unit," the squad leader reported over comms. "Targets are missing. Subterranean tunnel discovered. Commencing pursuit." One after another, the operatives secured themselves to the rope and descended into the darkness below. Chapter 774, Yinbyo Unit Strike 3. Elsewhere, at the same time, a slender female figure wearing a cat-themed mask arrived at the walls of the Allen estate. Of the 5 ruling families, the Allen clan was by far the most artistic, or perhaps the most ostentatious. Their buildings were larger and more lavish than those of the other clans. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows were a common architectural feature throughout the estate. Ordinarily, this extravagant display of wealth drew admiration from outsiders and lesser families alike. Tonight, however, it merely made the estate an ideal hunting ground for the long-range predator that had set her sights upon it. With some effort, Kat scaled the estate wall. Though unnecessarily extravagant for a mere boundary, the wall had clearly been built with security in mind. Its rough stone surface offered poor footing, while rows of thorn-like spikes lined its crest, making the climb far more difficult than it first appeared. Nevertheless, Kat slipped over the wall without incident. Instead of heading directly towards her assigned targets, she made her way to the highest point within the estate. It was a towering tree near the center of the compound, serving both as a landmark and a decorative centerpiece. Kat climbed it with feline grace. Fortunately, the broad trunk and sprawling branches provided countless footholds and firing positions, allowing her to steady herself while remaining almost completely concealed. Like several other EMBO operatives, Kat wielded a bolt-action crossbow. Unlike theirs, however, hers had clearly received special attention. Its frame was engraved from end to end with intricate runic arrays, far more numerous than those etched upon the other operatives' weapons. Once she settled into position, Kat slowly raised the weapon and sighted down its length towards a manor several hundred meters away. Because the estate's buildings were widely spaced and none rose higher than 2 stories, she enjoyed clear lines of fire into many of them from her elevated perch. Her first target was an elderly man in his late 50s or early 60s. He was one of the Allen clan's senior elders, one of the very men who had lived through and helped shape the era in which the clan had deceived and manipulated successive domain lords. The man was fast asleep at the center of an oversized bed, a younger woman nestled in each arm. For this shot, Kat selected a specially crafted bolt and slid it into her crossbow. Then she took aim. Beyond her naturally exceptional eyesight, the glyphs engraved around the eye holes of her mask glowed faintly, magnifying her vision and improving her sights even further. Having already zeroed her crossbow beforehand, she squeezed the trigger. The bolt slipped silently through the night. Runes etched along its shaft shimmered to life, subtly displacing the surrounding air so that its flight produced no audible sound. A heartbeat later, it buried itself deep into the elder's chest. Upon impact, another set of runes activated. These enchantments not only guaranteed a fatal wound, but also suppressed any disturbance the strike might have caused. Not even the 2 women sleeping peacefully in the elder's embrace stirred as life quietly left his body. Perhaps only when the pooling blood finally reached them would they awaken and realize something was wrong. But by then, Kat had already shifted her sights to her next target. 2 clan elders were conveniently sharing drinks on a balcony. 2 silent bolts. 2 silent deaths. Another target sat hunched over a desk, furiously drafting documents late into the night. His diligence was ended with a bolt piercing cleanly through his throat. Another elder happened to be taking a solitary stroll across the estate grounds. A bolt punched through his chest, pinning his corpse against a stone wall where it remained hidden from immediate view. Another was practicing his swordsmanship beneath the moonlight. He died standing, pierced through the chest, and nailed to the very training dummy he had been striking moments earlier. One after another, Kat's flawless marksmanship quietly condemned her assigned targets to death. Eventually, only one remained beyond her reach, the Allen clan head. His residence lay outside the firing angles afforded by her position atop the tree. Left with no alternative, Kat slung the crossbow across her back, descended from her perch with practiced agility, and silently made her way towards the clan head's manor. Infiltrating the manor proved relatively straightforward. After climbing onto the roof of a nearby building, Kat sprinted across the rooftops, leaping effortlessly from one to the next until she reached the roof of the clan head's manor. Fortunately, people rarely looked upwards without reason. Moreover, Kat remained constantly aware of where the moon cast her shadow, carefully choosing routes that kept it from betraying her presence. As a result, none of the guards noticed her. Flowing silently from the rooftop, she slipped through an open window and entered the clan head's bedchamber. The scene before her immediately explained why she had failed to locate the clan head elsewhere. The man was enthusiastically plowing the carnal cave of a sultry woman who was most certainly not his wife. Kat's sudden appearance startled them both. The clan head and the woman instantly erupted with silver-ranked combat energy. Though surprised to discover another silver-ranked combatant within the Allen clan, one absent from the ANBO's intel, Kat did not hesitate. She raised her crossbow and fired. The first bolt struck the Allen clan head squarely in the chest, hurling him backwards and pinning his body to the bed. At the same instant, additional runes engraved into the weapon flared to life, automatically cycling its bolt mechanism and drawing back the string for a follow-up shot. Just as the naked woman launched herself from the bed towards the intruder, a second bolt screamed across the room. It slammed into her torso, throwing her backwards onto the still warm corpse of the clan head. Only after confirming both targets were dead did Kat lower her weapon. She calmly searched the bedchamber, looking for anything that might reveal the woman's identity or expose intelligence the unit had previously overlooked. Before leaving the manor, she also searched the clan head's private study, recovering several additional documents and records of potential value. Kat silently slipped back into the night. The entire operation within the Allen estate had taken less than half an hour. Ironically, most of that time had not been spent killing. It had been spent searching for intelligence hidden within the clan head's chambers and study. Still, the effort had not been wasted. Among the documents she recovered was information that could prove monumental, depending, of course, on how it was used. Kat wasn't concerned about that. Others might struggle to make use of the intelligence she had gathered. She, however, never doubted that her liege would know exactly what to do with it. Chapter 775, A Bear's Revenge. Give me your head, you pig. Alan's furious roar shook the meeting hall. A brilliant golden aura erupted from his body as gold-ranked combat energy surged outward, flooding the room with overwhelming pressure. The cloaked figure wearing the eagle mask drew a sheathed sword from beneath her cloak, somehow having smuggled it past the estate's guards, and tossed it towards Alan. He caught it cleanly. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan charged straight at the Winkler clan head. Protect the clan head. Several voices cried out simultaneously. Silver-ranked combat energy exploded from multiple clan elders as they threw themselves between Alan and their leader. Unfortunately, even had they been fully armed, which they weren't, their silver-ranked strength was nowhere near enough to halt a gold-ranked combatant. Alan's blade flashed. The two men rushing to intercept him were cut down almost instantly. Although they failed to stop him, their sacrifice bought the others a few precious moments to react. Instead of trying to protect the clan head directly, three more silver-ranked Winkler warriors attacked from Alan's flanks and rear, launching simultaneous palm and fist strikes towards his exposed sides and back. Alan was forced into a choice: abandon the attack and defend himself, or kill the clan head first. Contrary to every expectation, he chose the latter. Give me your head, you pig. His earlier roar echoed through the hall as Alan resolutely completed his strike. The sword swept cleanly through the stunned clan head's neck. His head separated from his shoulders. The three attacking silver-ranked warriors froze. They had assumed Alan would prioritize protecting himself and had deliberately held back a measure of their strength, intending to follow up once he defended their opening assault. Instead, he had willingly exposed himself to guarantee the clan head's death. The unexpected resolve stunned them for the briefest instant. Only then did they fully commit to their attacks. That fleeting hesitation and the restraint they had shown moments earlier proved fatal. It gave Eagle the opening she needed. The cloaked operative vanished from where she had been standing. An instant later, she appeared directly behind Alan. Her second sword swept out horizontally, intercepting two of the incoming attacks before they could land. Unfortunately, owing to the short sword's shorter reach, Eagle failed to intercept one of the incoming attacks. A palm strike from Alan's left slammed into his exposed side, blasting him across the hall. Eagle's figure flashed after him. To her surprise, however, the surviving Winkler combatants did not attempt to capitalize on the opening. Instead, they turned and fled. That brief exchange between Eagle and the two silver-ranked warriors had already revealed everything they needed to know. The cloaked swordswoman was a gold-ranked combatant. At the same time, the strike that had landed on Alan had accomplished little. His gold-ranked aura coating absorbed the majority of the attack. As expected, Alan quickly rose back to his feet. Though the blow had clearly rattled him, it was nowhere near enough to maim, let alone kill, a gold-ranked warrior. Faced with two gold-ranked opponents, retreat was the only sensible option left to the surviving Winkler elites. Unfortunately for them, choosing to flee did not mean Alan and Eagle intended to let them escape. Boom. Alan stomped the floor. The ground cracked beneath his foot as his body shot forward like a cannonball. Within moments, he caught up to the slowest fleeing silver-ranked elder before the man could leave the hall. His short sword drove cleanly through the elder's back before bursting out through the left side of his chest. The man's body stiffened. Then it collapsed lifelessly. By then, however, the remaining clan elders and silver-ranked warriors had already escaped the meeting hall. Alan immediately moved to pursue them. But before he could take another step, Eagle appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Without a word, she tossed something towards him. Alan caught it instinctively. It was a bear-shaped mask. Eagle pointed to the eagle mask covering her own face. Understanding dawned on Alan. Though clearly reluctant, he slipped the bear mask over his face. Almost at that exact moment, the clan head's personal guards stormed into the hall. Rage blazed once more behind the eye holes of the bear mask. Bear charged without hesitation. Working in perfect coordination with Eagle, the pair cut through the guards ruthlessly. Moments later, they stepped out of the hall. Bear's gaze immediately settled upon a nearby weapons rack, where the meeting attendees had deposited their weapons before entering. He tossed Eagle's shortsword back to her. Then, after briefly inspecting the rack, he selected a longsword for himself. The weapon felt far more natural in his hands. Even amidst the chaos, someone had taken the opportunity to steal Alan's treasured sword, a pseudo-artifact he had personally acquired after advancing to gold rank. Although he clicked his tongue in annoyance, there was no time to dwell on it. Just as Bear was about to pursue the fleeing Winkler higher-ups, he caught Eagle pointing towards the sky from the corner of his eye. High above, an eagle circled silently over the estate. Bear immediately understood. Following the bird's guidance, he quickly located two fleeing Winkler elders. The pair had rallied a group of guards around themselves, hoping to use them as a shield. It did nothing to dampen Bear's resolve. In his eyes, the clan leadership's betrayal had become the betrayal of the entire clan. Any guard foolish enough to stand between him and his vengeance was cut down without mercy. The two elders seized the opportunity while Bear was occupied with the guards. They lunged simultaneously from behind, hoping to finish him with a surprise attack. As though he had anticipated it all along, Bear suddenly disengaged from the guards before him. He turned smoothly. Then, with a simple forward thrust, he extended his sword. The seemingly ordinary movement completely caught the first elder off guard. Unable to halt his own momentum, the elder impaled himself upon Bear's blade. Before the second elder could react, Bear twisted the skewered body and used it as a shield. The second elder's sword plunged straight into his companion's chest. If Bear's blade had not already killed the first elder, his fellow clan elder certainly had. Bear kicked the corpse into the second elder, forcing him backwards as he ripped his sword free. At the same time, three guards closed in. Bear retreated a single step before swinging his sword in a broad arc, golden combat energy coating the blade. The strike blasted the three guards backwards, shattering their weapons upon impact. Other guards immediately rushed forward to reinforce them, but it was too late. Bear was already moving. Sword energy. A crescent of golden sword energy erupted from his blade. It tore through the charging guards at the waist while clipping the second elder, severing one of the man's arms. The surviving guards froze in horror. None of them noticed the specter that had silently appeared behind them. Eagle. Her twin short swords danced through the air with graceful precision, looking elegant, fluid, and unstoppable. By the time she completed the final step of her dance, all 4 guards collapsed lifelessly behind her. Chapter 776. A Bear's Revenge 2. Bear paid the scene no further attention. His focus remained solely on the surviving elder. Already missing an arm, the elder could barely withstand Bear's heavy blows. After only a handful of exchanges, his sword was knocked from his grasp. With a flash of steel, Bear's blade swept across the elder's throat. The man's body jerked violently. He tried to speak, but no words came. Blood poured freely from the thin slash in his neck, while even more flooded into his throat. He collapsed to the ground, desperately clutching at the wound as he choked on his own blood. His consciousness faded quickly, mercifully sparing him from prolonged agony. Whatever final words he had hoped to utter, Bear had no interest in hearing them. The instant his sword completed its arc, Bear lunged forward again, already pursuing his next target. At the same time, Eagle vanished. She reappeared before the fleeing elder furthest from Bear. Rather than killing him outright, she slashed through both of his legs. The man screamed as he collapsed, permanently robbed of any chance of escape. Soon, terrified screams echoed throughout the Winkler estate as Bear unleashed an unrelenting killing spree. One by one, those who had attended the emergency meeting were hunted down. Eventually, only one remained, the clan head's son, the heir apparent to the Winkler family. Remarkably, even while fleeing for his life, the young man had not forgotten to steal Alan's treasured pseudo-artifact sword. He sprinted with every ounce of strength he possessed. As long as he escaped the estate, he believed he could regroup, rally the remaining forces, and exact revenge upon Alan. Alas! Just as he came within a few dozen meters of the estate gates, he froze. The gatekeeper guards lay scattered across the entrance, their lifeless bodies staining the ground crimson. And waiting atop a nearby street pole was the mysterious cloaked woman wearing the eagle mask. An actual eagle perched calmly upon her shoulder. A chill ran down the youth's spine. Through the eyeholes of the mask, a pair of cold red eyes stared down at him without the slightest trace of emotion. Even more unsettling were the eagle's eyes. Their almost human-like crimson irises regarded him as though they were looking upon prey already condemned. The youth's legs gave way beneath him. He fell onto his backside and instinctively began crawling away. Then, his back bumped into something. Or rather, someone. The youth slowly looked up to see what, or rather, who, stood behind him. His soul nearly fled his body. Towering over him was Alan's familiar frame, now concealed behind a mask similar to the one worn by the mysterious cloaked woman. Alan, or rather, Bear, looked down at the trembling youth and immediately noticed the treasured sword clutched tightly in his hands. Another surge of fury erupted within him. Like father, like son. Just as the clan head had used him as a disposable weapon, now his son sought to steal the sword Alan had struggled so hard to obtain. Without a word, Bear seized the youth by the throat and effortlessly lifted him until they were at eye level. The young man's legs kicked wildly as he clawed desperately at Bear's iron grip, gasping for air. No matter how frantically he struggled, he could not break free. His movements gradually weakened, then stopped altogether. Only after the youth had suffocated did Bear twist his wrist sharply. Crack! He snapped the neck cleanly for good measure. Bear casually tossed the corpse aside as though discarding a piece of rubbish. He then looked towards the woman standing atop the street lamp. For a fleeting instant, he could have sworn the eagle perched upon her shoulder possessed almost human-like eyes. Yet when he blinked and looked again, they were merely the sharp eyes of an ordinary bird of prey. The eagle let out what almost sounded like a bored yawn before spreading its wings and soaring back into the night sky. The eagle-masked woman performed a graceful front flip from the lamppost, landing soundlessly before Bear. "Let's go," she said simply before turning back towards the estate. "Where are we going?" Bear asked. "To clean up," Eagle replied, "and set the narrative." Bear frowned beneath his mask, but followed without another question. Within the next hour, Caston Town descended into complete chaos. Its ruling powers had seemingly been wiped out overnight. Two messengers mounted fresh horses and rode out of the town at full speed, each leading two spare mounts behind them as they raced towards Fonterrabasti to report the disaster as quickly as possible. Around midnight, a platoon of roughly 50 soldiers arrived from Fonterra under the personal command of the Domain Lord himself. Upon entering Caston Town, Count Skywalker headed immediately to the estates of the 5 ruling families. At each estate, he was greeted by the aftermath of a massacre. And with every estate he visited, the carnage became even more gruesome. Count Skywalker was thoroughly enraged that such a massacre could occur within his domain mere days after he had assumed the position of Domain Lord. He immediately ordered his troops to secure each crime scene, investigate every estate, and search for any trace the perpetrators might have left behind. Meanwhile, he personally visited the surviving relatives of the victims across the 5 estates, offering words of comfort and promising to do everything within his power to help them recover from the tragedy. As a powerful sorcerer in his own right, Count Skywalker's calm, yet commanding presence gradually settled the panic that had gripped Caston Town. By the following morning, news spread through the settlement. The Count's soldiers had found a survivor, the strongest man in Caston Town, Alan Winkler. When they discovered him, Alan was gravely wounded. His entire left side was soaked in blood, forcing the soldiers to transport him back to town aboard a carriage. Despite his condition, Alan stubbornly fought to remain conscious until he could speak with the Count. The moment he heard the report, Count Skywalker hurried to the town gates to receive the returning carriage. At his command, the soldiers carefully helped Alan down. A collective gasp swept through the gathered crowd. The injuries covering the gold-ranked warrior's left side were horrifying. Had he not possessed the extraordinary vitality of a gold-ranked combatant, such wounds would almost certainly have claimed his life. The Count turned towards one of his wives, who had arrived in Caston during the early hours of the morning. She stepped forward and slowly raised both hands. Soft mutterings escaped her lips in a language none of the onlookers could understand. A warm golden radiance descended from the heavens, enveloping Alan's battered body. The bleeding gradually ceased, and the horrific wounds visibly stabilized. Even so, the treatment seemed to only preserve his life. He remained far too weak to stay awake. Summoning the last of his strength, Alan weakly pulled a blood-stained strip of cloth from within his clothing and pressed it into the Count's hand. Then, forcing each word through gritted teeth, he whispered, "Strong, Fortress, Marquis, Brantford." The final word barely left his lips before darkness claimed him. He collapsed unconscious. A ripple of alarm spread through the gathered townsfolk. Count Skywalker's countenance dropped. Without another word, he immediately ordered the crowd dispersed while commanding his guards to escort Alan under heavy protection to the infirmary. Within days, rumors born from Alan's words spread throughout Caston Town before reaching every settlement across the frontier march. And with every retelling, unease throughout the domain only continued to grow. Chapter 777, Tavern Rumors I. 1 week had passed since the massacre in Caston Town, yet it remained the dominant topic throughout the domain. Such were the far-reaching consequences of the incident. Even now, rumors claiming to reveal the truth behind the massacre circulated through gathering places across the domain. Fonterra, as the capital of the domain and the seat of Count Skywalker's authority, was no exception. In fact, the newest rumors spreading through Fonterra were perhaps the loudest and, to a considerable extent, the most convincing. Inside a humble tavern near the town's business district, jeers and laughter echoed as a man well known for being both a braggart and a drunkard, an unhealthy combination, held court before the amused patrons. "Hey, Reuters, what new rumors have you got for us?" a burly middle-aged man called out. A thin, emaciated, shifty-eyed old man, the tavern's resident jester, turned towards the burly man but remained silent. "Haha, don't you know the rules? Old Reuters doesn't perform without payment." Another gray-haired elder chuckled. "Here, let me help." Wendy, a mug of premium ale for Old Reuters. A busted tavern wench sashayed over and refilled the old man's empty wooden mug. The old man, known as Reuters, took a long gulp before smacking his lips, as though using the ale to loosen both his tongue and throat. Apparently satisfied with the offering, he rose to his feet once more and began his performance. I heard from a cousin's friend's sister's daughter that old Bartha lost her favorite pair of underwear. The old wench is offering a tit rub to any man who can find them, Reuters declared crudely. Boo, the crowd jeered. What lost underwear? Bartha probably hid them herself, someone in the crowd shouted. Why would she do that? Another tavern patron asked. Are you new here? Everyone knows Bartha has been thirsty for some action for months now. Her last husband, bless the unfortunate sod soul, croaked while plowing her. No one dares go after her anymore. After all, it's been 2 brave sods her mighty hole has sent to the great beyond now. The previous tavern-goer laughed as he explained. Is that so? Tavern-goer B asked curiously. What? Thinking of seeing whether your little junior can survive Bartha's powerful meaty embrace? Tavern-goer A chuckled. Well, I mean, there are only a few better ways to go. Tavern-goer B winked. My man, we've got a man of culture here, everyone. A drink for this man. Tavern-goer A jeered loudly. Back at Reuters, the burly man remained unimpressed by the rumors the old man had been sharing. He motioned for the tavern wench to bring over another drink while refilling Reuters' now empty mug. I am curious about the recent massacre in Caston Town. This place lies directly under the Count's authority. I believe the juiciest rumors should be here. What can you tell me about it? The burly man asked directly. Reuters' eyes seemed to clear slightly as he stared intently at the burly man. However, it was only an illusion, as his eyelids drooped again the very next moment. That, premium information. A full jar. Reuters bargained. The burly man gritted his teeth, but eventually nodded to the tavern wench to bring out an entire jar. He was too curious to let a mere jar of ale stand between him and the juiciest rumor in town. After thoroughly wetting his mouth and throat once more, Reuters began his tale. You have come to the right place. No one outside the magistrate's administration knows more about this event than me. I heard it directly from my cousin's sister's lover's younger brother's friend. Reuters began, earning an eye roll from most of the tavern patrons. Isn't your cousin's sister also your cousin? They wondered. Reuters lowered his voice, as though he were about to reveal a tremendous secret to everyone present. The massacre in Caston was carried out by men from the frontier stronghold, acting under Marquis Branford's orders, he declared. Many in the crowd rolled their eyes again. This was a common rumor making the rounds, but most people found it difficult to believe. Why would Marquis Branford, effectively the highest-ranking noble in the northeast of the Selahan Empire, massacre the 5 clans of a mere frontier town like Caston? Reuters paid no mind to the crowd's reaction. Instead, he took another gulp of his ale before continuing. Surprisingly, the more Reuters drank, the clearer his speech seemed to become. The news first came from Alan Winkler. Do you know who that is? The strongest man in Caston Town's garrison, a gold ranker. Alan Winkler survived the ambush meant to kill him, managing to escape into the woods surrounding Caston Town, where he lost the assassins thanks to his greater familiarity with the terrain. After escaping, and through sheer willpower alone, Alan made his way back towards Caston Town, where he was rescued by the Count's men. Thankfully, the Count had summoned one of his wives to Caston to treat anyone who might have survived. Did you know one of the Count's wives is a saintess? Reuters cast out the bait, but realizing no one took it, he returned to his original tale. Anyway, just before losing consciousness, Alan told the Count the names of those who attacked him, men from the frontier stronghold and Marquis Branford. When the Count heard this, he tried to keep the matter under wraps, but the people who overheard it quickly spread the news. This is nothing new. We've all heard that already, one tavern-goer said. Don't you have anything new? He teased. The burly man nodded. This was something he had already heard, and it certainly wasn't worth an entire jar of ale. Patience. I was only bringing everyone up to speed. Now here's what my cousin's brother's friend's lover's uncle, who works for the magistrate, told me. Reuters said nonchalantly. Wasn't it your cousin's sister's lover's younger brother's friend? The crowd wondered. When the Count's men investigated the 5 clans to discover where the assassins had gone after the attacks, they found missives exchanged between the clans, Viscount Dunhill and Marquis Branford. It turned out the 5 clans had been working for the Viscount and the Marquis all this time to prevent the development of our frontier march. Reuters alleged. Chapter 778, Tavern Rumors 2. Why would the commander of the frontier stronghold and a Marquis of the Empire do that? Someone asked, both amused and skeptical. Isn't it obvious? Money, Reuters declared. Think about it. All the ore mined from our domain is taken away by the Viscount and the Marquis while they give us a pittance in return. The excuse they use is that they are the ones defending our domain during the beast tides from the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Now, what do you think would happen if a magistrate or a domain lord developed the domain to the point where we could defend ourselves against the beast tides? Reuters posed. We wouldn't need the stronghold or the Marquis anymore, someone answered. Exactly. A drink for the gentleman, Reuters exclaimed. However, none of the tavern wenches moved. Completely unabashed, Reuters shamelessly picked up another mug and gulped it down himself, as though he were sharing a celebratory toast with the man who had answered correctly. Not only would the domain keep more of its, or to develop itself, but even if there were any left over, it wouldn't need to sell it to the stronghold and the Marquis for a mere pittance. That means the Viscount and the Marquis would lose a major source of income. Reuters continued. I'll be damned, that actually makes sense, the tavern-goers thought. That isn't even the worst part, Reuters suddenly said. According to my uncle's nephew's sister's friend's lover's brother's father. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes as Reuters once again mangled the identity of his supposed source. Unlike the previous domain lords we've had over the last few decades, the Marquis and the Viscount actually ordered the 5 families to assassinate the new domain lord. What? The revelation exploded through the tavern. Reuters lowered his voice even further, prompting the crowd to lean in closer. Apparently, the new domain lord is not only a powerful sorcerer, but was also personally assigned to the domain by the Emperor. Do you know what that means? The Emperor personally sanctioned the new domain lord to develop the domain so it could serve as a foothold for an assault on the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Left alone, and with the Emperor's backing, the new domain lord would undoubtedly develop our domain. Unfortunately for the Viscount, the Marquis, and the 5 families, the Count proved to be a powerful sorcerer himself. So, the assassination attempt that might have worked against previous magistrates and domain lords failed against him. Had the domain lord investigated the attempt, it would have led back to the 5 families, which in turn would have pointed to the Viscount and the Marquis. And if the Emperor were to discover that the Marquis and the Viscount conspired to murder his personally chosen candidate, well, a shiver passed through the crowd. They wanted to dismiss Reuters' tale as drunken fantasy, yet it sounded just plausible enough to make them hesitate. Do you know why the Dunn family wasn't found? Reuters suddenly asked, recapturing everyone's attention. It's because they were the ones who carried out the assassination. The Dunn family told Castentown that 6 of their strongest warriors had gone missing after a hunt. But that was a lie. In reality, those 6 had gone to assassinate the domain lord and failed. When the Dunn family head realized this, he gathered all his important subordinates and fled to the frontier stronghold to seek Viscount Dunhill's protection. As for the other families, who knew about the plot but refused to abandon the town and place themselves under the Viscount's control, well, we all know what happened. Is this really true? Then why hasn't the domain lord said anything? Someone asked. The Count's men discovered correspondence between the 5 families and the Viscount detailing a smuggling route used to move goods out of the domain and into the stronghold, further impoverishing our lands. When the domain lord's men followed that smuggling route, they discovered that it really did lead straight to the frontier stronghold, Reuters replied. As for why the domain lord hasn't said or done anything against the Viscount and the Marquis, Reuters suddenly trailed off. He realized his jar was empty. He looked expectantly at the crowd. Waitress, what are you doing? Fill this man's jar, quickly, numerous tavern patrons shouted to the tavern wenches. Seizing the opportunity, the tavern wenches promptly brought out 3 fresh jars of ale, expertly identifying the patrons who had called out and collecting their payments. After wetting his lips as usual, Reuters continued. The evidence gathered by the domain lord's men is only circumstantial. It isn't enough to bring down the Marquis. Short of a direct confession from those involved, every piece of evidence can be explained away by the Marquis. And we all know what happened to the people who could testify against him. The Count's hands are tied. The only way he can gain the upper hand now is to develop the domain, Reuters concluded. Develop the domain. Reuters' words echoed repeatedly through the minds of the tavern patrons. The seeds that had already been planted within them were suddenly nourished, allowing tiny sprouts to break through the soil. Unbeknownst to the crowd, an important figure had happened to pass by and overhear Reuters' seemingly outlandish claims. It was none other than old Milton. Never mind the tavern patrons. Even Milton, the vice magistrate of the frontier march, had never heard any of what Reuters had just said. Yet, despite being an insider, Milton didn't dismiss Reuters' story outright. While its authenticity remained questionable, its effect on the people was impossible to ignore. Milton's expression turned solemn as he hastened towards Fonterra Manor, determined to seek answers. However, Count Skywalker wasn't there. He was still traveling between Caston Town and the mining town, working to stabilize the tense situation in both settlements. Then again, even if the Count had been present, Milton likely wouldn't have gone to him first. Instead, he sought out the person who had all but taken over leadership of the administration and civil service of the domain in the Count's stead, Countess Zora Frostfury. Chapter 779, Alex's Scheme 2. Zora looked up from the stack of documents on the study desk when she noticed Milton's arrival. "You look like a man with a lot on his mind," she observed. "You've come at just the right time. The tea is ready, and I was just about to take a break." She motioned for the old man to take a seat on the sofa. Zora rose and walked over to a nearby cabinet, from which she retrieved a kettle containing freshly brewed tea. She poured Milton a cup and handed it to him. "Thank you, Countess," Milton said as he carefully accepted it with both hands. The two took quiet sips of tea. Milton immediately felt his mind clear, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was by far the finest green tea he had ever tasted. They silently enjoyed the tea for a few moments. "So what brings you back here? I thought you were supposed to spend the afternoon working on the town registry," Zora said, returning their attention to the purpose of Milton's visit. "I was supervising the registration near the tavern by the town's business district. While I was there, I happened to overhear an interesting rumor that raised a few doubts in my mind," Milton replied. He then recounted the tale Reuters had spun in the tavern. "This was the Count's doing, wasn't it? Otherwise, it's simply too much of a coincidence," Milton asked. "What are you really asking?" Zora looked at him knowingly. "Did the Count?" Milton hesitated. "Why ask a question you already know the answer to?" Zora replied. She continued, "You witnessed their unrepentant nature with your own eyes. The current situation removes the problem quietly without causing unnecessary unrest throughout the domain." Milton found himself momentarily tongue-tied. "I understand that," he finally admitted. He shook his head. "I think what I'm really here for is clarity." He smiled wryly. "I can't shake the feeling that there's more to the Count's actions than I realize. I have to admit that, despite my age and so-called experience, I can't help but feel completely out of my depth. For one, I can't understand why the Count asked the Caston families for those documents if he intended to remove them anyway." Milton paused before adding, "I get the sense that the Count doesn't do anything without a reason. So far, every one of his actions has been carefully calculated. Because of that, I can't help feeling there was more to requesting those documents than simply creating the facade that he was cooperating with the Caston families." A smile spread across Zora's face upon hearing Milton's assessment of Alex. She nodded in agreement. Milton's words had struck exactly the right chord, convincing her that he was ready to understand the bigger picture. Zora refilled her teacup. Then, placing it back onto its saucer, she gracefully reclined in her seat. "The first thing you need to understand about Alex's plan is his true target," Zora said. "The intended target of the plan was never the Caston clans, nor was it Viscount Dunhill or Marquis Brantford. His target was the people of the Frontier March," Zora revealed. Milton's eyes widened in surprise. Then, as though he had grasped the edge of a thought, he felt he was on the verge of understanding something, yet couldn't quite put his finger on it. So, he remained silent and listened as Zora continued. The plan was set in motion the moment Alex met the clan leaders. Initially, he thought the 5 clans might be worth something, but after meeting them, he concluded they were nothing more than insignificant people whose ambitions far exceeded their capabilities. From that moment, they ceased to be targets and instead became mere pieces on the board, tools for him to use. Alex's first move was to request a set of documents. The census records containing information on the entire population of Caston Town, the garrison's work logs, and the list of people willing to relocate from Caston to help establish the proposed new settlement. On the surface, those documents appeared harmless. In reality, however, they were critical pieces of Alex's plan. From the moment he laid eyes on the clan heads and watched them reduce the garrison captains to nothing more than errand boys, Alex concluded that they were the type of people who would never tolerate anyone undermining their authority. If that was the case, they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to eliminate potential threats to their power. Alex presented his plans for a new settlement as bait. He knew the 5 clans would leap at the opportunity and use it to push out their greatest rivals within the town, the descendants of the other garrison guards from generations past. Over the years, the 5 clans had taken complete control of the town garrison, ensuring that only members of their own families occupied the 300 available positions. The names listed in the work logs are proof of that, which is precisely why Alex requested them. However, the founders of the 5 clans weren't the only original members of the garrison. There would have been many other guards throughout the century since the garrison was established, and those men would have left descendants of their own. Those families would gradually have been forced out of the garrison by the 5 clans and, naturally, would harbor resentment towards them. The 5 clans were bound to exploit the opportunity presented by the new settlement to drive those people out completely. In other words, the list of people relocating to the new settlement would effectively become a list of everyone who hated the 5 clans, Zora explained. Just as I thought, Milton's eyes flashed with understanding. The purpose of the census is much simpler. It tells us exactly how many people remained in the town after the purge. Essentially, everyone left behind who either supports the 5 clans or can be controlled by them, Zora continued. To ensure the 5 clans didn't deliberately conceal people from the census, Alex dangled another piece of bait before them, the position of mayor. It offered them the opportunity to fulfill their ambition of becoming the true rulers of Caston Town. That meant they had every incentive to provide the names of everyone who could support, or be persuaded to support, their bid. Of course, by making it clear that only one person could ultimately become mayor, Alex ensured the 5 clans became too preoccupied with scheming against one another to realize a far greater scheme was unfolding around them. Chapter 780, Alex's Scheme 3. Thanks to that, we obtained 3 invaluable lists: the 5 clans' opponents, their supporters, and, through the garrison work logs, the identities of their most capable combatants, Zora stated. Milton sighed inwardly in admiration. It turned out those seemingly simple requests had concealed remarkably profound intentions. With those 3 documents, particularly the latter 2, we were able to narrow our investigation to a very specific group of people. By keeping watch on the right key individuals, especially those who were clearly strong enough to have been members of the garrison but, for one reason or another, weren't, we eventually uncovered the true source of Caston Town's wealth. Zora looked at Milton solemnly. As we suspected, the 5 clans jointly operated not only a smuggling ring, but also a bandit organization. What? Milton was stunned. The bandits preying upon travelers throughout the domain, as well as the smugglers diverting vital resources out of it, all belonged to the 5 clans. Worse still, every smuggling route we uncovered ultimately leads towards the frontier stronghold, Zora revealed. Of course, we have no concrete proof of that, she quickly added. But we don't need proof. All we needed was reasonable suspicion. Once we confirmed the 5 clans were indeed in league with the stronghold, it became much easier to throw the blame onto Viscount Dunhill and Marquis Branford while ensuring that they couldn't, or rather, wouldn't dare, retaliate immediately. At least, not until they first determined exactly how much we knew about their involvement with the 5 clans. For that, genuine evidence wasn't even necessary. Having it would certainly have been ideal, but what we already knew was enough to fabricate convincing evidence where needed. In the end, we used a combination of both. Zora smiled. With these evidences, even if Marquis Branford suspects we're bluffing, he cannot help but hesitate. While he may ultimately be able to explain everything away, the stain of suspicion would remain nonetheless. She gently set her teacup down upon its saucer. But as I said before, none of that is the most important part. The most important part is giving the people a believable narrative. She moistened her throat by gracefully taking a small sip of her green tea, prompting Milton to do the same. She continued, the biggest issue Alex has to deal with in the domain is the people's lack of support. History has shown that nothing rallies people behind their leader more quickly than an external existential threat. With the massacre of Caston Town's 5 powerful clans, we have created and escalated a major threat in the minds of the people. Then, by pointing them towards Viscount Dunhill and Marquis Brandford as the source of that threat, individuals they cannot hope to contend against, we have created a situation where the people have no choice but to turn to their domain lord and rally behind him. With that accomplished, the major and potentially contentious decisions we have already made, such as ceasing trade with the stronghold, constructing a major settlement at the mouth of the valley leading into the domain, as well as the domain's broader development plans, which should ordinarily have been met with skepticism, scrutiny, or even outright opposition, will instead commence with the overwhelming support of the people. As for retaliation from Viscount Dunhill and Marquis Brandford, considering the course we have already chosen, we were bound to become enemies sooner or later. Tearing away the facade a little earlier changes nothing. If anything, by establishing the narrative first, we have ensured that our greatest asset, or greatest liability, the people of the domain, cannot be turned against us by those 2 more deeply entrenched nobles. Milton took a moment to absorb everything Zora had explained. Then he let out a quiet sigh. So, this is the difference between our world and the world of the nobility. Milton realized that while he had been focused only on the problem directly before him, Count Skywalker, a young true noble, had already been looking several moves ahead. I suppose this is only to be expected of someone personally chosen by the Emperor to govern this domain, and not one of the failed nobles who ended up here through punishment or exile, Milton thought to himself. Thank you for enlightening me, Countess. Milton bowed in gratitude. Rest assured, while I cannot compare to the Count's foresight, these old bones of mine are ready to slave away towards achieving the Count's grand vision for our domain. That is good news. I am sure Alex will be glad to hear that, Zora said. She placed the cup and saucer back on the table. Don't concern yourself too much with the schemes of the nobility. That is our burden to bear. All you need to do is your work as a public servant representing the people of this domain, she said. I will keep that in mind, Milton responded. Not long afterwards, after he and Zora had finished the tea in the kettle, Milton took his leave. Zora returned to the sofa, where she remained seated for a little while longer. As she reflected on the latter half of their conversation, she confirmed that the old man was now fully on board with Alex's rule. That's one of the early goals accomplished, she thought to herself. In truth, there were still a few more parts of Alex's grand plan that she hadn't revealed to Milton, not out of a lack of trust, but out of caution. It was one of those situations where Milton would perform better if he didn't know everything beforehand, and instead simply trusted his liege to hold up the sky should it ever fall. Rising from the sofa, Zora returned to the desk and resumed working through another batch of documents. If one looked closely, one would realize that these documents contained the frameworks for future projects throughout the domain. Zora was particularly focused on drafting a document titled Employment Contracts, Pensions, and Insurance. She recalled the unfamiliar general term Alex had coined the topics of this particular document. Workers' Welfare. Chapter 781. Fate of Those Remaining. Like Zora told Milton, Alex's target for the ANBO unit operation was never the 5 Caston clans, the Frontier Stronghold, or Marquis Brandford. It was about winning over the people. In essence, the ANBO mission against the 5 Caston clans wasn't just a neutralization and elimination operation. It was also a propaganda operation. Interestingly, this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment plan. While the operation to neutralize the 5 Caston clans was improvised, using propaganda to influence the people of the Frontier March was something Alex had conceived long before he ever set foot in the domain. After all, how else was he supposed to quickly convince a people who were inherently hostile towards every one of his identities, without a little narrative control? From the moment they stepped into the Frontier March, the intelligence network Yadara and her scout team established across the domain's various settlements served not only as an intelligence-gathering system, but also as a pipeline for disseminating carefully crafted information. Old Drunk Reuters was merely one of the agents within that network. There were many other similarly disposable assets who proved useful to the network, but, in the worst-case scenario, would scarcely be missed should they suddenly disappear when they became liabilities. Thanks to the actions of the ANBO agents and the subsequent propaganda spread through the intelligence network, Alex now enjoyed enough favorability throughout the domain, even within Caston Town, to dictate the narrative surrounding his actions there. With the town's most powerful individuals eliminated, and their rivals already forced out beforehand by the 5 clans themselves, Caston was essentially at Alex's mercy. As such, all eyes were upon him to see what he intended to do with the surviving members of the 5 clans. With evidence emerging that the 5 clans had effectively betrayed the domain by conspiring against him, it would not have been surprising for Alex, as the domain lord, to deal with them harshly. However, Alex did not act as they expected. The elders of each clan will be investigated for any possible role or involvement in the clan's conspiracy. Those found to have had no involvement will be allowed to go free, while those found guilty will be punished accordingly, Alex announced. He continued, however, the women and children are not responsible for the actions of their leaders. Therefore, not only will they not be punished, but the domain will also provide aid for them during these trying times. While traveling throughout the domain to acquaint myself with both it and its people, I observed the unfortunate reality of women and children left without breadwinners to support them. Taking this opportunity, I wish to announce that the domain will be establishing orphanages across the domain. These orphanages will not be charity houses, but institutions dedicated to training these children to become not only useful citizens of the domain, but also capable individuals in their own right. The first children accepted into these institutions will be the surviving children of the 5 clans, alongside orphan children from across the domain. In addition, the Magistrates' Administration will begin vocational training programs to teach widowed women. In fact, all women throughout the domain, various practical skills that will allow them to add value both to themselves and to the domain. Once again, the first batch of participants in these programs will include the survivors of the clan massacres. Alex's announcement in Caston Town's central square caught many people by surprise. He had not only revealed how he intended to help the survivors, but also unveiled plans that would benefit countless others throughout the domain. Unsurprisingly, although there were no loud cheers, his announcement was met with quiet excitement from much of the crowd, tempered only by their deeply ingrained skepticism. As Alex swept his gaze across the gathering, carefully observing their expressions and the subtle changes within them, his own expression gradually became solemn. However, while I sympathize with the survivors of the clan massacres and wish to aid them, I cannot, as the domain lord, overlook the transgressions committed by the 5 clans. As such, effective immediately, all assets owned or controlled by the 5 clans shall be confiscated by the domain administration. All privileges previously granted to the 5 clans by the domain administration shall be revoked. And finally, the 5 clans shall cease to exist, Alex announced. A shudder passed through the crowd as they heard those words while staring into the cold eyes looking back at them. This was a clear statement from Alex. While he was generous to those under his rule, it did not mean he was a fool who would tolerate people conspiring against him. In addition, with the fall of the 5 clans leading to the collapse of the town's garrison, the domain will reorganize the garrison force. Details regarding the recruitment process and the new benefits package for successful recruits will be announced at a later date. With that said, Alex turned and stepped down from the podium. His final announcement was a clear indication that the domain intended to reclaim the authority unintentionally handed over to the garrison by previous magistrates and domain lords. It meant sweeping changes were coming to Caston Town. There were those within the crowd who wished to resist those changes. However, they possessed neither the justification nor the strength to oppose him. Those who had either the power or the legitimacy to do so had already been eliminated during the 5 clan massacre or had been forced out of the town beforehand, with their legitimacy stripped away by those very same 5 clans. Caston Town was now firmly under the domain administration's control, and its people had come to realize that fact, leaving them with no choice but to accept the new reality. Their only consolation was that Alex had effectively written off the town's outstanding taxes, allowing its people to retain their current wealth while also promising relief and future development. Now, all they could do was wait and see whether Alex would fulfill these promises. Chapter 782, Smuggling Routes. Alex walked back to the same inn in the town's western district where he had previously stayed, which had now become his residence within the town. Interestingly, the inn had been jointly owned by the Winkler and Allen clans. By confiscating the wealth of the 5 clans, ownership of the inn had automatically passed to the domain, allowing Alex to use it as he saw fit. As he entered the inn, Eleanor, who had been beside him the entire time, looked towards him. "Are you going to turn the orphanage into another Cradle and Echelon?" Eleanor asked. Cradle was the academy Alex had established back on Pangea, while Echelon was the academy's special program designed to identify and cultivate talented individuals who could one day become key retainers under him. Yes, Alex nodded. Then he paused to think before adding, "At the very least, it will become an educational institution that subtly indoctrinates the children into becoming steadfast supporters of both myself and the domain." Eleanor nodded in understanding. A moment later, she asked, "Shouldn't we implement the same kind of indoctrination across all the other educational institutions in the domain?" Alex pondered for a moment. "While I do want to secure the next generation, as that would strengthen both my hold over the domain and its future, I don't want the indoctrination to be too blatant. For the orphanages, the domain essentially becomes their parent, so I can justify instilling loyalty towards both me and the domain. As for the other children, I think nurturing their patriotism towards the domain will be enough. In the long run, it won't benefit the domain if everyone believes I am always right. Diverging viewpoints help prevent stagnation and allow the domain to continue progressing," he added. Eleanor nodded in understanding. Alex headed up the stairs while she watched him from behind. Once again, he had proven to her that his way of thinking was fundamentally different from that of the nobility she had grown up among and become familiar with. Most nobles strove to ensure that everyone within their domain ate from the palms of their hands and believed in them unconditionally. Alex, on the other hand, tried as much as possible to maintain, as he put it, a healthy balance, aiming for a domain that was neither overly subservient nor openly antagonistic towards him. Many nobles, whether on Verdantis or back home on Pangea, would consider such thinking foolish. To some extent, even Eleanor herself thought so. It seemed Alex was envisioning an entirely different system of governance from the one she and most other nobles were familiar with. Yet there was something about the way he spoke of his ideals that made her want to believe in him. It also helped that his previous plans, no matter how unhinged they had seemed beforehand, had always produced favorable results. Entering one of the inn's rooms, which had now been converted into an office, Alex and Eleanor walked in on a discussion between Eudora, Saul, and Kavikin. "Good work," Alex nodded to Eudora. "We merely followed your plan, Master," Eudora replied with a smile. Although Alex hadn't been directly involved in the operation, he had personally overseen everything through Senu's shared vision while issuing instructions over the communications network. These moments of shared vision were the reason several people had perceived Senu's eyes as possessing human-like crimson pupils during the mission. "Should the ANBO unit be disbanded?" Eudora asked. "Yes," Alex nodded. "The Assault and Neutralization Black Operations Unit will not be a permanent organization, but a fluid one assembled from personnel within the domain as each mission requires. Once a mission is complete, the unit will be dissolved." "Understood," Eudora nodded. Alex intended for the ANBO unit to remain an elusive organization with constantly rotating members rather than permanent ones. The masks, the anonymity they provided, and the ever-changing membership would ensure it remained an elite covert unit whose operations would always be shrouded in mystery, even to those who had once served within its ranks. "What about the smuggling route? Any new developments?" Alex asked. "Contrary to the intelligence we deliberately disseminated, there isn't just one smuggling route. Each clan maintained its own routes," Eudora revealed. "There's more than one route out of the domain?" Alex asked with a frown. "No, there's only one exit besides the valley. Eudora shook her head. Alex raised an eyebrow in confusion. Eudora pointed to a location on the eastern mountain range marked on the map. There is a cavern here that passes through the mountain range, she explained. Each of the 5 clans has multiple hidden paths leading to it while avoiding prying eyes, as well as multiple routes from the cavern into the stronghold. How many routes lead directly into the stronghold itself? Alex asked. We have confirmed 2. One is jointly used by 4 of the 5 clans. We haven't been able to definitively confirm whether the Dun clan uses it as well. The other route was either recently discovered or newly established through a partnership between the Allen and Winkler clans. They have kept it hidden from the other 3 clans. Eudora revealed. The Winklers and Allens again. Alex mused to himself. What are you doing now? He asked. The scout team is operating under the assumption that the Dun clan also used the first smuggling route, so we believe it will soon be abandoned. As for the second, newer route, we're moving to secure it in case we ever need to enter the stronghold quietly. Eudora replied. Alex nodded with a smile. That was exactly what he would have ordered. Securing the route wasn't simply about preparing for a possible incursion into the stronghold. The primary objective was to determine whether the stronghold itself was aware of the route's existence. Whether they knew about it or not would determine both how and when the route could be used. If the stronghold is aware of it, they'll most likely move to seal it. Knowing that beforehand will allow us to prepare the appropriate countermeasures. Alex thought to himself. Keep me informed, he said. Will do, Master. Eudora nodded. So, Alex looked between Kavakin, Saul, and Eudora. What were you discussing earlier? He asked. It would seem the convoy bringing the remainder of our forces has encountered a problem. Saul replied. Chapter 783, Convoy Holdup. The Fortuna convoy heading towards the frontier march wasn't having the best of days. Nothing particularly bad had happened to the convoy, but what was happening to it, depending on how one looked at it, wasn't exactly good either. As the convoy traveled through various domains to avoid Marquis Brandford's sphere of influence, they gradually picked up vagabonds along the way. People desperate enough to join a convoy bound for the infamous frontier march in the northeast of the empire. Initially, this wasn't a major problem. The convoy managed to reach Baron Corbin's harbor relatively quickly and without any trouble. Thanks to the boat bridge created by Alex's 100-man group, when they had previously passed through the harbor to cross the Rotbark River, the convoy was able to cross the river exponentially faster than a group of nearly 3,000 people should have been able to, especially considering the harbor's poor facilities. It was only after they crossed the Rotbark River that their troubles began. Although they traveled with the intention of avoiding as many settlements as possible, there was only so much Sania and Dalton could do with a crowd of their size. Even the most incompetent scouts would have spotted them, as most of the group consisted of civilians who couldn't conceal their tracks. Then again, given the convoy's sheer size, it would have been difficult, if not impossible, to hide its trail even if they had wanted to. Left with little choice, Sania and Dalton decided to visit every border settlement and each domain capital they passed, informing the local domain lord and their retainers of the convoy's presence to prevent any misunderstandings from arising. That, in itself, wasn't a problem. The problem was that the domain lords they met, as though acting upon some prior consensus, each decided to hand over more vagabonds and destitute people from their territories, citing the long-standing imperial order that such people were to be relocated to the frontier march to help populate it. Fortunately, most of the people handed over were merely impoverished peasants, beggars, at worst, rather than the petty criminals also covered by the imperial order. Even so, the entire situation felt suspicious. Although such people were generally considered undesirable within their domains, domain lords had always been reluctant to comply with the imperial order, as doing so reduced the population of their territories, and no domain lord willingly gave up their subjects. Seeing them willingly hand over their people, including some useful slaves, planted seeds of suspicion in Sania and Dalton's minds. Even so, the two combat masters leading the convoy neither tried to stop it nor informed either their commander, Saul Redwald, or their liege, Alex, of their suspicions. After all, bringing more people into the domain would ultimately strengthen it, as the frontier march inherently suffered from a low population. The only issue was food and supplies. Unfortunately, The domain lords did not provide any food or provisions for the additional people they were pushing onto the convoy. In the words of the domain lords themselves, they were already doing both the convoy and the frontier march a favor by handing over those people. Supplying them with food and other necessities would only hurt their own bottom line. Thus, the convoy had no choice but to purchase what it needed from the various domains to sustain itself, naturally at highly inflated prices. Every domain followed the exact same script, leading the 4 combat masters commanding the convoy to suspect that the domain lord's true intention was to drain the capital their liege, Alex, the new frontier march domain lord, had brought with him. Without sufficient funds, it would become difficult for the new lord of the frontier march to undertake any meaningful development projects, thereby ensuring the domain remained subordinate and dependent upon both the frontier stronghold and the surrounding domains. At the same time, those domain lords earned a healthy profit in berserk stones and shards. However, had that been the extent of their scheming, Dalton, Sania, and the other 2 former Battlebane combat masters would not have minded too much. After all, Alex had provided them with more than enough funds to support their convoy, which had now grown to over 7,000 people. It was around the midway point of their journey towards the valley in Trance that matters escalated. The domain lords whose territories they passed through began attempting to use the convoy as a pawn in their territorial disputes after noticing that it possessed an unusually large number of powerful silver to gold rank combatants. Fortunately, Sania, Dalton, and the other 2 combat masters had concealed their true cultivation. Otherwise, the situation might have become even worse. Seeing through one domain lord's attempt to use the convoy's forces against a neighboring rival, the convoy's gold rankers used their superior strength to suppress the domain lord's own troops, thoroughly crushing any further foolish ideas he might have entertained. Or so they thought. The sly noble instead sent word to his rival, claiming that a powerful force belonging to one of his allies was marching to raise his domain. As a result, the rival domain lord confronted the convoy with open hostility when it attempted to pass through his territory. Even when the convoy explained that they were merely passing through, the man refused to believe them. Eventually, Dalton was forced to step in. He captured the domain lord and gave him a thorough beating to make the man realize that, if the convoy had truly wanted him dead, they possessed more than enough strength to kill him outright. There was no need for deception or elaborate schemes. As such, they had no reason to lie about either their origins or their intentions. Only then did the rival domain lord allow them to pass. However, while the convoy continued on its way, the scheming noble led his own troops in a flanking attack against his rival's forces. The ambush succeeded, allowing the noble to defeat his rival by exploiting the convoy's presence, despite the convoy having done everything it could to avoid assisting either side. Left with little choice, the convoy could only continue its journey. Unfortunately, news of the incident spread ahead of them. The domain lords whose territories they still needed to cross either refused them passage outright, forcing lengthy detours, or agreed to let them through only if the convoy first rendered them some service. More often than not, this service involved dragging the convoy into a conflict with another noble or resolving a dangerous security problem within the domain. The convoy steadfastly refused the former while reluctantly accepting the latter. However, domain lords seeking help against genuine threats, such as dangerous beasts or bandit groups beyond the capabilities of their own garrisons, were few and far between. Far more often, they simply wanted to use the convoy as a weapon against their political and territorial rivals. That meant even more detours, further extending the convoy's estimated travel time to the frontier march. Even then, as the scheming noble had demonstrated, avoiding direct involvement did not necessarily prevent other nobles from exploiting the convoy for their own benefit. Left with no alternative, Sania, Dalton, and the other 2 former Battlebane combat masters agreed that it was time to inform Saul and Alex so they could devise a solution. Chapter 784, Convoy Reversal Plan. Alex's eyes narrowed coldly when he was informed about the convoy situation. So I wasn't the only one scheming ahead. A cold smile tugged at his lips. He completely agreed with the convoy's suspicion that Viscount Dunhill and or Marquis Branford had a hand in their current quagmire. Only those two men possessed the influence necessary to move the domain lords across the northeast into acting in concert against a convoy that belonged to him. However, this will backfire on them. I have more money than I can realistically spend, and population just so happens to be what I need, he thought. Alex could already guess the reasoning behind the move. It was also why he agreed with the convoy's suspicion that either Viscount Dunhill, Marquis Brantford, or both were pulling the strings behind the scenes. As the domain lord personally appointed by the emperor, the two likely assumed he had been fully briefed on the frontier march's situation and would arrive having already prepared solutions to its problems. That would inevitably disrupt the existing status quo. And exactly as they had anticipated, one of Alex's first actions had been to terminate the ore for food exchange. Their objective was likely to exhaust whatever food supplies the new domain lord had brought with him on his journey, while simultaneously draining the funds he would inevitably spend purchasing more. The plan was simple, required little political capital since the domain lords themselves would gladly participate for the profits they stood to earn from the convoy, and left Alex with little room to object, as their actions were technically legal and outwardly appeared to be acts of goodwill. Against an ordinary lord of the frontier march, such a scheme would have forced continued dependence on the stronghold for food, compelling the domain to resume exchanging its ore for food, or rather, rations. However, Alex was anything but an ordinary domain lord. Having anticipated such a move and prepared well in advance, the schemes of the northeastern nobility would ultimately prove far less effective than they expected. Will this affect the or trade we planned? Eudora asked. No. Eleanor shook her head. It is unlikely. This and the or trade are two different matters. The domain lords of the northeast should only be helping with this plan because it benefits them. Likewise, buying the ore from us also benefits them. That said, if Marquis Brantford and Viscount Dunhill put pressure on them, they might stop purchasing ours sooner than we previously estimated. She speculated. In other words, we need to complete this first transaction as quickly as possible and derive as much profit from it as we can before the Viscount and Marquis catch wind of it. She added. Eleanor turned back to the map. My greater concern now is how the two men will react now that we have made a move against them within our domain. She continued. You said the Dun clan head has reached the stronghold, right? In that case, wouldn't it be more prudent to assume that they already know about the false narrative spreading throughout our domain? That is our concern as well, milady. It's all said. Depending on how Viscount Dunhill, in particular, reacts to the news, there may be direct hostile action against the convoy. A warning, if you will. Don't go overboard, or we will crush you, Alex said with a cold smile. Yes, Saul nodded in confirmation. Ideally, it would be best to get the convoy into the domain as soon as possible. But at their current, painfully slow pace, we would be lucky if they reached the domain within a month. Even if they didn't make it all the way to Fonterra, the convoy would be much safer once it crossed the entrance valley and entered the frontier march. Outside the domain, Viscount Dunhill could easily organize raiding parties to harass the convoy continuously under the guise of bandits. Once they crossed into the domain and the entrance came under their control, the likelihood of that continuing would be slim to none. Alex remained silent, staring intently at the map while the others exchanged ideas. Cavacan suggested sending troops to reinforce and protect the convoy against possible threats, while Eleanor focused on possible ways to increase the convoy's traveling speed. However, both suggestions were quickly dismissed by the others. The domain only had a single reliable 100-man company to rely upon. Yet that company was also needed to defend the domain against berserk beasts and maintain internal security. Sending them out would also achieve little, as the convoy already had more than 1,000 men assigned to its security unit, a force that included 4 combat masters. The troops they could send would only marginally improve the convoy's security. Worse still, their addition could ironically increase the convoy's burden, further slowing its traveling speed. As for increasing the convoy's speed, it had already done everything it could. Almost all of the civilians were being transported on mount-drawn open or cloth-covered carriages. Their traveling speed was already at the upper limit of what was realistically possible for a convoy of its size. Short of finding a colossal flying mount, or a large number of smaller flying mounts capable of airlifting the convoy, There seemed to be no faster means of travel available to them. As the group continued bouncing ideas back and forth, Alex's eyes suddenly shimmered. Eudora and Eleanor noticed it immediately, realizing it meant Alex had come up with an idea he believed would work. Strangely, however, there was also a hint of reluctance in his gaze. "Looks like you have an idea," Eleanor commented. "But not one you want to use," Eudora added probingly. Alex looked at the two women and smiled wryly. "It is a card I would rather not reveal just yet," he admitted. "But we don't have much of a choice right now. We're just going to have to get creative with how we use it. Here's what I have in mind." Alex went on to explain his idea to Eleanor, Eudora, Saul, and Kavikin. After finishing his explanation, he looked around and asked, "What do you all think?" Kavikin merely shrugged as he scratched his head. He couldn't think of anything to add. "It seems like a massive undertaking. Can you really pull it off, leader?" Saul asked, visibly surprised by the proposal. "I should be able to. It's essentially just setting up a formation," he said. "A talismanic field, I mean. In that case, you don't need to be present in person, do you, Master?" Eudora asked, studying him intently. "Exactly, you don't need to be." Eleanor nodded. "You can inscribe the formation into scrolls and have someone else deliver and set them up." Chapter 785, Convoy's Reversal. Alex wanted to deny it, but he couldn't. After all, Eleanor had helped him develop almost all of the different formation scrolls he used, making her, alongside himself, the person most familiar with their capabilities. He definitely had scroll types capable of accomplishing the task. "You are a domain lord now, and the domain currently needs your presence. You can't keep going around freely and putting yourself in danger like you used to. You have an entire domain of subordinates and aides under you. Use them," Eleanor admonished. Eudora also nodded solemnly in agreement. "I agree with the madam's leader," Saul said. "It makes us uncomfortable as your retainers and subordinates when you insist on doing everything yourself instead of relying on us. It could be misunderstood as you not trusting us, or our abilities." Alex's lips twitched. Saul had truly cornered him there. Fine. I'll prepare the formation. The three of you can decide the rest of the operation's details," Alex said to Eudora, Saul, and Kavikin. "We won't let you down, leader." Saul smiled. Alex shook his head. "I'll need your help with the formation scrolls," he said to Eleanor. "Because of the formation's complexity, I'm going to need something with a much larger capacity." "Understood," Eleanor replied after pondering for a moment. "I should be able to put something together." "Sorry to trouble you," he said with a smile. "It would have been easier if Sugud were here to assist you." "Where is Sugud anyway?" he asked. "He's still surveying and prospecting the nearby mountain ranges, as you requested," Eudora replied. "All right," Alex nodded. With that, he and Eleanor left the room to prepare the required formation scrolls, leaving Eudora, Saul, and Kavikin to work out the operational details. A few days later, with Eleanor's assistance, Alex completed a box of formation scrolls. Once everything was ready, Eudora took to the skies on Senu's back to carry out the next phase of the operation, leaving Alex speechless as he rolled his eyes. First, Eudora, Eleanor, and Saul had ganged up on him, insisting that he leave such work to his subordinates. Yet here was Eudora personally taking part in the operation when she could have sent one of her own subordinates instead. Her argument was that her subordinates were already occupied with other important assignments, and this operation was too important to entrust to just anyone, earning an eye roll from Alex. As for why he was speechless, it was because he had spent time coming up with and rehearsing a speech to convince Senu to airlift Eudora, only to discover it wasn't needed. The moment the Queen Eagle realized who he wanted her to carry, she readily agreed. In fact, she agreed a little too readily, making Alex suspicious. First it was Fun and Zora, now it's Senu and Eudora? Alex thought to himself. He glanced at Dread standing beside him. "You won't leave me too, right?" Whether the nightmare horse understood the look or not was unclear, but Dread merely flared his nostrils before turning his head away. Alex felt his world crumble around him. The betrayal. Watching the exchange from the side, Eleanor barely stopped herself from holding her head. How can someone so brilliant also be so? She sighed inwardly, unable to finish the thought, before accepting once again that she had already decided to spend the rest of her life with him. Alex suddenly turned towards her as though neither the interaction with Dread nor his internal drama had ever happened. Please let me know when Sugud returns and hands you the domain survey report. I need to know his findings as soon as possible, and I'd also like to speak with him. Seeing his usual composed and somewhat serious demeanor return, she nodded, both to him and inwardly to herself. Yeah, this is the side I fell for. Senu flew Yudara to 4 locations in the wilderness between the convoy's current position and the valley entrance. Rather than joining the convoy, she instead set up the assigned formation scrolls at the designated locations. She had not actually been wrong when she told Alex she was needed for the operation. Several of the scrolls had to be placed in positions that could only be reached efficiently using her shadow dash movement technique. No one else currently within the domain could have reached those locations as effortlessly as she did. They would have needed to expend considerably more effort and, more importantly, would likely have disturbed the local fauna, something they wanted to avoid as much as possible considering what they were trying to accomplish. It took roughly 3 hours to deploy the formation scrolls across all 4 locations. There were no immediate signs that anything had changed after each formation was activated. Once she had finished deploying the final set of scrolls, Yudara quietly departed. Yudara didn't join the convoy. Instead, she flew back to the domain. Everything had already been set in motion, and there was nothing else she needed to do. She would have loved to watch the show unfold from the skies. However, work awaited her back in the domain. If she hadn't genuinely believed she was the best person for this assignment, she would never have come in the first place. The Fortuna convoy rolled through the wilderness of the Empire's far northeast. The original 2,000-strong convoy had swollen to more than 7,000 people, perhaps even approaching 10,000 by now. It now stretched for nearly 10 kilometers, divided into a vanguard, a security force, 3 civilian groups, a livestock and supply wagon group, and a rear guard. Viewed from above, the convoy resembled a gigantic serpent stretching across the wilderness, slithering through the sea of green. It's done. Head to position A. The words sounded over the comms in Dalton's ears as he rode with the vanguard. The vanguard was primarily responsible for clearing the route ahead of the convoy. Along with the rear guard, they saw the most action, regularly dealing with beasts, bandits, noble troops, and other threats that appeared before or behind the convoy. Upon receiving the transmission, Dalton led the vanguard towards a gloomy forest lying ahead. Ordinarily, such a forest would be a sign of dangerous beasts, and the convoy had done its utmost to avoid places like it so as not to endanger the civilian groups. This time, however, the vanguard headed directly towards the supposed danger. They eliminated the beasts lingering along the approach, making the route safe for the convoy before reaching the forest first. Their arrival triggered something within it. A pulse swept through the forest, repelling the nearby beasts away from a narrow path that cut through the trees. The vanguard quickly secured the route as the rest of the convoy gradually caught up. At the head of the civilian column was the group of wagons carrying the original peasant families, slaves, and troops they had brought with them from the wildlands. Surprisingly, Sania personally led this group. Before now, she had usually traveled near the center of the convoy, allowing her to respond flexibly to incidents anywhere along its serpentine length. This time, however, she had moved to the front to personally lead the convoy towards the gloomy forest ahead. Chapter 786, A Single Move to Revolution. Seeing the forest ahead, one they would normally have avoided, unsurprisingly caused unrest among the peasants. However, thanks to Sania's presence and the vanguard's prior clearance of the route, they gradually settled down. As they entered the forest, a thick fog began to gather around them. Sania immediately released her colorless combat master aura, drawing everyone's attention, reassuring the crowd, and illuminating the path ahead. The peasants focused on Sania rather than the fog-shrouded, eerie trail. Unbeknownst to them, they had entered an elaborate formation the moment the mist enveloped them. The peasants felt a ripple pass through their bodies, but with the dense fog surrounding them, none of them understood what it was. By the time they emerged from the mist, they found themselves on an open plain stretching away from the fog-covered forest behind them. The peasants exchanged wry smiles, quietly mocking themselves for having been frightened by what had turned out to be such a short journey through the woods. As the moon hung brightly in the night sky, Sania instructed the group to make camp while they waited for the rest of the convoy. A few hours later, the remainder of the convoy emerged from the forest as well. After breaking camp the following morning, the convoy resumed its journey. 3 days later, shortly after nightfall, the vanguard once again led the convoy into another fog-covered forest. This time, however, the peasants were far less apprehensive. Just like before, it was a short, uneventful passage through the forest, and the peasants thought little of it. Their surprise only came 3 days later when they arrived at the valley entrance leading into the frontier march. Most of the peasants had been told that the journey would take well over a month to complete. Yet somehow, they had reached the frontier march in barely a week. The Fortuna troops offered no explanation. Even those traveling alongside their own family members remained tight-lipped. The peasants could only chalk it up to the forests they had passed through. Perhaps, they reasoned, taking those gloomy forests they had previously avoided had simply cut down the travel time. Or perhaps the convoy's officers had overestimated how long such a large group would take to travel. Little did the peasants know that they were, in fact, correct about the forests shortening their journey. Just not in the way they imagined. Space gates. The real reason the journey had become so short was because of the space gates. The formations Udara had set up were space gate formations. The 4 locations where she deployed them actually consisted of 2 pairs of entry and exit points. The fog and gloomy atmosphere surrounding the forest paths were merely illusionary effects Alex had incorporated into the formations to conceal their true nature. The illusion was further reinforced by the convoy's troops flaring their aura coatings while traveling through the fog. Their actions were less about illuminating the path and more about drawing the peasants' attention, ensuring that most, if not all, of them focused on the troops rather than the surrounding mist, preventing them from noticing anything unusual. Thanks to this, the convoy, which should have endured a long and arduous journey, arrived safely within the domain. Having reached the valley entrance, the remainder of the journey became smooth sailing. While the rear guard remained behind at the valley entrance, constructing makeshift fortifications to secure the domain's only entrance and exit, the rest of the convoy continued onwards towards the Fonterra Bastide. The convoy's arrival was welcome news throughout the domain. It breathed new life into the once stagnant frontier march. The domain's administrative staff were already waiting to record the details of every peasant in the convoy and register them within the domain registry stored on its Runic server. Although the process was tedious, once completed it would save the administration an immeasurable amount of time and effort in the future. As welcomed as the convoy's arrival was, Alex had no time to dwell on it. There was still an enormous amount of groundwork to complete throughout the domain. During the week it had taken the convoy to arrive via the space gates, Sugud had completed his survey of the surrounding mountain ranges. The results were even better than Alex had hoped. Although the frontier march was not blessed with rich veins of rare, exotic ores capable of fetching enormous prices on Verdantis or back on Pangea, it did possess abundant deposits of a wide variety of industrial resource ores, materials that were indispensable to any territory with serious ambitions of urbanization and long-term development. Timber, iron, copper, tin, gold, silver, tungsten, limestone, clay, salt, mithril, orichalcum, adamantine, oil, coal, granite, marble. I knew the region was a vast mountain range, but I didn't expect it to be this resource-rich. Alex's eyes widened as he read through Sugud's report. Those foolish nobles. They were sitting on a literal and figurative gold mine, and never even realized it. All they had to do was develop the domain, and they would have become wealthy. He shook his head. Then, in the next moment, his brows furrowed. These resources and minerals, they're exactly what I'll need to rapidly develop the territory. Is this really just a coincidence? Or is it the hand of fate? Or rather, destiny? He wondered. Considering the likely increase in the territory's providence now that he had dealt with the 5 Castan clans and firmly consolidated his control over the domain, perhaps this discovery could indeed be viewed as a reward born from its growing fortune. Whether it is coincidence, fortune's reward, or destiny's hand, what I need to do doesn't change. Alex thought to himself, I need to turn these resources into strength and develop the territory as quickly as possible. Alex spent the entire night contemplating how to accomplish that. He had read enough kingdom-building novels and possessed the blueprint of a modern civilization from his previous life to give him a clear direction in which to steer the domain. His problem was time. He simply didn't have the luxury of slowly growing the territory. He needed a way to accelerate its development. Is there something, one invention or creation that could revolutionize the domain's growth? The thought lingered in his mind throughout the night. Eventually, however, an answer came to him. A single product. One that he believed could become the foundation for the frontier march's rapid development, not only in the present, but far into the future. Alex quickly drafted a preliminary design for the product. He could handle the runic aspects of the design himself. However, the physical engineering and hardware required the expertise of a professional. With Sugud's assistance, Alex finalized the design of the product he believed would become the cornerstone of the frontier march's development, and, eventually, of his future fiefdom. Chapter 787, Prototype Testing. When Alex reflected on the great technological advancements of his previous life, he narrowed the primary drivers of those developments down to three inventions: the steam engine, the internal combustion engine, and the electric motor. The steam engine came first, ushering mankind into the first industrial revolution. Over a century later, the internal combustion engine joined it, helping drive the second industrial revolution. By the modern era of Alex's previous life, before his transmigration into his current one, human civilization was powered largely by the coexistence of internal combustion engines and electric motors, with steam engines relegated to more specialized and niche roles. It was widely theorized that the future of his former world would eventually move away from internal combustion engines and instead be driven by electric motors, or perhaps by whatever revolutionary technology succeeded them. Whatever the case, studying the history of his previous world had led Alex to recognize one crucial truth. For the growth of any civilization, mastering work, particularly mechanical work, was essential. The ability to move objects from one place to another, to apply force in order to achieve a desired result. The simplest and most efficient way to accomplish these tasks was by mastering mechanical work. In his previous life, humanity had achieved that through steam engines, internal combustion engines, and electric motors. In theory, Alex possessed the knowledge necessary to recreate all three technologies in this world. Admittedly, the temptation to do exactly that was strong. However, the engineer within him refused. From the later stages of his previous civilization's development, he understood those technologies' shortcomings all too well. Both steam engines and internal combustion engines carried significant environmental consequences, with the internal combustion engine in particular becoming the poster child for harmful emissions, among many other issues. As for electric motors, they still suffered from shortcomings of their own, especially regarding electrical infrastructure, where high deployment costs and efficiency limitations remained major disadvantages, at least before his transmigration. Whether intentionally or not, Alex considered himself a student of history. To him, history's greatest value was not merely knowing what had happened in the past, but learning to adopt what had proven beneficial while avoiding repeating its mistakes. After all, repeating the same actions while expecting different results was the very definition of idiocy, or perhaps even insanity. Since Alex already understood the flaws and limitations of these technologies, he had no intention of simply transplanting them wholesale into this world. So he did what he usually did in situations like these. He turned to his Rune-Tech platform to remedy the shortcomings of these technologies while, hopefully, enhancing their strengths as well. The result of his arduous contemplation was a single manuscript, a single product that he believed could usher not only his domain, but perhaps the worlds of his current life, whether Pangea or Verdantis, into its first technological revolution. Just as the steam engine, internal combustion engine, and electric motor had each done for his previous world. During the week in which Udara and the Battlebanes jointly executed his space gate, or rather, space jump, plan, Alex worked tirelessly alongside Sugud to bring the product to life. While Alex possessed the theoretical foundation for the device and handled the overwhelming majority of its runic design, he could not deny Sugud's contribution. Sugud's seemingly instinctive understanding of mechanics not only compensated for the inevitable flaws in Alex's design, but also refined and improved it, making the finished device more efficient and better rounded than Alex had originally envisioned. Inside a workshop behind the magistrate, now domain lords, manor in the Fonterra Bastide, Alex and Sugud stood before a sturdy workbench, silently admiring the product of their collaboration. Resting upon it was a cylindrical machine roughly the length of a man's forearm. Its bronze-colored metallic casing was broken by bands of finely engraved runes that encircled its body like glowing veins. One end terminated in a thick alloy shaft, while the opposite end remained open, revealing a circular intake lined with intricate runic channels designed to accept a variety of power sources. Though still untested and completely motionless, the device radiated a quiet, restrained presence, as though it were merely waiting for an energy source to awaken it. Alex and Sugud exchanged a glance, both instinctively realizing they stood on the verge of a monumental moment. Sugud gestured towards the machine before quietly stepping back, leaving the honor of the moment to Alex. Alex nodded and stepped closer. He rotated a selector knob at the open circular intake end, choosing one of 4 available settings. Moment of truth, he muttered. Behind him, Sugud unconsciously swallowed. Then Alex flipped the switch. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Sugud looked at Alex in confusion. Alex frowned as well, unable to understand what had gone wrong. Then, in the next instant, the runes engraved across the machine's casing, particularly those surrounding the intake port, awakened one after another, emitting a soft mana blue glow. Hum. A low hum filled the workshop as the shaft at one end of the device began to rotate, slowly at first, but soon accelerating until it spun too fast for the eye to follow. Sugud's gaze followed the spinning shaft as it engaged the connected pulley. The leather drive belt snapped taut, setting a second pulley into motion. Then another. And another. Within moments, the long drive shaft suspended beneath the workshop's ceiling was spinning smoothly from one end of the building to the other. The workshop came alive. Grinding wheels spun into motion. The workshop's small lathe began turning with a steady, rhythmic precision, while the drill press rotated effortlessly. Even the polishing wheel in the far corner started spinning, its surface blurring into a gray disk. The workshop was soon filled with the gentle hum of machinery at work. Sugud stood frozen by the sight. It's really powering the entire workshop. Alex simply smiled. This was merely a crude prototype. In its true form, the device held the potential to accomplish so much more. He walked to the far end of the workshop, where a crude forging hammer press stood connected to the overhead drive shaft by a broad leather belt. With a firm pull of the lever, the final clutch engaged. Tum! The hammer press crashed down onto the anvil. Tum! 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 Again and again, the hammer descended. Every strike landed with a similar, perhaps even identical, force and flawless timing, each impact sending faint tremors through the stone floor beneath the anvil. Sugud hurried over excitedly. Grabbing a glowing billet from the forge with a pair of tongs, he slid it beneath the hammer. The contraption immediately began forging the heated metal with effortless, perfectly timed strikes. Neither man spoke. They simply watched the machine do its work. Before long, they witnessed hours of back-breaking labor being accomplished by the power generated from a single, softly humming cylindrical device resting quietly and unassumingly upon the workbench. Finally, Sugud released the long breath he had unknowingly been holding and turned towards Alex, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. "So, young Master Alex, what do we call this device?" he asked. Alex slowly swept his gaze across the workshop. The spinning shafts. The humming machines. The hammer press rising and falling with unwavering precision. Finally, his eyes settled upon the unassuming cylinder that made all of it possible. "Mana motor," he murmured. Then he looked at Sugud and repeated the words, this time with sharp certainty. "Let's call it the mana motor." Chapter 788, CH 788 Mana Motor. Mana motor. The mana motor. As the name implied, it was a device that converted mana into mechanical energy. It was that simple. Yet at the same time, incredibly complex. The mana motor Alex and Sugud had built in the workshop was nothing more than a working prototype. Now that they had confirmed the design worked, they were ready to refine the technology and produce improved iterations. At its core, the mana motor consisted of 5 fundamental sections: the mana intake, mana regulator, rune core, rotor assembly, and output shaft. The mana intake was, in essence, where and how mana entered the motor. Unsurprisingly, its runic design was derived from Alex's mana gathering circle. Since Alex intended for the mana motor to become the foundation of an entirely new technological tree that would drive his territory's development, he deliberately designed it with a modular intake system. Depending on the application and available energy source, the intake could be configured into one of 4 forms. An ambient mana collector, a mana stone socket capable of accepting mana stones or other condensed magical energy sources. For now, theoretical mana battery interface. And a mana conduit port designed to connect directly to a large external mana network. At least, on paper. After all, the latter 2 designs remain theoretical. Given the state of mana on this plane, more accurately, berserk energy, Alex was already considering the possibility of introducing a mana battery containing mana that had been filtered and purified of its berserk properties. The effects of berserk energy on machinery had yet to be properly researched, making such a power source far safer and more reliable. Likewise, he envisioned connecting mana motors directly to massive mana reservoirs, such as the mana reservoir space bestowed upon him by One Heaven or the large runic mana pools maintained by major organizations back on Pangaea through stable runic conduits. A runic conduit functioned much like a runic wire, whereas the ambient mana collector resembled a wireless mana receiver. If a vast reservoir of mana already existed nearby, Alex saw little reason to rely on a comparatively wasteful wireless connection when a stable, efficient, wired connection could be established instead. Much like the wired and wireless technologies of his previous life, a mana conduit offered greater stability, higher efficiency, and lower transmission losses, provided the source of mana was sufficiently close. For now, however, these remained concepts waiting to be realized. The only intake systems currently available were the ambient mana collector and the mana stone socket. Even so, Alex was confident that, when the need arose, the remaining 2 designs could eventually be brought into existence. The ambient mana collector was essentially a device that incorporated Alex's mana gathering circle at its fullest potential, allowing the runic formation to continuously draw in surrounding ambient mana just as the original gathering circle had always done. The mana stone socket, meanwhile, worked a little differently. With a small modification, the absorption power of the gathering circle was concentrated within the confined space where a mana stone, or any other condensed energy source, such as a berserk stone or berserk beast core, could be inserted. Alex had yet to properly test it, but he suspected that the motor's efficiency, or more accurately, the ease with which energy could be extracted and circulated through the device, would decrease in the order of mana stones, berserk stones, and finally berserk beast cores. He had not yet proved this experimentally, but based on the nature of the 3 condensed energy sources, the conclusion seemed intuitive. Naturally, the mana stone socket was the more efficient intake method. However, because it consumed valuable mana stones or other condensed energy sources, it was also considerably more expensive to operate. Alex never expected it to become the primary means of powering the mana motor. Instead, he envisioned it as a contingency option for situations where the motor needed to operate in a mana-deficient environment while condensed energy sources remained available. The second fundamental component, the mana regulator, was, in essence, the mana equivalent of a voltage regulator. It was a harmonious fusion of one of Sugud's precision-engineered mechanical construct and one of Alex's runic circuits, designed to regulate the flow of mana entering the motor from whichever intake system was currently being used. Alex doubted such regulation would matter much when drawing ambient mana, unless the motor happened to be operating within an exceptionally mana-rich environment. The other intake methods, however, were different. Mana stones and other condensed energy sources were capable of releasing mana at a far denser and more concentrated rate, making regulation essential. The mana regulator therefore smoothed the flow of mana throughout the motor, compensating for fluctuations, preventing overload, and maintaining a stable mana pressure for the rune core. As an additional function, It also allowed the operator to deliberately regulate the mana flow rate, making it possible to adjust the motor's power output on demand. The Rune core was the true heart of the machine. It represented Alex's greatest contribution to the mana motor and, more than any other component, distinguished it from the steam engine, the internal combustion engine, and especially the electric motor. And that distinction went far beyond the simple fact that it was powered by mana. Instead of pipes, pistons, copper windings, and magnets, the mana motor's rotor and stator were inscribed with intricate runic arrays. As mana flowed through these arrays, the runes generated a rotational force, directly converting magical energy into mechanical work. Like the mana intake, Alex deliberately designed the rune core to be modular. His intention was to develop successive generations of rune cores with greater efficiency, improved performance, and specialized functions. By making the core interchangeable, existing mana motors could be upgraded without having to redesign the entire machine. The rotor assembly was the mana equivalent of the rotor found in an electric motor. When mana flowed through the rune core and the runic arrays generated rotational force, that force was transmitted directly into the rotor assembly, causing it to spin. The rotor, in turn, rotated the motor's output shaft. Finally came the output shaft. This was the component responsible for transferring the motor's mechanical power to whatever machine it was designed to operate. It had been engineered to connect to gearboxes, belts, chains, wheels, pumps, pulleys, and countless other transmission systems. In short, as long as a machine could establish a stable mechanical connection to the output shaft, it could, in theory, be powered by a mana motor. That meant everything from hand drills and water pumps to small automobiles, heavy locomotives, factory machinery, and even massive industrial presses could eventually be driven by the technology. Of course, Alex had no illusions that the prototype he and Sugud had just completed could accomplish all of that. Instead, he intended to introduce a classification system based on the amount of mechanical power each motor was designed to deliver. Fortunately, this did not require entirely new designs. The underlying architecture of the mana motor would remain largely unchanged across every class. The primary differences would simply be the motor's physical dimensions, the capacity of its rune core, and the amount of torque and power it could safely produce. For example, Class 1 mana motors would be intended for handheld and light-duty equipment, such as hand drills and the sewing machines Alex planned to introduce in the future. Class 2 mana motors, like the prototype he and Sugud had just completed, would power small workshops and artisan machinery. Class 3 mana motors would eventually find their place in agricultural machinery, tractors, and small automobiles. Class 4 mana motors would be designed for heavier vehicles, including heavy-duty trucks, construction and mining equipment, and locomotives. Finally, Class V mana motors would power sea or ocean-going ships, air vessels, and large-scale industrial factories. And if the technology continued to mature as Alex envisioned, these 5 classes would likely become only the beginning of an entirely new age of machinery. Chapter 789, Forced Compromise. In the 2 weeks that followed since Alex and Sugud produced the first mana motor, Sugud worked to break the device down into components that could be manufactured separately and assembled afterwards. Much like the crossbows they had developed previously, Alex simply didn't have the time to partake in the production of every mana motor from start to finish. He couldn't afford to spend precious hours working alongside Sugud to build each unit individually. With that in mind, Sugud disassembled the design into its constituent parts, isolating those that required Alex's runic inscriptions. Afterwards, he gathered the domain's blacksmiths and directed them to mass-produce the non-runic components for the various classes of mana motors. This allowed Alex to plan a single extended inscription session, during which he inscribed every completed runic component in one go before they were assembled into finished motors. Even so, the process once again exposed one of Rune-Tech's greatest weaknesses. If Alex truly wanted to exploit the platform's full potential and use it to accelerate the domain's development, this bottleneck was something he would eventually have to solve. Alex sat hard at work in the study of the domain Lord's Manor, a room he had taken the liberty of converting into a digital workstation. A projector terminal had been installed on his desk and connected directly to the runic server that powered the domain administration. With OmniRune serving as both the operating system and the underlying infrastructure, the otherwise simple setup functioned remarkably similarly to the computer network systems of his previous life. As the administrative staff continued the painstaking work of registering every citizen within the domain, OmniRune processed the collected data into useful reports and statistics. Alex then distributed this information to the de facto heads of the various departments that had gradually formed within the domain's administration to streamline its governance. Using the reports, he tasked each department head with identifying weaknesses and opportunities for development within their respective areas of responsibility. At that moment, Alex was reviewing the same information himself in preparation for a meeting with the department heads later that day. About an hour later, 3 people entered the study without bothering to knock. Alex finally looked up from the projected display. He rubbed between his eyebrows, down the bridge of his nose, before covering his eyes with his hand. For a brief moment, muscle memory from his previous life almost took over as he instinctively reached to remove the pair of blue light glasses he used to wear during long hours at his computer. Only then did he remember that they no longer existed. A chuckle escaped Alex's lips as the memories flooding back finally registered. He had never truly needed those glasses. He had worn them simply because they made him look more like a stereotypical engineer. Considering the kind of people he had worked with back then, it had been an important fashion statement. Shaking his head, he turned to the new arrivals. "Is it time already?" he asked with a faint smile. "Yes, Master," Eudora replied. "You lost track of time again? Why am I not surprised?" Zora said with an amused smile as she approached him alongside Eleanor and Eudora. Unsurprisingly, Alex had entrusted his wives with some of the most important responsibilities within the domain. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say they occupied the highest positions in the administration after him. Eleanor was placed in charge of the ministries of construction and commerce and trade. Given her background as both an artisan and a merchant, the appointment was a natural fit for the domain's current stage of development. Alex entrusted Zora with the ministries of the Interior and Education, making her responsible for the domain's internal administration, educational institutions, and the coordination of long-term development projects. The role aligned perfectly with the experience she had gained as the major domo of the Dragonhold Enclave, which had functioned not only as a territory but also, in many respects, as a large educational institution. Meanwhile, Eudora assumed responsibility for the Ministry of Information and Military Intelligence. The appointment formalized the duties she had already been performing, giving her official authority over the domain's intelligence network and information management. For someone who preferred to operate from the shadows, it was a role perfectly suited to her talents. As the 3 women came to his side, Eleanor's attention drifted to the projected display hovering above the desk. "So, are you finally going to reveal your grand development plan now that you and Sugud have finished building your latest toy?" she said, looking intently at the screen. To her disappointment, however, the projected display contained nothing resembling Alex's future plans. Instead, it was filled with reports, statistics, and analyses generated from the ever-growing database stored on the domain's Runic server. There was nothing there that gave even the slightest hint of what Alex had planned next. "It won't be me driving the planning. It will be you, the heads of the domain's various ministries and departments. Since we're still a relatively small territory, we have a rare opportunity to experiment with different ideas and systems. We might as well use it to cultivate your abilities as leaders and administrators," Alex said. Zora stared at him without blinking for a long moment. "You just want to delegate everything so you can spend more time on your pet projects," she said, rolling her eyes. Alex simply chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. As the husband and wives continued their banter, a knock sounded at the door before another visitor entered. "So good. Good. Just the person I wanted to see." Alex rose from his seat and almost hurried over to the dwarf-elf hybrid, subtly taking the opportunity to escape the loose encirclement his wives had formed around him. "How may I be of service, young Master Alex?" Sugud asked after exchanging greetings with everyone. Alex invited Sugud to sit on one of the sofas before taking the seat opposite him. Then, his expression turned unusually serious. "Sugud, you've surveyed the domain thoroughly. Based on everything you've seen, What do you think our chances are of building an interplanar gate capable of returning us to Pangaea? Alex asked. The question caught Sugud by surprise. Nevertheless, he carefully considered it before answering. An interplanar gate was no ordinary construct. Its construction required experts from the three major artisan disciplines working together in tandem. Fortunately, they already fulfilled that requirement through Alex, Sugud, and Eleanor. That, however, was merely the beginning. Actually constructing such a gate was an entirely different matter. Unlike the original gate they had used to leave Pangaea, they would have to build this one completely from scratch, without relying on an existing paired gateway. The interplanar teleportation grand formation and the interplanar coordinates for Pangaea that Alex had deciphered solved only half the problem. The greater challenge lay in constructing the physical anchoring gate itself, a monumental engineering project that depended upon an enormous industrial foundation and countless supporting industries. Sugud let out a long sigh before looking at Alex solemnly. No, he said, shaking his head. Not yet. Although the domain possesses most of the raw resources we'll ultimately require, we currently lack the intermediate materials needed to build the gate itself. Producing those materials will require us to first develop the territory's industrial base. Which industries, specifically? Alex asked. Sugud could only shrug helplessly. That's difficult to answer, he admitted. Most intermediate material industries are deeply interconnected. Developing one usually depends on several others already existing. He paused before concluding. If our goal is to build an interplanar gate, then sooner or later we'll need to establish nearly every major industrial sector within the territory before we can make any meaningful progress. So, you're saying we essentially need to develop every basic and intermediate industry that the domain can support? Alex asked, folding his arms. Yes, Sugud replied, nodding, the corners of his lips twitching helplessly. Alex sighed and fell into thought. He was admittedly disappointed that Sugud couldn't identify the exact industries they needed so they could focus their efforts on those alone. Then again, that wasn't exactly the dwarf-elf hybrid's area of expertise. Sugud could undoubtedly oversee the construction of the gate itself, as long as all the necessary materials were placed before him. But that didn't mean he fully understood the industrial progression required to manufacture every one of those materials. Alex himself had attempted to map it out. Unfortunately, the deeper he dug, the more the industrial chain devolved into an impossibly tangled web of interconnected industries, eventually forcing him to abandon the exercise and hope someone else might untangle it. Like Sugud said, it's complicated. Even after narrowing my focus to just cement and steel, I still ended up with a long list of prerequisite industries. Steel requires iron and charcoal, or coke, Alex thought. That means we first need a proper mining industry to extract the ore, followed by smelting facilities to refine it. Building those facilities requires construction materials such as sand, clay, stone, bricks, cement, which means we first need quarries, lime production, brickworks, and cement manufacturing. Charcoal production demands a sustainable timber industry, while coke requires coal mining and coking furnaces. And each time I trace one material back to its source, 3 more supporting industries appear. Alex rubbed his forehead with a weary sigh. I suppose Sugud is right. Rather than chasing only the industries needed for the interplanar gate, we should focus on establishing every basic and intermediate industry the domain can reasonably sustain. Once that industrial foundation exists, building the gate will simply become another engineering project instead of an impossible dream. Having reached that conclusion, Alex reluctantly shelved his plan to rush the construction of the interplanar gate. We've already been stranded here for over a year, he reminded himself. Waiting a few more months to build a foundation that benefits both the domain and my long-term interplanar ambitions is a reasonable compromise. With his decision made, Alex rose to his feet. Together with his wives and Sugud, he headed towards the meeting hall, where the domain's other department heads had already begun to gather. Chapter 790, Domain Council Meeting I. Alex and his wives, followed closely by Sugud, walked into the council chamber within the domain lord's manor. By then, most of the expected attendees had already arrived and were quietly conversing amongst themselves. The faces gathered there came as no surprise. They were Alex's core retainers, the people who currently formed the backbone of the domain's leadership. While waiting for the appointed hour, Alex walked over to Saul and exchanged a few words with him. "It is time, my lord," Milton said, stepping forward. Alex nodded before sweeping his gaze across the council chamber. During the brief wait, the remaining attendees had also arrived. Most of the late arrivals belonged to the military branch of the administration, prompting their leader, Kavikin, to scratch the back of his head sheepishly when he noticed Alex looking his way. "Let's begin." The room immediately fell silent. Everyone took their assigned seats around the large horseshoe-shaped council table. According to Milton, the table was as old as the manor itself. Besides seating the domain's senior officials, its open center had been deliberately designed to provide ample space for petitioners, envoys, and invited guests to stand before the council whenever they were summoned. This was the first official meeting of the Domain Council since Alex had assumed office as Domain Lord. As such, many of the seats remained empty. Several positions that would ordinarily have been occupied by senior officials simply did not yet exist, while others remained vacant until suitable candidates could be found. Nevertheless, the foundations of the domain's future government had finally been laid. Present at the council table were Zora Frost Pendragon, Grand Chancellor of the Frontier March, Minister of the Interior and Education; Eleanor Ledevicus, Minister of Works and Construction and Minister of Trade and Commerce; Eudara Gudrun Kale, Minister of Information, Director of Military Intelligence, and member of the Domain War Council; Saul Redwald, Lord Protector of the Frontier March, Senior Counselor to the Domain Lord, and Senior Advisor to the Domain War Council; Milton, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of the Interior and Chief Secretary to the Domain Lord; Rosa Mercier, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Trade and Commerce; Sugud Ironhost, Director of the Domain Bureau of Research and Development; Kavikin, Commander of the Domain Army and Head of the Domain War Council; Dalton Ashton, Deputy Commander of the Domain Army and member of the Domain War Council; Sania, Deputy Commander of the Domain Army and member of the Domain War Council; DYRK, Deputy Commander of the Domain Army and member of the Domain War Council, formerly a Battlebane Captain; Gunnar, Deputy Commander of the Domain Army and member of the Domain War Council, formerly a Battlebane Captain; Mogul, Flag Officer of the Domain Army; Mordor Doomcrusher, Flag Officer of the Domain Army; Silver Blackbolt, Deputy Director of Military Intelligence; Havel Landomas, Senior Officer of Military Intelligence; and finally, Alex Fury, Domain Lord of the Frontier March. Besides the retainers seated around the council table, 3 senior officials from the former magistrate administration attended as observers. Standing quietly behind the Domain Lord's chair was Sergeant Lopota, serving as Alex's personal guard throughout the meeting. Alex looked around the horseshoe-shaped table before giving a small nod. "Thank you all for attending this meeting at such short notice despite the demanding schedules I have imposed upon most of you," he began. Without waiting for a response, he continued. "Each of you represents some of, if not the, brightest minds currently serving this domain. I have gathered you here because I cannot build this fledgling territory alone. I need your experience, your judgment, and your expertise to help guide the frontier march towards a self-sustaining future." Alex rested his elbows lightly on the arms of his chair and interlocked his fingers before him. It would be an impossible task for any single individual. A faint smile crossed his face. "And, despite being the one sitting in this chair, I am also the least experienced person in this room. Because of that, I know there are many things I will inevitably overlook while planning the future of our domain." His gaze swept across everyone present. "So, rather than pretending I possess all the answers, I would rather rely on the collective wisdom gathered in this chamber. Today, I ask that we put our heads together, not as master and subordinates, but as people working towards the same goal, to determine the future we wish to build for the frontier march." Alex's words drew subtle smiles from several members of the council. Although it was objectively true that he was the youngest person present, not a single member of the council still viewed him through that lens. Had Alex not mentioned it himself, the thought would never even have crossed their minds. Contrary to what Alex had just said, everyone present believed the exact opposite. When it came to planning and governing a territory, If someone claimed Alex was the most experienced person in the room, they would have readily believed it. No, in truth, they already did. "We'll do our utmost not to disappoint you, Sir Count," Saul replied, playing along with Alex's modest rhetoric. The others nodded in agreement. "What is your vision for the domain, my lord?" Saul asked. Alex nodded. Leaning forward slightly, he rested his forearms on the table. "Given the Frontier March's current population, we possess far more developable land than we have people to properly utilize. Because of that, I believe we should avoid, or at the very least, limit, any further territorial expansion for the time being, aside from the fortified settlement I intend to establish at the Southern Valley entrance. Instead, I want us to concentrate our manpower, resources, and investment on developing the 3 existing towns. We will strengthen their industries and use them as the foundation upon which we construct the new fortress settlement. I believe that, by doing so, we can establish a domain capable of withstanding threats from both within and outside the domain." Only then did his gaze sharpen. "And once those foundations have been laid, we can finally turn our attention towards our true objective, the Great Berserk Beast Forest." A solemn silence settled over the council chamber. Alex slowly looked around the table, meeting each person's eyes in turn. To put that vision into more concrete terms, he continued, "While our neighbors to the south currently appear content to remain officially neutral, recent events have shown they have no reservations about exploiting us whenever it serves their interests. If that is the reality we face, then I want this domain to become as self-sufficient as reasonably possible. Even if we cannot produce everything we want, we should strive to produce everything we need." His voice softened slightly. "That is why I have gathered all of you here today. I need your help to make that vision a reality." With those words, Alex leaned back into his chair, subtly opening the floor for discussion. Almost as though it had been agreed upon beforehand, the eyes of everyone present turned simultaneously towards Zora and Saul. Chapter 791, Domain Council Meeting 2. Realizing everyone's attention had shifted towards them, Saul turned to Zora and gave a slight nod, silently yielding the floor to her. "Over the past few weeks, we have successfully overhauled the domain's administrative practices and procedures," Zora began. "The civil service is now organized and prepared to implement whatever strategy this council ultimately decides upon." She paused briefly. "However, therein lies our greatest problem. There are currently very few meaningful activities for the administration to oversee. Beyond supervising the mines and collecting modest tax revenues, much of the civil service has little productive work to occupy it. And the same can be said for a significant portion of our citizens. There are simply too many people within the domain with neither stable employment nor meaningful occupations." She looked around the council chamber. "For that reason, I recommend that we prioritize the establishment of industries capable of creating productive employment, not only for the domain's unemployed citizens, but also for the civil administration employed to support them." After another brief pause, she continued, "Thanks to the tireless efforts of the survey unit under the Bureau of Research and Development, we now know that the Frontier March is richly endowed with natural resources. Our territory possesses extensive deposits of essential ores, abundant timber resources, and numerous quarry sites. Furthermore, our proximity to the Great Berserk Beast Forest provides us with unique access to valuable organic resources, including alchemical ingredients, textile materials, and many other products unavailable elsewhere." She nodded slightly towards Alex. "In line with the Count's long-term vision, I therefore propose that the domain adopt a clear industrial roadmap, one that gradually transforms us from a mere exporter of raw materials into a producer of intermediate products, semi-finished goods, and ultimately finished products manufactured within the Frontier March itself." Zora's proposal was met with immediate approval from much of the council. Several members nodded instinctively. Alex himself did the same, having already shared similar ambitions with a number of them in private. Not everyone, however, was entirely convinced. "I believe a note of caution is necessary," Milton said, breaking the momentary consensus. "I am of the opinion that we should proceed carefully in any attempt to industrialize the domain. Approximately 2 decades ago, the magistrates serving at the time pursued a similar objective. Unfortunately, the effort ultimately failed. He counted the reasons off on his fingers. Our limited population, the recurring beast tides, and perhaps most importantly, the technological limitations of the time. Milton looked around the chamber before concluding. I simply believe we should not underestimate these challenges before committing ourselves wholeheartedly to such an ambitious program of industrialization. Once again, Milton willingly took upon himself the role of voicing the unpopular opinion. Even so, there was undeniable merit to what he had said, and no one around the council table dismissed it. You raise a very valid point, Milton, Zora said with a nod. In fact, I agree with most of what you've said, though not all of it. The possibility of a beast tide sweeping through the territory is indeed a significant threat to any long-term development strategy. It is a risk we must account for in every major decision we make. Likewise, our relatively small population naturally limits the scale of the industries we can establish. She paused. However, when it comes to the technology needed to support those industries, I don't believe we have anything to worry about. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she turned towards Alex. Our domain lord may claim to lack experience, she said. But if there is one thing he certainly does not lack, it is ingenuity. Whatever technological obstacle stands before us, I have every confidence he will devise a solution. Alex looked at her in surprise before a helpless smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Can't you just let me slack off for once? Zora's eyes seemed to answer immediately. Not a chance. The brief exchange passed unnoticed by everyone else. Turning back towards the council, and Milton in particular, Zora continued. As a matter of fact, regarding the issue of manpower, the Count and Director Sugud have already developed a solution. She shifted everyone's attention towards Sugud. For a moment, the sudden spotlight made the dwarf-elf hybrid visibly uncomfortable. Taking a steadying breath, he began. Indeed, Sugud said, I had the privilege of assisting the Count in bringing to life a device capable of dramatically reducing the labor requirements of virtually every industry we are likely to establish. The careful way he emphasized that he had merely assisted in the invention did not escape the notice of those present. The device, which the Count has named the mana motor, can, depending on its class and the machinery it is coupled with, replace the labor of dozens, and in some cases even hundreds, of workers while performing hours of backbreaking labor continuously and consistently. He allowed the statement to sink in before continuing. As a result, the manpower required to operate a workshop or factory becomes dramatically lower than would normally be expected. For a territory with a relatively small population like the Frontier March, I believe it is precisely the kind of technology we need. After Sugud's revelation, the council members exchanged looks of surprise. Yet, after the initial shock faded, most of them simply accepted it. By now, they had grown accustomed to the fact that their domain lord had a habit of producing seemingly impossible inventions. In addition, Sugud continued, by greatly increasing productivity, the mana motor also makes it possible for us to manufacture military equipment and other strategic supplies at a much faster rate. That, in turn, will greatly improve our ability to prepare for and respond to a minor beast tide, at the very least. Saul leaned forward thoughtfully. If the mana motor performs as advertised and truly becomes the force multiplier you believe it will, then I think we should be bolder. He said, I propose we expand the scope of the first phase of our industrial development. I agree, Eleanor said. Based on the Survey Corps' resource maps, I believe we should invest heavily from the very beginning so we can start exploiting the domain's resources as quickly as possible. She paused, allowing the council to consider her proposal. While the distribution is not perfectly uniform, the resources are naturally clustered. The majority of our metallic or deposits lie close to Ashwell. Stone resources such as granite, gravel, limestone, and diamond-bearing rock are concentrated around Caston. Meanwhile, timber and most botanical resources are abundant in the forests surrounding Fonterra. She gestured towards the resource map laid out before the council. This is, admittedly, a simplified overview of the survey results. Even so, I propose we specialize each of the 3 towns according to the resources naturally available around them. Ashwell should become the center of metallurgy and heavy industry. Caston should focus on quarrying, masonry, and construction materials. and Fonterra should develop around sawmills, woodworking, alchemy, and related industries. By allowing each town to specialize instead of trying to build every industry everywhere, we can make much better use of both our limited manpower and our resources. Chapter 792, Domain Council Meeting 3. Eleanor's proposal was met with nods of approval from most of the council members. Before we decide to site these factories and industries within exiting settlements, Sugud said, I believe we should first consider the health risks. Milton's expression immediately became solemn as he understood Sugud's concern. Many of these industries produce fumes, dust, and other forms of pollution that could be harmful to people living nearby, Milton said. Sugud nodded in agreement. That shouldn't be too difficult to address, Eleanor said after a brief moment of thought. We could establish purification formations, or rather, purification talismanic fields, around the different factories. That would certainly help, Sugud replied, but it wouldn't eliminate the risk entirely. Then perhaps we should approach the problem differently, Rosa Mercier spoke up. What if we establish a dedicated industrial district outside the current town limits? The entire district could be enclosed within a single large purification talismanic field, containing and purifying the fumes and pollutants within the area before they can spread to the residential or commercial districts. Besides, maintaining one large field should be more economical than installing separate formations for every individual factory, she added. Eleanor rested her chin on her hand as she considered the suggestion. That's actually a good idea. Not only for the industrial district. We could properly zone each town into dedicated districts. Residential, commercial, administrative, industrial. Doing so would also allow us to place the necessary public services closer to the people who need them. She turned towards Rosa with an appreciative smile. An excellent suggestion. Actually, Sugud scratched his cheek awkwardly. From a technical standpoint, it's generally much easier to construct and maintain several smaller formations than one enormous formation. The larger a formation becomes, the more difficult it is to maintain its stability, particularly due to its complexity. You would need someone with exceptional expertise in formations to pull it off. Zora, who also possessed considerable knowledge of array formations, nodded in agreement. Then she smiled faintly before turning towards Alex. Can you do it? Alex shot Zora a sidelong glance for a long moment before letting out a sigh. I should be able to, he said thoughtfully. While I'm at it, I could probably also design formations for the other districts. I might as well make each settlement one large city-wide grand formation, especially since we'll also need to account for berserk energy corruption. His response began as an answer to Zora's question, but gradually devolved into him thinking aloud. The eyes of the few council members who truly understood the scope of what he had just suggested immediately lit up. If you can pull that off, we'll solve a great many problems all at once, Sugud said. Indeed, Zora nodded. If you're already planning to construct city-wide grand formations, we should incorporate our long-term urban development roadmap into their framework from the very beginning. Alex looked at her with a weary expression. You do realize you're piling an entire mountain of work onto my shoulders. Zora met his gaze without the slightest hint of guilt. It's only work. It won't kill you. Besides, you'll be the greatest beneficiary in the end. Most of the council members didn't fully grasp the scale of what Alex had just proposed. However, they understood enough to realize it would bring tremendous benefits to the domain settlements. Naturally, no one voiced any objection. Another matter we need to consider is logistics, Rosa said, steering the discussion back on course. There's little point in increasing production if we can't move goods efficiently to wherever they're needed. In particular, while intermediate or semi-finished goods can be produced close to their raw materials, more advanced manufacturing will inevitably require resources and components from multiple locations. As such, we must establish a reliable transportation network. Regarding the road network, Milton said, His Lordship previously informed some of us, including myself, about his proposed Silk Road initiative. I as well, Sugud said. Young Moss, the Count, has already provided me with preliminary designs for a series of transportation machines powered by the mana motor. These machines will eventually eliminate the need for draft animals and much of the manual labor currently required to transport goods. I expect to have working prototypes ready before long. Eleanor nodded. Furthermore, as part of the Silk Road Initiative, the Ministry of Works and Construction has begun collaborating with the Survey Corps' cartographers and surveyors to draft a comprehensive road network for the domain. She said, the proposal links our 3 existing towns with the planned fortified settlement at the Southern Valley entrance. Wherever geography permits, we intend to establish multiple routes between major locations to ensure traffic can continue uninterrupted, even if one road becomes impassable. The more Eleanor explained the Silk Road Initiative, the more favorably the council viewed it. Even the military officers around the table nodded in approval. Such a transportation network would not only accelerate commerce, but also allow troops, supplies, and reinforcements to be deployed rapidly across the domain. At the same time, its complexity would make navigation considerably more difficult for outsiders unfamiliar with the road system. As the discussion surrounding the Silk Road Initiative drew to a close, Zora looked around the council table. Perhaps the most important decision before us now, she said, is determining which advanced industries we should prioritize. Although our domain is blessed with abundant natural resources, those resources are still finite. We need to decide where our efforts should be concentrated. She deliberately steered the discussion towards the same topic Alex and Sugud had debated earlier. As expected, her gaze settled on Sugud, inviting him to speak. Sugud nodded thoughtfully. It is difficult to say that we should develop these industries and ignore all others, he admitted. Every industry has the potential to contribute to the growth and prosperity of the domain. You are not wrong, Director Sugud, Rosa Mercier said. At the same time, the Chancellor's point still stands. Eleanor turned towards her. You sound as though you already have a solution, Lady Rosa. I believe I do, Minister. Rosa inclined her head politely. I think we should approach this the way a merchant would, she said. A merchant? A flicker of curiosity passed through the council chamber. Fortunately, Rosa did not leave them waiting. I was taught that every merchant begins by identifying a gap in the market and supplying what customers need. As the merchant grows, he learns to anticipate future demand, allowing him to position himself ahead of his competitors. And when he matures, he no longer follows the market. He creates the market. She allowed the words to settle before continuing. If we think of our domain as a fledgling merchant, then our path becomes much clearer. First, we identify everything the domain needs simply to function and develop, then establish the industries required to supply those needs. Once our necessities are secured, we can begin producing the things the domain desires. And after that, we can invest in industries that support the future we want to build. I believe that if we view our industrial development through this viewpoint, the priority of each factory will naturally reveal itself. Understanding dawned on many of the council members. Across the table, Alex and Saul exchanged approving smiles before nodding almost in unison. An excellent way of looking at it, Sugud said. Resting a hand beneath his chin, he considered her proposal for a moment before speaking again. In that case, our first priority should be construction materials. Almost every project we have discussed, from mines and roads to workshops, factories and public buildings, depends on them. If we wish to accelerate development, then producing finished construction materials must come first. He paused before adding. Fortunately, we already possess enough motors to supply the first wave of factories responsible for manufacturing those materials. Then, once we've secured our construction materials, we can shift our attention to the transportation machines the Count has designed. Sugud continued muttering to himself for another moment before suddenly realizing where he was. My apologies, he said awkwardly. Saul smiled. There's nothing to apologize for, Director. Your suggestion has considerable merit. He glanced towards Alex, who returned the nod before looking around the council chamber. What does everyone else think? Alex inquired. Do you agree that, during this initial stage of industrialization, our advanced manufacturing efforts should focus primarily on construction materials? The posture of most of the council members already revealed their support. Even so, rather than answering immediately, many of them instinctively turned towards Rosa Mercier. Without waiting to be prompted, Rosa offered her opinion. I agree with Director Sugud's proposal. No matter what products we eventually decide to manufacture, every one of them will require factories, workshops, or other supporting facilities to be built. And those facilities, in turn, require both construction materials and an efficient transportation network to supply them. With that in mind, prioritizing these two foundational requirements during the first phase of development is, in my opinion, the most sensible course of action. With Rose's endorsement, the Council formally settled on the broad framework that would guide the domain's industrial development. From there, the discussion shifted from strategy to implementation. The Council debated how resources should be extracted, labor recruited, wages structured, taxes managed, and the many practical considerations required to turn their plans into reality. By the time the discussion concluded, the civilian members of the Council had a realistic roadmap they could begin working towards. Their eagerness to put those plans into action was almost tangible. Alex nodded to himself in quiet satisfaction. To someone like him, with the knowledge and experiences he had of his previous life, many of the decisions reached today seemed obvious. That was never what mattered most to him. What truly pleased him was seeing the Council members pool their individual expertise, challenge one another's ideas, and ultimately arrive at a coherent plan together. More importantly, they had done so with very little guidance from him. That was exactly the kind of leadership team he wanted to build. Although he would remain the domain lord and the highest authority in the territory, Alex saw no reason why every decision within the domain should revolve around him or require his direct involvement. That had been the primary objective of this council meeting. Judging by the discussion that had just concluded, he considered that objective successfully achieved. Chapter 793, Domain Council Meeting 4. With the civilian agenda settled, Alex turned his attention over to the military representatives seated around the table. Our discussion on the domain's development has been productive, he began. However, none of those plans can be realized, let alone sustained, without a military capable of defending them. His gaze swept across the members of the War Council. We face threats from the great berserk beast forest to the north, ambitious imperial nobles to the south, and perhaps even dissidents within our own domain. Everything we have discussed today becomes meaningless if our defense forces cannot protect it. He folded his hands on the table. With that in mind, what course of action has the War Council proposed, and how can the civil administration best support it? Instinctively, several people around the table looked towards Saul and Eudara. Given their high standing within the domain, many expected one of them to answer. But, surprisingly, both remained silent. Their relaxed expressions made it clear they had no intention of speaking. One by one, the council's attention turned instead towards Kavikin, the commander of the domain army and, by extension, chief of the domain's war council. Kavikin's expression stiffened. The War Tigers still felt deeply uncomfortable about occupying the positions of army commander and head of the war council. Unfortunately for him, Alex had never given him the opportunity to refuse. In Kavikin's own eyes, he was the weakest member of the war council. Standing above more powerful individuals such as Saul, Eudara, and the former Battlebane captains made him feel thoroughly out of place. Yet Alex had appointed him anyway, a very deliberate decision on his part. The military structure Alex envisioned for the frontier march differed fundamentally from the systems currently employed throughout Verdantis, and even those used in Pangaea, to the best of Alex's knowledge. Alex intended to build a truly professional armed force, one in which military rank was separate from personal cultivation. Since transmigrating to this world, he had repeatedly observed that many senior military positions were awarded not because someone possessed the aptitude to command, but simply because they possessed the highest cultivation. That was not inherently a flawed system. A powerful commander could certainly inspire confidence on the battlefield. However, it also carried a significant weakness. It allowed individuals with exceptional personal strength, but little ability to lead, to occupy positions of strategic importance. Alex wanted something different. To him, a senior officer's, a flag officer's, foremost responsibility was to command. Such a person needed to think tactically and strategically, coordinate thousands of soldiers, inspire confidence, maintain discipline, and, when necessary, rally an army on the brink of defeat. None of those qualities depended solely upon one's cultivation. Kavikin was living proof of that. Despite his brutish appearance, the war tiger had a charisma that made him remarkably well-liked throughout the army. Under his leadership, the former Fortuna group joined with the Battlebane troops to merge into a single, cohesive fighting force with surprisingly little friction. Even within the Battlebanes, Kavakin had somehow earned a reputation that rivaled the unit's combat master captains, surpassed only by Saul, their founder and guild master, and Alex, their liege. Those qualities made him the ideal person to break the long-standing military traditions of this world. It's a shame he's only willing to serve temporarily, Alex thought with a faint inward sigh. According to their agreement, Kavakin accepted remaining a flag officer. However, he would only be taking up the positions of Army Commander-in-Chief of the War Council temporarily until Alex could recruit a more suitable officer for the position, perhaps after they eventually returned to Pangaea. Even so, while Kavakin disliked the responsibility, he was not the sort to be intimidated by merely sitting at a council table. Pushing his discomfort aside, Kavakin addressed Alex. As instructed, boss, my lord. A few amused smiles appeared around the table before disappearing just as quickly. The War Council has prepared a proposal to abolish the current peasant garrison system employed throughout the domain. We intend to begin large-scale recruitment for a professional standing army. As part of this reform, the existing practice of rewarding soldiers with farmland for their families, while only requiring them to serve during times of need, will be discontinued. Instead, every soldier will serve as a full-time professional. They will receive regular salaries, along with the financial benefits that your lordship intends to introduce. With stable incomes, soldiers who wish to acquire farmland for their families will be able to do so themselves, without placing an additional burden on the domain. The hulking war tiger paused briefly before moving on to the next topic. After extensive consultations with the Interior Ministry, the War Council also believes that, for the foreseeable future, the total strength of the domain's armed forces should not exceed roughly 1/10 of the domain's population. Hence, based on our current population of approximately 30,000 citizens, we therefore propose an armed force of around 3,000 combat personnel. Our present recommendation is a standing army of 2,500 professional soldiers, supported by a 500-strong security force, both serving on a full-time basis. Kavakin scratched the back of his head. This is as far as our discussions have progressed, he said wryly. He expressed, we encountered several uncertainties that prevented us from producing a more detailed plan. We believe those matters require your lordship's guidance. And what are those uncertainties? Alex asked. Primarily, equipment and training, my lord, Kavakin replied. You have previously hinted that you intend to establish an entirely different style of warfare within the domain. One that places greater emphasis on unconventional tactics, specialized weaponry, and a unique training doctrine. Before we can proceed any further, we need a clearer understanding of your intentions. Alex nodded in understanding. He had indeed informed the War Council that the domain's armed forces would eventually adopt new standard weapons beyond the repeating crossbows already in service. He had even hinted that entirely new classes of artillery weapons would one day be added to the domain's arsenal. Equipment, however, was only one half of the equation. The other was personnel. According to the results of the recently completed census, there were surprisingly many people within the domain who possessed the talent necessary to become combat warriors. The problem was that they lacked the means to cultivate. Without suitable cultivation manuals, that potential would remain unrealized. Ironically, this also explained why there were so few combat warriors throughout the frontier march, and why the 5 Castan clans had been such an anomaly. Subsequent investigations revealed that the 5 clans possessed a widely distributed, general-purpose cultivation manual that could be found throughout much of the empire. However, to Saul, who had trained using a high-grade inheritance, and to Alex, who had studied House Skywalker's cultivation arts, the manual was mediocre at best. It was adequate for producing ordinary combat warriors, but wholly unsuited to the kind of military Alex intended to build. As a result, Alex had already decided that the domain would require a superior foundational cultivation manual. Whether that meant acquiring one or creating one from scratch remained an open question. Those unresolved plans had left the War Council reluctant to finalize the structure of the domain's future armed forces. Without knowing what weapons their soldiers would carry, or how those soldiers would ultimately be trained, they could not confidently design the army Alex envisioned. Alex tapped a finger lightly against the table as he thought. It's difficult for me to give you a definitive answer right now, considering everything currently on my plate. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Saul, he said, turning towards the older man. How difficult is it for a combat warrior to change cultivation methods after they've already begun training? It can be done, Saul replied. Generally speaking, the lower a person's cultivation, the easier it is. The less deeply a cultivation method has become ingrained into the body, the simpler it is to transition to another. So changing a foundational cultivation method for the first or second ranks shouldn't pose much difficulty? Alex asked. It won't at all, Saul confirmed. Alex nodded before looking back towards Kavikin. In that case, here's what we'll do. The armed forces will begin training recruits using the Empire's standard cultivation manual while we search for, or develop, a superior alternative. He paused before continuing. We can even turn this into an opportunity. Although the Empire's standard method isn't particularly exceptional, it is stable and well-balanced. That means recruits who perform well with it should possess the aptitude to excel with more advanced cultivation methods later. So, use each recruit's training progress as one of the criteria for evaluating their talent. The members of the War Council nodded in agreement. As for equipment, Alex continued, begin training everyone with the crossbows. The weapons I intend to introduce later may be more advanced, but many of the underlying skills will carry over. The experience won't be wasted. Understood, my lord, Kavikin replied with a firm nod. With the military's major concerns settled, the council meeting effectively came to an end. One of the senior administrative officials attending as an observer stood and read aloud the meeting's resolutions. After confirming that no one wished to amend or add anything further, Alex formally adjourned the first meeting of the Domain Council. Chapter 794, Fortune-Style Meditation Session. Phew. A silver-haired youth seated on a bed heaved a breath of foul air from his mouth. Within his consciousness, his spiritual force stretched into a dark space filled with colorful bubbles, but as he had always done, he ignored them, diving deeper into the space in search of something else. Soon, the youth came across a region containing 3 purple bands, a great fortuitous event. With great care, he morphed his spiritual force into a broad net to capture the bands in one go. This was an all-or-nothing move, as he knew that if he failed to capture all 3 bands in this single attempt, any that escaped would immediately flee. Considering the time it took to find these bands within the space, the youth wasn't willing to waste even more time trying to capture them one after another. The net surrounded the bands and closed in on them in a flash. Unfortunately, because the bands had spread apart, the net had to cover a much larger area to ensnare them all. As a result, it also had a greater distance to close before it could fully enclose them. One of the bands transformed into a bolt of purple light, slipping through the narrowing gap just as the net closed in on itself. Outside, the youth's expression visibly creased into an annoyed frown. But then, something happened within the dark space that caused his expression to change once more. His spiritual force, and of course the net extending from it, suddenly released a golden sheen. The golden radiance quickly gathered into a single point on the enclosed net before shooting towards the fleeing purple bolt. The golden light caught up to the purple bolt, revealing its serpentine form as a terrifying yet majestic golden dragon reached out with its 5-clawed hand to snatch the purple band. However, the purple band seemed determined to escape, its speed suddenly surging for a brief moment. The purple streak narrowly slipped past the dragon's grasp. The golden serpentine dragon didn't give chase, almost as though it couldn't, and quickly returned to the spiritual force net. The dragon moved through the net, arriving inside it as though phasing through its surface. It opened its balled-up hand, and a small purple thread floated towards the other 2 purple bands within the net. As it turned out, the purple band hadn't been able to completely escape the dragon's claws. A small part of it had been torn away and captured. The youth found it a pity that the dragon had failed to capture the entire thing. Whatever remained of the purple band would break down sometime later. If the band had simply stayed still, he could have put it to good use. But before the youth could properly come to terms with the loss, the golden serpentine dragon made its move again. Now that they had been captured, the 2.5 purple bands were now docile, floating quietly within the spiritual force net, seemingly with no intention of trying to escape. Ordinarily, this was when the youth would shrink the net, tightly binding the bands before forcibly bringing them back with his withdrawing spiritual force. But before he could do that, the dragon moved. The dragon reached out with one hand towards the bands. A suction force pulled at them, and they shot towards it. The dragon wore the bands like a two-piece bracelet connected by a string around the wrist of its outstretched arm. Before the youth could fully process what the dragon had done, it turned into a golden blur that flashed along his spiritual force, like a metaphysical highway, returning to the youth's mind space. From his mind space, as usual, the dragon disregarded the youth's privacy, phasing directly into his mana heart. Inside the mana heart, the golden serpentine dragon slithered and danced through the air, forming multiple loops before the fiery western dragon that acted as the mana heart's gatekeeper. The golden serpentine dragon handed over the 2.5 bands of ether to the fiery dragon, which proceeded to carefully process the energy contained within them. Copious amounts of energy were purified by the fiery dragon with extreme prejudice, leaving behind not even the slightest speck of impurity. Only then did the fiery guardian dragon allow the purified energy to merge with the cloud of mana already within the mana heart. While the golden serpentine dragon disappeared back to wherever it had come from, the fiery guardian dragon watched the dense cloud of mana filling the mana heart with the utmost concentration and scrutiny. The moment it noticed the slightest speck of inconsistency in the purity of the mana within the mana heart, it struck. Turning into a vortex of golden flames, it dragged every cloud of mana within the mana heart into itself. Soon, only the purest drops of mana condensed from the bottom of the vortex, filling the mana heart with liquid mana. But those drops soon evaporated, transforming back into a cloud of the purest mana possible within a mana heart. The youth's, Alex's, eyes snapped open. He released another breath of turbid air. He had finally found the time to meditate again now that he had more free time. He hadn't expected there to be changes to his usual meditation session because of the fortune-suppressing dragon. As always, the fortune-suppressing dragon seemed to know no boundaries, even going so far as to invade his meditation space, where he absorbed bands of ether energy according to his ether meditation manual. Whenever the fortune-suppressing dragon invaded his meditation session, Alex found, to his surprise, that it became much easier to locate the usually sparse and elusive bands of ether. They were also easier to capture, and the Providence Dragon even acted independently to catch any ether bands that somehow managed to escape him. This had increased his cultivation speed by anywhere from 20% to 50%, pushing Alex ever closer to a breakthrough into the Class 4 Great Mage rank. In fact, since the gaseous mana within his mana heart had begun showing signs of condensing into liquid mana, it indicated that Alex could advance to the Great Mage rank whenever he wished. An instinctive warning not to do so was the only thing stopping him from taking the final step. He still didn't know why he felt he shouldn't advance, but he chose to trust his instincts, focusing instead on raising the purity of his mana to the highest level possible. As an analogy, Alex's mana purity was currently akin to 99.6%, with his goal being to push it as close to 100% as possible. However, mana was incredibly affinitive. It naturally attached itself to something else, usually the ubiquitous laws of the world, making it difficult, if not impossible, to obtain in a perfectly pure form. Since reaching 99% purity thanks to Etherkindle, every additional decimal percentage point had become a monumental challenge, surpassing the combined difficulty of every improvement that had come before it. Reaching 99.7%, no, even 99.65%, was as difficult as the combined effort it had taken him to reach his current 99.6%. And this trend would only continue the further he progressed. However, while this would have been a nuisance for others, it was a welcome situation for Alex, as it meant he could continue meditating and cultivating without the risk of accidentally advancing his rank. Just like now, whenever his mana condensed into liquid mana as he pursued the elusive 100% purity, it would naturally revert to its gaseous state because it had not yet reached his target purity. It was as though this absurd goal of his had become a subconscious condition embedded within his mana heart. Whether that was truly the case or not, Alex only saw benefits in it. Increasingly pure mana meant he could achieve more with less mana, a stopgap solution while he searched for a better answer to his mana capacity problem without having to increase his rank. Just imagine how bad things would be for me if I didn't possess the mana capacity talent and hadn't further refined my mana heart with the heart of an elder dragon. I probably have the highest mana capacity of any class 3 being in the universe, or at least rank among the very best, yet it still feels like I never have enough. It was obvious that, to his Runemaster class, there was no such thing as having too much mana. He hadn't forgotten that, at least theoretically, with enough mana, he could induce the creation of a plane entirely on his own, potentially regardless of his rank, just like the sanctuary pocket space. The only thing stopping him was that he couldn't mobilize a sufficiently high mana output or a great enough volume of mana to sustain the formation. That was only one example among the many things he could theoretically accomplish. Alex shook the thoughts of his mana capacity issues from his mind and refocused on the fortune-suppressing dragon. Thanks to it, he, who had previously been limited to a single traversal through the ether meditation space each session, restricting the amount of ether he could absorb, could now achieve much more. Chapter 795, Mana Cement. Despite being a top-class meditation manual, the Ether Meditation Manual wasn't without its drawbacks. One could only enter the dark space where the bands of ether were absorbed, once per meditation session. After entering and leaving the dark space, one had to wait for a period of time, akin to a cooldown, before entering it again. This cooldown became shorter as one's spiritual force and one's comprehension of the Ether Meditation Manual grew stronger. However, thanks to the fortune-suppressing dragon, Alex no longer had to withdraw his spiritual force in order to reel in the captured ether bands. The fortune-suppressing dragon, using his spiritual force as a bridge or a metaphysical highway, could bring the captured bands back for him, meaning he no longer had to withdraw his spiritual force. As a result, he could extend his single trip into the dark space, allowing him to capture bands of ether multiple times during the same session. Unfortunately, remaining within the dark space continuously consumed the strength of his spiritual force over time. Moreover, ether bands weren't easy to find in the first place. However, since he now had more opportunities to capture them than he normally would have, his comprehension of the Ether Meditation Manual had improved significantly. He could now capture multiple bands at once. Instead of the single band he had been limited to when he first began practicing the meditation manual. As his comprehension continued to deepen and he became capable of locating and capturing more bands at once, Alex's cultivation speed would, with the aid of the fortune-suppressing dragon, technically skyrocket. Technically, that's the key word, Alex sighed to himself. In reality, aside from mana, something else I lack is time. Creating Rune-Tech products, managing my territory, and dealing with countless other responsibilities take up most of my day. I have far less time to cultivate than most people. This hack, or cheat, whatever you want to call it, only lets me recover some of the cultivation time I'm losing. It doesn't actually mean I'll have more time than everyone else anytime soon. By all accounts, his Runemaster class was a broken one. However, the universe was fair, or balanced, in its own way, so even it came with its own challenges that he had to work around or manage. Don't even get me started on being the only one who can use it, meaning I have to do so much of the grunt work and heavy lifting myself. Alex gritted his teeth. I wonder when I'll finally be able to teach others Rune-Tech. People still can't seem to make the shift to it. Realizing this critical limitation of Rune-Tech, Alex had tried to teach Sugud to enter the class, since it didn't exactly conflict with his arcane mechanic artisan path. Unfortunately, as with every previous attempt, it failed. The only explanation was that the class remained uniquely locked to him. That was good news in its own right, as it meant only he could perform certain tasks and create certain proprietary products. However, It also irked him because it meant he still couldn't delegate much of his workload to others. Alex stood up from the small cushion he had been sitting on and stretched his stiff body. He felt refreshed, as though he had enjoyed a wonderful night's sleep. He scanned the bedroom. As expected, his wives had already left to attend to their own duties and responsibilities. Alex walked over to the center of the room and pressed down on a mana stone, not a berserk stone, powering the defensive and purification formation installed within the room. He then walked onto the bedroom's balcony and looked out over the town. It had been some time since the Domain Council meeting. In fact, it had now been more than 2 years since they had arrived in Verdantis. On the surface, it looked as though Fonterra hadn't changed. But in the distance, faint columns of smoke rose into the air from the industrial district that had been built some distance beyond the original town limits, though still within the city's walls. People working in the district traveled to and from it en masse each day, preserving much of the original character of Fonterra. But that will change soon, Alex muttered to himself. The quarry, masonry, and cement factory in Caston Town were now fully operational. Soon, construction materials would begin flooding the domain, and rapid urbanization would follow. A concrete jungle would soon replace the modest town of wooden medieval-era-looking houses currently before his eyes. Speaking of cement production in Caston, a serendipitous event had occurred there, creating a new product that changed many of Alex's plans. Apparently, in Caston Town, there was a practice of mixing different powdered ores and pigments into clay or mud to create colorful molds or clay bricks. Someone had decided to apply the same method to produce colored cement concrete bricks. Unfortunately, most of the bricks shattered. Unable to understand why, the brickmaker blamed the cement, claiming it was of lower quality than mud. This created a minor panic within the town as concerns spread among the people, some of whom who knew of the plans to build houses using cement bricks. Understanding how volatile the situation could become, Alex traveled to Caston with Eleanor and Sugud to investigate in person. Alex had established the formula with trial and error alongside Eleanor and Sugud for the factories in Caston. The cement formula being used was one Alex recalled from a documentary he had watched not long before his transmigration, so it was still fresh in his mind. Allegedly, it was the original cement used to construct many of the ancient buildings that were still standing in his past life, already thousands of years later by the time of his transmigration. After reassuring the townspeople, Alex met with the brickmaker and asked him to recreate the cement brick. It didn't take long for Alex to discover why the bricks were shattering. Mana, or rather, berserk energy. The cement concrete bricks absorbed ambient mana, or berserk energy, triggering a reaction within them that caused them to shatter. Since the other materials used to make the concrete were unlikely to be responsible, Alex, like the brickmaker before him, initially suspected the cement. However, since none of the cement works elsewhere exhibited the same defect, it meant the cement itself didn't inherently possess this property. Alex then turned his attention to the most likely culprit, the powdered ores and pigments the brickmaker had mixed into the cement concrete. What happened next was simple. Alex had the brickmaker produce more bricks, each containing only one of the 4 pigment materials. Finally, they identified the material responsible. Interestingly, the material didn't have a name. It was regarded as nothing more than a peculiar type of sand found in a specific area near Caston. Alex decided to name the material manasilica. This manasilica apparently combined with cement to form a compound that, upon wetting and drying, produced a temporary mana storage effect, akin to a mana capacitor. The previous incidents of the concrete bricks shattering had occurred because the manasilica slowly absorbed ambient mana. Once it reached its storage limit, it discharged the accumulated mana. That sudden release reacted with 2 of the other pigments within the colored bricks, causing them to shatter. Case in point, the brick molded by the brickmaker that failed to shatter had contained only small, inconsequential, amounts of these 2 powdered or pigments. After removing those 2 pigment materials, the bricks no longer shattered. Instead, they temporarily stored mana. Hence, Alex named the new discovery mana cement. Alex delegated the matter to Eleanor and Sugud, tasking them with researching the mana cement and refining its formula to optimize its mana capacitance. Alex looked out over the Fonterra townscape before him as a smile formed on his face. If mana cement works the way I think it will, then creating a city-wide formation network might not be as far-fetched as I thought. Plus, since the key ingredient is a mineral that I don't recognize from Omnirune's Pangea database, it's most likely unique to Verdantis. That would make mana cement an exportable product to Pangea. If it works the way I think it will, there'll be plenty of people lining up to buy it for its weight in mana stones. He grinned. Knock. Just as Alex was lost in thought over this potential new source of revenue for his domain, a knock sounded on the bedroom door. It was Sergeant Lopota. Come in, Alex instructed. Sergeant Lopota entered the room and saluted Alex. Then he reported, Sir, a representative from the Frontier Stronghold has arrived. He seeks an audience with you regarding the cancellation of the ore exchange with the Stronghold. Oh, they're finally here. Alex grinned. He thought for a moment. Recalling a scene from his memory, he suddenly felt an urge to recreate it. Send a message to the kitchen. Have them prepare a lavish feast for me, he said with a smile. Sergeant Lopota raised an eyebrow. However, he knew better than to question his liege. He saluted before turning and leaving the room. Alex turned back towards the townscape beyond the balcony, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 796, Stronghold Ambassador arrives. A group of riders passed the makeshift fortifications erected by the Frontier March troops at the valley entrance to the march. The group consisted of a dozen guards escorting a young man. 3 of the guards radiated the pressure of silver rankers, while the others were all bronze rankers. The young man at their head appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s. His chin was covered with a thin, patchy beard that he would probably have been better off shaving, but he stubbornly kept it because he believed it gave him a more mature appearance. The group rode swiftly, reaching the Frontera Bastide in under a day. However, as they arrived shortly before nightfall, they decided to spend the night at an inn and rest rather than immediately attend to their business in the town. Unsurprisingly, the group spent a good portion of the evening in the inn's tavern, drinking away the fatigue of the journey. While the guards drank merrily, their leader carefully observed the townsfolk. To his surprise, the expressions of the people in both the tavern and the town itself were bright. This wasn't his first visit to the Frontera Bastide, and the atmosphere now stood in stark contrast to the bleakness he had grown accustomed to whenever he came here. On his previous visits, with the town lying so close to the great berserk beast forest, unable to leave the domain and forced to endure harsh living conditions, most of the people of the Frontera Bastide had simply lived from one day to the next. They had been like hollow shells, merely going through each day because they had no other choice. Now, however, he saw people with hope in their eyes. The bleakness was gone, replaced by men, women, and children who genuinely looked forward to the future with dreams and ambitions. From the youngest child to the oldest elder he saw. He didn't need to ask anyone what had caused this change. There had only been one significant difference between his previous visit and this one, the arrival of the new domain lord. This trip won't be easy, the young man thought to himself as he set down his mug of ale. He rose from the tavern bench, bade his guards good night, and headed upstairs to his room to retire for the evening. The following morning, the group made their way to the domain lord's manor, where they were received by a familiar face, Old Man Milton. To the young man's surprise, rather than receiving them personally, Milton directed them instead to the so-called Ministry of Trade and Commerce. Only when he revealed that he was carrying a message from the commander of the Frontier Stronghold did Old Man Milton hesitate before instructing one of the manor guards to deliver a message to the domain lord's chief guard, requesting an audience with the new domain lord, Count Skywalker. Noticing the subtle hostility in the eyes of both the manor's administrative officers and its guards, the young man expected the Count to reject the request for a meeting. However, that wasn't the case. Instead, he was led into a waiting room while the Count prepared to receive him. His guards, however, were required to remain behind. Although they didn't like it, the manor guards explained that this was both a matter of the Count's security and standard noble etiquette. Knowing that even the commander of the Frontier Stronghold himself, Viscount Dunhill, would have been required to follow the same procedure, the leader of the group convinced his entourage to comply. After all, it wasn't as though Count Skywalker would kill a messenger inside his own manor, especially since there were no officially declared hostilities between the Count and Viscount Dunhill. At least, none that the young man knew of. Quite some time passed before he was finally ushered in to meet the Count. To his surprise, the meeting venue was the Count's dining hall. The young man stood opposite the Count at the far end of a long dining table. To his surprise, Count Skywalker looked even younger than he did, not a day over 20. "Greetings, Sir Count. I am Fabian Ingram, the Frontier Stronghold's procurement officer." The young man bowed in greeting. Count Skywalker, Alex, looked at the Stronghold's representative with mild surprise. Usually, a position like that was entrusted to someone somewhat older. Either Viscount Dunhill doesn't think much of this meeting, or this man is a talent worthy of holding such a position, Alex evaluated inwardly. He chose to believe it was the latter. "Welcome." Alex nodded with a smile. "I hope your journey wasn't too strenuous. Come, have a seat." Alex gestured with his hand. Both men took their seats at the table. The moment they sat down, a group of maids wheeled in serving carts one after another, setting an extravagant feast before the two men. Fabian Ingram looked surprised to see the Count hosting him with such a lavish meal. It was far beyond anything he had expected. Platters of roasted poultry, a whole barbecued lamb still glistening with its own fat, bowls of cooked grains, fresh fruits. Never mind Fabian. Even Viscount Dunhill himself might have considered this a lavish meal. Unbeknownst to him, even Alex was surprised by the sheer quantity of food placed before them. The spread was perhaps enough to feed the entire domain council that had convened some time ago. Is Finn still sulking because I had him accompany the larger convoy instead of bringing him with me? Alex wondered. The mastermind behind this lavish feast was none other than the culinary wolf, Finn himself. The culinary wolf had been upset that Alex, and even Zora, had left him behind with the convoy instead of bringing him along. Although he understood that Alex had left him there as the convoy's cook and one of its primary defenders, since he could summon nearby wolves if necessary, Finn still refused to let Alex pet, or even touch, him after the convoy arrived in Fonterra. As a silent protest, the culinary wolf had been using Alex's personal food supplies to prepare meals far too large for Alex to finish. It was as though he were saying, "You see me as nothing more than the convoy's cook, right? Then I'll show you exactly what a convoy cook looks like." Alex had been left at a complete loss over how to deal with it. Fortunately, Eleanor suggested selling, and sometimes giving away, the surplus food cooked by Fun. The sales earned a little extra money for Alex's personal coffers, which was then used to replenish the food supplies Finn had consumed. Chapter 797, Dinning with the Ambassador. Looking at the enormous feast spread across the table, Alex's face couldn't help but twitch ever so slightly. "I know I asked for a feast, but I didn't mean something this large," Alex thought to himself. "Isn't it about time you forgave me? You already forgave Zora. Aren't you supposed to be man's best friend?" However, Alex didn't let his surprise show. Instead, he picked up his cutlery and began eating as though everything had gone exactly as he expected. Seeing this, Fabian Ingram had little choice but to begin eating as well. Fabian gave a slight nod of thanks to the maid who had placed the food before him before she quietly withdrew. He then picked up his spoon. He took a spoonful of grain and placed it into his mouth. His hand froze midway. His eyes widened in shock. So delicious. Fabian screamed inwardly. He wanted to moan as the rich flavors melted across his taste buds. He barely managed to retain the last shred of his composure as he fought the urge to abandon all etiquette and wolf down the food. Noticing this, Alex nodded inwardly. Of course it's delicious. Whose beast companion chef do you think prepared the food? Do you know how much I've spent training and supporting him? Alex shamelessly attributed Fun's culinary skills to himself. There isn't much food in our frontier domain right now. I hope it's to your liking, Alex said as he continued eating. No, you are too kind, Sir Count. This is more than sufficient, and the food is exquisite. Even at the stronghold, we rarely enjoy a feast this delicious, Fabian replied. In that case, please eat your fill, Alex said with an easy smile. Yes, Fabian nodded. Fabian had initially intended to eat only a little. However, once he started, he simply couldn't stop. It was only when he was almost full that his hands suddenly froze. He stared at the empty plates before him in horror, unable to believe he had eaten so much. This was a gross breach of etiquette, and his eyes immediately darted towards Alex, afraid that he might have offended the Count. However, he found that Alex was still calmly focused on his own meal. Fabian found that the Count ate with such grace and poise that it was like watching a work of art. Yet, unbelievably, the Count still ate faster and far more than he did. At the very least, 3 times as much. Fabian was utterly stunned. There was simply too much for his mind to process. How can someone eat so quickly and so much, yet still look so graceful and composed while doing it, he wondered. Little did he know that Alex was actually somewhat disappointed in himself. Sigh? I still can't do it as flawlessly as father, Alex sighed inwardly. He recalled the few occasions he had dined with Earl Drake Fury. The man's mouth had been like a black hole that food simply vanished into, yet every movement had been so graceful that not even the most critical observer could have found fault with his table manners. Soon, both men had eaten their fill. Alex had unbelievably cleared more than half the food on the table by himself, yet he didn't look bloated in the slightest. It's been a while since I ate this much, yet I don't even feel that full. I could probably clear the entire table and still have room for more, he thought inwardly. He swirled the red fruit juice in the goblet in his hand while the maids cleared away the empty plates and the remaining food. Thank you for the meal, Sir Count, Fabian said. You're welcome. This is a feast worthy of the stronghold's representative. We wouldn't normally prepare this much, Alex admitted with a chuckle. As you must know, our frontier march doesn't produce much in the way of agriculture. Most of the food you see here was sourced from other domains in the region. It only arrived recently, making this feast possible, he added. The other domains in the region? The Empire's northeast? Fabian asked. Yes, Alex replied with a smile. He appeared to study the crimson liquid in his goblet. After gently swirling it a few more times, he finally drained it before setting the goblet back on the table. Now that we've eaten, how about we get down to business? He said. Yes, Fabian nodded. Sir Count, I am here on behalf of the Frontier Stronghold to inform you that the delivery date for the ore trade has long since passed. The Stronghold has already prepared the food for the exchange to be sent to Fonterra, but we have yet to receive the ore shipment. The thing is, an unfortunate incident occurred in the domain shortly after I took over, Alex said as he poured himself another cup of fruit juice. An unknown group attacked Caston Town and massacred the major families there. They also stole a portion of the planned or shipment. As a result, we are unable to meet the required quota. In that case, why not deliver the amount you have now? The stronghold will provide an equivalent amount of food in return, Fabian suggested. Alex stopped idly turning his goblet and took a sip before setting it back down and looking directly at Fabian. The amount of food I would receive wouldn't be enough to feed my people until the next exchange, Alex replied. He shook his head before continuing. I was informed that a few years ago, a similar incident occurred in which the domain was unable to provide the required or quota. Not only did the stronghold reduce the already unfair amount of food paid in exchange for the ore, but it also left the citizens of the domain to starve during the minor beast tide that followed. Since that is the case, I decided not to continue bartering with the stronghold. Instead, the ore was sold to the other domains of the northeast in exchange for berserk stones, currency that we then used to obtain food and other goods within those domains. Things we could never obtain from the stronghold, Alex said, looking directly at Fabian. He pushed the goblet aside and rested his forearms on the table. His demeanor became solemn and authoritative. Regality. A trace of the regal aura from his soul-mere true name seeped into the surroundings. Too many people of this domain have died because of the food shortages caused by the stronghold's unfair trade practices. Therefore, from this day forward, the frontier march will no longer barter or for food with the stronghold, Alex declared. I will never allow my people to starve to death again. Chapter 798, like mafia, like nobility, I will never allow my people to starve to death ever again. Alex's ultimatum settled over the space between him and the frontier stronghold representative, Fabian Ingram. Fabian took a moment to steady his mind amidst the chaos imposed by Alex's regal aura. He closed his eyes, allowing Alex's words and demeanor to sink in. The next instant, his eyes snapped open, seemingly having freed themselves from the influence of Alex's aura. Oh, Alex was mildly surprised. Although he had only directed a sliver of his regal aura towards Fabian, Alex was still surprised to see him break free from its influence so quickly. He couldn't help but feel a little impressed. "I understand where you are coming from, Sir Count," Fabian said sympathetically. "I might have acted the same way if I were in your shoes, Sir Count. However, there is something you shouldn't overlook, my lord." He paused to carefully observe his audience, ensuring they were receptive to what he was about to say. Seeing no reaction from Alex, Fabian continued. "As the procurement officer of the Frontier Stronghold, I am familiar with the economy of every domain in the Northeast region. They do not have a large enough market for your ores. After this purchase, they will no longer be able to continue buying them, as they simply won't be able to absorb such quantities. If the shipment you sold across the region is only slightly smaller than the usual quota exchanged with the stronghold, then the domains of the Northeast will be unable to consume those ores before your next shipment is ready. Even if they decide to continue buying your ores in order to resell them elsewhere, they have yet to establish the necessary trade network to do so." He paused for a moment, as though performing some mental calculations. Then he continued, "In order to make a profit and keep the transaction worthwhile, the most the various domains can afford to pay for your ores is roughly half the market price. While the Northeast domains may indeed purchase your ores in exchange for currency, only our Frontier Stronghold, as a major military installation, can consistently digest the volume of ore you produce. We also possess an established trade network capable of selling any excess supply. In other words, my lord, our Frontier Stronghold is this frontier march's most important trading partner, and it would be in both our best interests for that to remain the case." 30%, Fabian said, raising 3 fingers. "The Frontier Stronghold will purchase all the ore your domain produces for currency at 30% of the market price. We will also offer you a discount should you choose to purchase food and other supplies from the Stronghold." Fabian looked at Alex confidently, believing the Count to be reasonable enough to understand his position. Given the circumstances of the Frontier March, Fabian believed that he, or rather, the Frontier Stronghold, held the leverage over the Frontier domain and, by extension, the Count himself. Alex listened to the Stronghold's representative calmly, without once interrupting. When the man finished his proposal, Alex simply nodded. "Your assessment of the situation isn't wrong," Alex said. "It's just that you've overlooked, or perhaps are unaware of, something." Fabian's eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly upon hearing the Count's reply and observing his calm demeanor. The man wasn't responding as he had expected. Trade and commerce isn't simply an exchange of currency or goods. It is an exchange of trust, Alex said. He crossed one leg over the other and leaned back in his chair. No trade can take place if either side cannot trust the value offered by the other, whether through currency or barter. Likewise, trade cannot exist if either party cannot trust the other to honor their agreement. In short, no trade can exist where there is no trust, no matter how little, between the two parties. Fabian's frown deepened as he struggled to understand where Alex was leading the conversation. Is the Count referring to the established exchange between the Stronghold and the domain? That arrangement was founded upon an agreement between the Stronghold and one of the domain's previous lords. We have merely honored that agreement, Fabian argued. Alex shook his head. While I have my reservations about both the agreement itself and the way it was implemented to the detriment of the domain, that isn't what I'm referring to, he said. I mentioned earlier that the ruling families of one of the towns in the domain were massacred. Would you care to guess who could have accomplished such a thing? Alex asked. Bandits. Fabian replied cautiously. You seem like a very intelligent man, Fabian Ingram, Alex said coldly. You would do well not to insult mine. A chill ran down Fabian's spine. The Stronghold? He asked hesitantly. Do you have proof? Of the massacre? No. Alex shook his head. Then, Fabian tried to argue the Stronghold's innocence, but Alex cut him off. Leaving aside the fact that, other than the Stronghold, no nearby power possesses the strength to carry out such a massacre, the more telling evidence is the letters we recovered from the estates. They detailed the corrupt dealings between those families and the Stronghold's commander, all to the detriment of this domain. Among them was a commission for my assassination before I even arrived in the domain. What? Fabian almost leapt to his feet in shock. Alex stated plainly, if it hadn't been for the sacrifice of one of my guards, I would be dead by now. Fabian was left speechless. Fortunately for me, of the 5 families, only one accepted the commission to assassinate me. The other 4 refused. Care to venture a guess as to which of the 5 was spared and which 4 were massacred? Alex continued. He stared at Fabian coldly. Beads of sweat formed on the man's brow. If you need more proof, I can also tell you that we tracked down the leaders of that surviving family. They are currently living comfortably within your frontier stronghold. So tell me, if you were in my position, would you be willing to place your trust in a party that either ordered your assassination or harbors those who attempted to kill you? Fabian fell silent. It was obvious he had known nothing about the actions of the stronghold's leadership. How could he have? Of the sequence of events Alex had described, the former wasn't true, while the latter, even if it was, lay completely outside Fabian's authority, leaving him with no way of knowing. But nonetheless, this is the game you nobles play. You cannot allow it to blind you to what truly matters. This deal isn't about you alone, but about the people of this domain. If you reject this agreement now and fail to secure another one elsewhere, you might be able to leave the domain. But the people here have nowhere else to go. They will have no choice but to suffer because of your decision, Fabian said bravely. Chapter 799, like mafia, like nobility too. You have a good heart, I see. Alex smiled. However, you are not listening, he added, much to Fabian's surprise and confusion. If I intended to refuse all trade with the stronghold simply because of the assassination attempt, we wouldn't be sitting here, sharing a feast, and speaking so pleasantly. It is just as you said. This is merely a game of nobility. Alex shook his head inwardly. Game of nobility, he thought. It was no different from the rules of the mafia in his previous life. Carrying out certain extreme measures, such as assassination, in the name of business, was understood and accepted. Yet when someone did something comparatively minor, such as making verbal threats for personal reasons, it was heavily frowned upon and punished severely. Just like in the mafia, where rival dons constantly fought one another in the name of business, yet could still sit down, share a feast, and work together when it benefited both sides, the nobility could likewise set aside their differences for the prosperity of their respective domains. I didn't bring this up to tell you that I don't want to trade with the stronghold. I brought it up to show you why I don't expect the stronghold to trade with me, Alex explained. Unfortunately, that did little to dispel Fabian's confusion. Seeing this, Alex continued, you said you would replace the old agreement and instead purchase the or produced by my domain for currency at 30% of the market price, correct? Do you have the authority to make such a deal? I am the procurement officer. I can recommend the deal, and the commander will most likely heed my recommendation, Fabian replied. Alex shook his head. You are not naive, he said. You know how Viscount Dunhill and Marquis Bramford view this domain. Do you honestly believe your commander will agree to such a proposal? Fabian fell silent. He also understood how difficult it would be to persuade Viscount Dunhill to accept such an agreement, given the long-standing relationship between the Frontier Stronghold and the Frontier March. And that was before considering everything Alex had just revealed. Even so, he looked directly at Alex. I will make him agree to it, he said firmly. This time, it was Alex who was mildly surprised. Very well. I'll leave it to you then, Alex said. Thank you, Sir Count. Fabian stood and bowed. I shall take my leave now, he added as he immediately prepared to depart. Fabian Ingram, Alex called after him. You are now embroiled in a game of nobility between 2 nobles. Take everything you hear with a grain of salt. Discover the truth for yourself, then act accordingly. Beyond morals and loyalty, the most important thing you need to concern yourself with right now is your own safety. Fabian didn't understand why Alex had said those words to him, not yet. Even so, he nodded gratefully. Several minutes later, Alex stood by a window, watching as Fabian and his guards galloped out of Fonterra. Milton stepped up beside him, also watching Fabian's entourage depart. If you would indulge this old man's confusion, my lord, Milton said. What is it? Alex asked. Based on the territory's development plan, it is unlikely that we'll have any surplus or to trade with the stronghold for the foreseeable future. Why, then, did you still receive the stronghold's representative when you already knew no deal would be reached? Milton asked. Nothing is set in stone, Milton, Alex replied. As the territory continues to develop, so too will our rate of resource production. There is a possibility that ore production will increase to the point where we'll have some surplus left over. Moreover, I saw an opportunity to break the stronghold's barter agreement. An opportunity? Milton asked. Yes, an opportunity. Alex nodded. Nothing shatters a monopolistic mindset quite like the appearance of competition. By presenting the representative with such a feast, I showed him that our domain no longer necessarily has to rely on the stronghold for its food. Although that alone isn't enough to break the leverage the stronghold currently holds over our domain, it is enough to shake its monopoly mindset. And, unsurprisingly, with that monopoly now under threat, the representative immediately offered a new agreement to replace the fixed barter arrangement we currently have with the stronghold in an attempt to preserve the relationship. But this is only a tentative proposal made by the representative. It is still unclear whether the Viscount will agree to it, Milton pointed out. I know, Alex nodded. Then he smiled. However, the representative seemed to be a talented individual, so much so that I would have attempted to poach him for our domain were it not for noble etiquette frowning upon such a move. I'm curious to see whether he'll be able to convince Viscount Dunhill to agree to such an arrangement, one that would undoubtedly reduce the Viscount's own profits. Alex looked out of the window towards the sky with a smile, as though gazing upon a promising future. A moment later, he shook his head and turned back to Milton. Pass on my instructions to the Ministry of Information, Alex said suddenly. Milton immediately took out a parchment scroll and prepared to jot down Alex's orders. Have the ministry inform the citizens of the domain that we have broken the long-standing cycle of bartering the ores gathered through the backbreaking efforts of our miners for mere rations from the stronghold. For the first time in decades, we have traded those ores for currency with other domains using their true market value. This currency was then used by the domain administration to purchase much-needed goods and supplies for the domain. This marks the end of an era in which the people of this domain labored for the benefit of others far beyond our borders. Henceforth, the fruits of their labor will be enjoyed by the people of this domain. However, freedom and prosperity do not come without a price, nor do they come cheaply. The people of this domain can no longer look to the stronghold to save them. Their future is now in their own hands. But they should not despair. With the goods now being produced by the factories and industries established across the domain's major settlements, we will be able to manufacture the materials needed to defend ourselves against all threats, both from the great berserk beast forest and from within the empire itself. As we move towards this goal, I ask everyone to continue supporting the domain administration, especially as we prepare for the expected minor beast tide from the great berserk beast forest. Noted, Milton replied after recording the instructions. Having said all he needed to, Alex dismissed the old man. Once Milton had left, Alex turned his gaze northwards, in the direction of the great berserk beast forest. As interesting as the aftermath of his conversation with Fabian might prove to be, there was something else that demanded his attention. The minor beast tide from the great berserk beast forest that struck the frontier march almost every 5 years. Chapter 800. The Frontier Stronghold. The Frontier Stronghold. Its name reflected an edifice built by the Selahan Empire to hold the line against the encroachment of the great berserk beast forest upon the empire's borders. But secretly, in the eyes of many, it was nothing more than a mark of shame, a monument to how far the empire had been pushed back by the ever-expanding forest. So much so that the imperial family had been unwilling to fund its construction from the imperial treasury, instead shifting much of the burden onto the noble houses inhabiting what remained of the empire's northeast after the fall of the Skywalker family and many of the region's other powerful noble houses. However, despite its diminished status in the eyes of the aristocracy at the heart of the empire, the frontier stronghold had undoubtedly distinguished itself by successfully halting the expansion of the great berserk beast forest, something historical records claimed it had accomplished for nearly a century. The stronghold's walls were tall and sturdy, so imposing that it was difficult to imagine how mere deranged berserk beasts could ever hope to scale them. For decades after its establishment, its ranks had boasted some of the finest soldiers and strongest warriors, while its captains and commanders were among the brightest military minds the empire's northeast had to offer. Regardless of how it was viewed by the aristocracy in the imperial capital, to the people of the northeast, The frontier stronghold represented the region's most important military installation, the impregnable bastion that kept the bulk of the berserk beasts threatening this stretch of the imperial frontier at bay. As a military fortress, it was also a beacon of hope, a symbol of resilience and inspiration. Because of this, many talented individuals who could have left the northeast to make names for themselves elsewhere instead chose to remain, serving beneath its banner to protect their homeland. Or at least, that's what it was supposed to be. Fabian Ingram sighed inwardly. He looked up at the massive fortress that had come into view in the distance. He and his dozen guards had traveled without pause to return to the stronghold as quickly as possible and report Count Skywalker's decision to their commander, Viscount Dunhill. As the officer in charge of the stronghold's procurement, a mid-level management position, Fabian had met and dealt with much of the nobility and higher-ranking officials within both the stronghold and the fiefdoms of the Northeast. Over the years, he had become disillusioned with many things. In particular, the grand perception of the stronghold as the bastion that protected the Northeast. Perhaps that had been true in the past, but now the stronghold had become a resting place for ambition and self-interest, corruption as well. If there was a true bulwark holding back the great berserk beast forest, it was the frontier march, which served as a buffer between the empire and the forest at the cost of the lives of the people who lived there. That was why he sympathized with Count Skywalker's decision in the face of the stronghold's exploitation of his people. To his guards' surprise, as they approached the stronghold, Fabian did not head towards the fort's main gate. Instead, he led his entourage around to the lower city's side gate used by civilians. Fabian used the excuse that they should get some proper rest before returning to the fort. After all, the frontier stronghold was a military installation and had never been built with the comfort of ordinary soldiers in mind. The guards readily accepted his reasoning and followed him into the stronghold's lower city. Once inside, they quickly dispersed. Most headed off to drink, while others sought out the bathhouses for some much-needed rest and relaxation, venting their pent-up urges on the bathhouse's winches after the month-long journey. Fabian, on the other hand, quietly remained in his room at the inn. Contrary to the excuse he had given his guards, he was actually trying to devise a way to convince Viscount Dunhill to accept the proposal. He stood on the inn room's veranda, searching for inspiration, looking out over the bustling city before him. He couldn't help but wonder whether the original settlers of this place had ever imagined their humble settlement would one day grow into something so large and important. Although most people referred to the place as the Frontier Stronghold, that name technically referred only to the fort itself. The lower city had its own name, Mirador. Mirador had been founded by the families of the fort's earliest soldiers, refugees from the fallen northeastern fiefdoms, and the families of slave laborers who had built the fort in exchange for their freedom. Over the decades, the settlement had grown from a small shanty village into a thriving city, one of the most important in the present-day Sealahen Northeast. Most of this growth has taken place over the past few decades, meaning it was probably funded largely through the exploitation of the frontier march, Fabian thought to himself. Considering how much money the commander earns from the arrangement, there's no way he'll give it up easily. Fabian barely slept that night, but eventually he found an angle that might persuade the Viscount, or at least convince him to entertain the new agreement he had proposed to Count Skywalker. The following day, Fabian and his guards returned to the frontier stronghold. As expected, he was immediately summoned to meet the stronghold's commander, Viscount Dunhill. When Fabian entered the fort's main hall, he was surprised to find the 3 sub-commanders and several other captains already present. It turned out he had walked into a meeting of the stronghold's senior leadership. Seated at the far end of the hall, upon a chair only slightly less imposing than a throne, sat a burly middle-aged man with a thick, bushy beard. This was none other than Viscount Dunhill, a man who had risen from an ordinary foot soldier to become the commander of the frontier stronghold. "You've returned, Fabian." Viscount Dunhill's booming voice echoed throughout the hall. "What news do you bring from the buffer zone?" he asked. The frontier march was unable to meet this year's quota due to bandits. As a result, Count Skywalker sold the ore to other domains in the northeast in exchange for berserk stones. He then used those berserk stones to acquire food for the entire population of the march, Fabian reported. "He did what?" one of the sub-commanders exclaimed. How dare those domains buy, or that belongs to our stronghold? Have they forgotten who protects them? Another sub-commander bellowed. Fabian continued. Count Skywalker has asked me to inform you that the Frontier March will no longer barter its or with our stronghold in exchange for food. Instead, any future trade will be conducted using Berserk stones, like any normal commercial transaction. He dares, the first sub-commander shouted again. Does he expect our stronghold to protect the people of his domain during the coming beast tide if he does this? Doesn't he understand the consequences of such a decision? I believe the Count intends for the Frontier March to defend itself with its own people. I also doubt the people of the Frontier March will seek refuge in Mirador during the coming beast tide, Fabian replied.